And it is indeed not a Blizzard Soon trademark. It's a real. We're here, we're live, the War Chest Team League. My name is Pig, and I am finally getting my chance to face off against top of the tables, Big Boy Rotterdam. How you doing, man?
The way it should be, Piggy. This is what I envisioned all along. You know, we'll square off on the final play day, but at that point, I have beat all the expectations. You know, people were lowballing my team before this all started. You know what the best thing about all of this is, Pig? The last time we played, it's been like 2 weeks. We were first. We have only extended our lead ever since. Because all of you guys out there, you just keep on losing to each other. So we were first, but it was close. At this point, we're first and miles ahead. You know, it's a great place to be. I'm obviously doing really well. I'm excited. Been really enjoying this. And this is the final day of the group. So it doesn't really get any better than this, right?
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed those first couple of weeks. Me and you were miles ahead of everybody, and steadily since then, my team has lost a couple of series and close ones, a couple of ace matches gone down. Maynard's team, Dread Knights, have clawed their way back up the table with a series of wins. I mean, it's just cool to see Benny and the boys doing good as well. I mean, your map score is disgusting, though. Let's be real. Like that point advantage on the right, I'm like, oh my gosh, you guys have had the most one-sided wins out of any team.
Yeah, we still had the only 4-0 as well, right? If I recall correctly. Yep, literally the only 4-0 in the entire team league so far. That's actually quite remarkable because we've had, quick maths, 24 team matches, and only 1 out of 24 team matches went 4-0, and that was when I squared off against Fear Dragon. I mean, I kind of feel a second one coming right here, right now, Pig. I know you've got Serral, and he's not bad, but... You know, I truly believe in Drogo in that match, but memes aside, I think it's going to be a close match between us, of course. But yeah, things are looking good for us. Obviously, things get a little bit complicated for the viewers at home. I don't know exactly what needs to happen for you. I do know things that need to happen for my team. If my team wins 2 out of 3 matches today, we are guaranteed top 2, which means guaranteed semi-final. That is obviously what we are aiming for. That's what you want to have. I mean, going 3-0 would be super sexy, but I don't want to get greedy. If we don't win 2 out of 3 matches, you can obviously say like a safer point is make top 6 in the group. Well, for us to make top 6, Pick, I need to win either 4 maps in the upcoming 3 entire Clan Wars team matches, or we need to win 2 matches against Call an Ambulance, but not for us, or we just need to win 1 out of 3 matches, period. If any of those things happen, we will make the playoffs. So I'm feeling pretty good about it. What needs to happen for your boys?
Well, this is our very last match. I mean, from all that, you've got a lot of matches on tonight. You're going to be busy. I'm here just for this match. It is the War Pigs' last match of the night. We need to win 1 map to ensure our spot in the finals. So that's it. Just 1 game today. Obviously, we'd like more, and I think we will put you guys in the ground. But, of course, hey, let's intro the players. Let's see if we can get a map nice and early. It's Submarino down here in the bottom right. He's pink as a pig. It's special.
I might give you a map in this entire clan. 3-1 is something I'll sign for, Pig, any day of the week. Top left side. Look at the main base of the man who does not mind playing Submarine. He said, like, nope, you can send me Roddy anytime. It's not a problem at all. Hailing from Korea, it is, of course, a Solar. No brain, no pain, lots of orange. The way I like it.
Yeah, you know, sometimes players overthink things in StarCraft and it ends up being their downfall. But I think, you know, your whole team strategy here, just don't think it all, get right through the pain. It's a good way to do it. And I'm actually a little bit worried right now with that fast gas and pool, man, because we got a low ground barracks here for special. And this is great for stopping Ling run bys and stuff, but sometimes a Ravager push when all your production's on the low ground just kind of wins the game. So it feels like Special's trying to get away with something here, and I'm a little bit worried that Solar might just hit him with the timing.
Well, there is an SCV heading towards the other side of the map, so that could be good news for your boy. Of course, you guys at home, hopefully you know the drill by now. This is not going to be the same kind of casting as you normally get from us when it's a regular WCS match, and we're just excited to watch some good StarCraft, even though we are excited for good StarCraft. I'm going to be incredibly biased. I want to see my boys do well. We've had great team spirit so far. The Discord is... I mean, last week was obviously a bit busy for the boys, so everybody was kind of doing their own thing. But whenever we were playing, the team spirit was strong, and I am as biased as I could be. Now, the SCV does see the first 2 links quite early on, and there's also a Marines actually hunting for an Overlord in the center of the map. You think he's going to get that Overlord?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's no high ground, really. Maybe not actually. Solar's over. Look at this cheeky little boy. Normally, you don't see someone moving that slow and getting out of trouble, but hey, I think Special's going to respect it because more lings are coming out. The SCV sees the extra lings, so he's got to respect that and pull behind his wall. It's a pretty good save by Solar, man.
What do you make of this entire low ground wall off? Like, I've seen obviously like players like Ziggy do this a lot when they just want to build an insane amount of Reapers, and Kalazur has done this when he builds Reapers. I don't see this very often when it comes to a normal build.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good for certain situations. So one thing is like a really quick Hellbat timing, like a 4 minutes 20, 6 Hellbats, medevac, a few Marines. Unload because your wall off is already up at home, so there's no way a link counterattack can take advantage, and you just rally across the map quicker. So it's kind of cool for that sort of stuff. As I said, man, like a quick Ravage build, it's really gonna struggle against that. And I think one of the big things is just information denial, right? Like that starport is hidden in the back. Solar's got to go Overlord speed here, so I'm hoping Special plays a really straightforward game. You know, it's that thing where it's like, hey, you've scared your opponent. He's going for scouting. Now let's hope that scouting's worth nothing. Like, let's just hope that he does just normal 3rd CC. Please don't do a 2 starport battlecruiser build and have it scouted immediately by speed overlords.
What I love about Solar is that I do think he's the perfect player for a no brain, no pain kind of team name. Because if I think of Solar, I just think of somebody who's obviously incredibly quick and knows how to produce a lot of Zerg units very quickly. Just often a few more than you see of most Zergs, even at professional level. That would go well if Special does do something very weird. It doesn't really seem to be the case, Pick. I think you're kind of getting your wish. It's just going to be Hellions into Cloak Banshee into a 3rd CC. It's funny that you mentioned the Ravager all-ins, because I always like to play a couple games before I cast, just to it gets the StarCraft juices going, you know. And I've already had my fair share of being on the wrong side of the Ravager all-ins this morning. Like, that's just a given, I guess, when you play a lot of Nexus first. But people love to do it. It's funny to cheer for the
build. A little bit of Everdream, maybe. Some of those rich gas ones hit you at all?
Yeah, well, those I did not face this morning, but I am very familiar with those as well, indeed. No, they even do it on Pillars and Gold and stuff. I know, it sounds like the worst map for it, but yeah, I guess Ruddy scouting is not what it used to be. You know, we're all getting a little older, Pig.
What can I say, man? That's every time someone queues a Liberator into a mineral line while Hellions hit another mineral line, I'm like, nah, this is just unfair. Like, you're not allowed to hit 2 places at once. I'm like, what do you think? I'm Serral? I can't defend this. Come on.
All right, so far, on good news, at least for all the neutral viewers at home, is that Solar did not do a crazy aggressive build. That first Cloak Banshee is going to show up. It's actually already getting 2 drone kills and obviously a lot of lost mining time. Sport Crawler is going to be forced to reposition. The worst Banshee I've ever seen. Obviously not insane damage, but I think Special is going to be somewhat pleased with it.
Oh my, look at this cool push from Special. He's going to do a 2 tank push, is he? Is that what these guys are moving out for? I'm kind of like, that's very quick tank production. You remember the push on Port Alexander, where they used to go up above the 3rd and build like a bunker in front of it sometimes even? I thought he might do something like that here, you know, use the Hellions to help deal with the Zerglings, but the fact that he's delaying this long, it really makes me wonder exactly what Special's up to, because his barracks count is massively delayed, but he's kind of just chilling at home for now.
Banshees are still being annoying. Solar is ending up losing a few more drones. Of course, my boy is still in the lead with 11 workers and squeezing out a few more drones. I would have been very surprised if Special makes an early move out. Obviously, Submarine is a great map to, I think, move out with like 4 or 5 tanks and then get a proper amount of bio. I think if he moves out too early, you take the risk of being swarmed, especially against somebody like Solar, who likes to build a lot of units. And if you lose like that push before it even started, well, then you lose all momentum and the game is pretty much over. So I think it makes sense that Special decided to stay home. But you know what, Pig? I wish he moved out. I wish he was surrounded right now.
I bet you do, man. And Solar normally does. If there's one thing that has been a staple of Solar's Zerg versus Terran for like 2-3 years now, it's like he's going to have the fastest Baneling speed. Even if he's rushing mutas, even if he's rushing his upgrades, like his Baneling speed is one of his most important upgrades. He is obsessed with getting that out really quickly. And that is why if you hit like a really stock standard, kind of hard committed 2.5 base push, he's got the faster bane speed than normal. You can, like you said, get surrounded, overcommit, and be behind. So I'm kind of liking this setup. You know, cancel on the 4th is actually really big.
Yeah, that one I'm really not enjoying. This 4th hatchery could have now already been a quarter on the way, if not even a bit further than that. At least these Banshees are gonna get sniped. Grand total of drones that went down 7. That's not too bad against a Hellion Banshee opening, but it's not that Special made 8 Hellions and went crazy with it. Now, I just made the safety 4 Hellions. One medevac was a bit too far forward. I gotta say, I do get a little uncomfortable when I see somebody play Mutaling Bane on Submarine, because this map is so tiny. I think it's going to be difficult for Solar to find a lot of openings with the Mutas, but I hope that he can make some magic happen.
Well, that barracks count has exploded here for Special. The armory is on the way. 2-2 is not going to start up immediately. Obviously, no Widow Mine production here. It is all just tanks building one at a time. And I want to see that slow, methodical setup. A crazy Ling Bane run by coming in. And Special, he doesn't have many units at home. Oh! No!
He blocked the depot, and the Mutas are going to show up as well. So these Lings and Mutas will definitely be way too much to deal with. Now, of course, Special does have a pretty terrifying push on the other side of the map, but now he's going to be forced to unsiege. I am loving this counterattack by Solar. I believe Tempo once upon a time said, in your natural, Lings are dancing. Something like that, Pick?
I believe he did, man. I mean, when I randomly click a counterattack into your natural, I will play faster, apparently.
The tanks are getting cleaned up on the other side of the map as well. In the main base, we still have Mutas and Lings picking apart the last few STVs. And just like that, we take the 1-0 lead. Oh, that feels so good, because I have to admit, I was a little bit worried there, because Submarine, it does give me some anxiety. I see Marines, I see tanks, I see Muta Ling. I was like, well, it's going to be really hard to get a great fight eventually straight up. And Solo's like, no brain worry. We don't need to fight armies that move out. We counterattack. We click everything into the natural. I am loving this pick.
Man, you're like a crystal ball sometimes, Roddy. You're like, oh, you know, the Mutiling Bane, I'm kind of worried. And I was about to start saying, like, yeah, well, the one thing is you just really got to double down on the backstabs, because, like, that's all Zerg's going to go for with this style. They're going to always just hit you with, like, 90% of their army. They're going to leave, like, 6 Banelings at home, everything on the other side of the map. And it's like one of those maps where you want a bunker at your 3rd and a bunker in your natural, and you want, like, a Widow Mine out front each base, and you want some Marines kind of spotting. And man, I was like, oh, he spots it with a Marine. And then I was like, wait, that's a Changeling. And I was like, oh, no. And then that one Marine runs back, stands on the depot, so he couldn't raise the wall. And I was like, wow, great. This is a fantastic situation.
I actually think you quite often see Terran players when they have a few forces on the wrong side of the wall, that they want to bring everything to the right side of the wall into their natural. But it'd be better to just sacrifice a couple of units and just make it absolute #1 priority that you can raise that depot. Because it's not that like Solar had 17 Banelings there that were going to blow up the depots anywhere, right? That was pure Muta Ling. So if you just have a couple of units behind with all those barracks, you'll pump out Marines in no time, and you just repair. You might lose a couple SCVs, but if you at least keep your natural safe, it's not all that bad. What a great way to start today off with Pig. That means that now I only need 3 more map wins to secure a playoff spot, and I'll take that.
Man, I think every Terran player out there feels the pain of what you're talking about. Where you're like, no, I can get this 1 extra SCV back up my ramp, and then it blocks it, and you're like, really? 1 SCV? Was that worth losing the game? You've just got this, the Terran monologue, which is just internal, eternal internal hatred. It's constantly getting frustrated at yourself for little mistakes like that. But it's rough, especially. He's been so passionate in this league so far. But as long as we get 1 more map, man, we've still got that Sunday finals day ahead of us. And I think we're going to have some more chances there. Of course, the next map is going to be Serral versus Drogo. And I think this is going to be a little bit of a turnaround on that scoreboard, mate. I think we're going to even it up.
Then I think you're sleeping on my boy Drogo, mate. You know what it is? Drogo has been a real team player so far in the Warchest Team League. First of all, he obviously contributed in the only 4-0 victory this entire Team League have seen, where he got a great victory over Neeb back then, if I recall correctly. He put up one hell of a fight against Parting on Pillars of Gold, and that was played on US West, so that was actually favoring Parting. Drogo got so damn close to winning that game, but other than that, he always takes the bullet for the team. He's like, you know what, guys, I'll play on West. I'll take the leggy server. So even if Drogo hasn't been performing as well as some of the other players, he's a team player. He knows what matters is that we do well as a collective effort. This time, Drogo gets a European server. I'm feeling this, Big. I am absolutely feeling this. I'm not worried at all. I don't know what Wadi is looking at, but I'm going to assume he's looking at my boy. So in the bottom left side, no brain, no pain, lots of orange. Finally on a fair server, as both these guys are European, it's Drogo.
I do love that you've managed to co-opt a bunch of players that aren't from the Netherlands and make out like they are with that orange color choice. Nice and subtle there, Kev. Nice and subtle. I mean, I've also gone with the color theme as well. Pink is a pig, but definitely not domesticated. He's the goddamn finisher. Up here on the right, it's Serral.
Now, these two obviously have quite... Whoa. Hello? What is wrong with you? Okay. Hello? I object.
Hello?
I object.
Yeah, man. Serral coming out here and just mixing things up. Dude, I love the way Serral has embraced messing with his opponents. I think there's a man where he has a fire burning in his heart eternally for the number of times people have coins to try and get ahead versus him, and it fuels an eternal rage. And because of that, he has found so many ways to throw his opponents off in the last year. Like Serral, really, every series now, he's bringing out these timing attacks, these weird plays. Here he's going for this hatch block to really mess up Drogo's opening. I love the mix-ups.
I see where you're going with it, and obviously there's a very strong argument to be made because we always say it's important in StarCraft to be unpredictable, and I would agree with this when it comes to literally any other player on this planet other than Serral, because I feel that Serral wasn't just good because he had some strong builds and people didn't know how to beat him. Serral was just amazing across the board and had by far and away the best mid-game, late-game that I've ever seen in the history of StarCraft 2. I genuinely mean that. I know some people will be upset. Like, brother, what are you saying? Think of the Koreans. That's how much of a fanboy I am of Serral. I actually feel ever since Serral started to go off the deep end a little bit and do a lot of builds like this, in my eyes, he did not become a scarier player. Maybe even more tricky to play against. But before it was tricky in a way that I can't beat this guy if he stabilizes. And now I feel that sometimes Serral puts himself in positions where he's actually further behind than he ever had to be.
Agree with you on that, but I actually see this as him investing in the long term. So I see this as Serral. He's kind of saying it's like if like a tennis player starts using a completely different tennis racket and a different style of hitting the ball, and they're kind of worse for a while because there's so much adjustment. But the goal is, like, if you can get through learning this new way of playing the game, you're more difficult and more complex and you've got more range. And don't get me wrong, I still think the heart of his play and what makes him a god is exactly what you said, right? It's that ability to be scary in the macro game and go, hey, you're going to try and play a straight up game against me? You're screwed. But I love that he's adding this complexity. I think he's still got to put a lot of work into it. He's still definitely not a Haas when it comes to messing with his opponents. But, oh man, Drogo, having to recall all those adepts.
Yeah, that was a bit weird because the adepts were pretty close, but he was very afraid of these Zerglings. Now, that one Zealot did get picked up. I mean, Drogo should have definitely recalled only 2 adepts there. Maybe 3 at best, but that's just a couple of Zerglings. That Zealot did not have to go down. I gotta say, I do like the way that Serral is playing this, because obviously at this point we're looking at a almost 3-base Serral, while Drogo's natural hasn't even started yet. There is, of course, potential in these adepts, but these are not adepts with resonating glaives, and that does scare me a little bit. I have to admit, I'm never that sure how these kind of games look completely, right? Because it's like, well, on one hand you can say this is great for Serral, but there is some potential in the units that Drogo has out already as well. And of course, the timings are incredibly thrown off because Serral went for that hatch block.
I think Serral's really comfortable because he's really monitored the front of the base and he knows there's no probe on his side of the map anymore. You know, he's seen the probe go home. He knows there can't be a proxy warp-in point or a DT shrine, and he's going to get the surround on those 2 adepts. Real nice.
No. Yeah.
Is he going to get all of them? Oh my gosh, that's massive.
Probably at least 2 more. Yep. 2 more go down. Yeah, that is super sad because Drogo is indeed going for the Resonating Glaives follow-up. But yeah, you don't really want to lose 5 adepts before going even into Glaives in the first place. I think Drogo was just hoping that Serral put a little more focus on droning and less on units. But Serral has kind of done both, and you know what? I'm just gonna say it. Zerk is broken.
He built his base inside my base and he still wins.
No, look, you know, people often think StarCraft is a complicated game, but I am a simple man. You know what I've seen in this game? I've seen Serral build not 1, not 2, but 3 expansions, while my boy only had 1 expansion. So one person is investing in 3 expansions, the other one only in 1 expansion, yet I see the Zerg also having more units. Can you explain to me, how can you have 3 expansions and more units? I am so happy that this is a Blizzard-sponsored event, because hopefully Blizzard is watching and will understand that this is absolutely not okay.
Well, let me explain this to you, actually, Kevin. See, what happened is both players were put in a very similar situation. Serral blocked Drogo's natural, Drogo blocked Serral's. Unfortunately for you, Drogo has no brain, and so he didn't know how to just take a 3rd base. But Serral went to the 3rd, built a hatchery, bam, has a base. Drogo couldn't figure it out, man. He was stuck on 800 minerals, couldn't get an expansion. So Serral there, larger brain, bigger strategy, and does come out with it, mate.
You know what, Pig? You know what we should do? The moment you now kill a pylon, there should be like scattered crystals on the ground, and it takes 1 minute before Zerg players can actually build on top of those crystals. Anyway, we got a couple of Dark Templars coming in. There's an Overseer as well. No, please don't lose the DTs. The Adept shaded into the main base as well. They will get surrounded. And 1 Dark Templar already went down. The 2nd Dark Templar didn't even get a single swipe off. Jeez Louise.
Can we see the workers killed tab, please, Wardy? Could I see that? Oh my lord! Oh no, that is not looking good for Drogo right there. 2 drones for like 16 adepts and a bunch of DTs. Oof, this is a squishing, mate.
No comment. Moving on.
I thought the bugs were meant to get stepped on, mate. This is.
Wardy, I object.
I'm getting my punches in now. I'm like, I don't know how the rest of the series is gonna go. This might be my last chance.
Oh man, Serral's actually playing super good. Yeah, that's just painful. Now Serral gets the surround as well on these 2 adepts. The 1 Dark Templar does get saved by the Warp Prism. The only thing that is like somewhat decent is that Drogo's only down 8 workers, but the adepts really did not get anything done this game, and yeah, that scares me. If just one time we had like 2 adepts squeeze into the main base, a lot of lost mining time, you grab like 3 drones on their way out, then I'd be like, yeah, you know, the adepts went down, but Serral had a weak economy because of all the Zerglings he made. I don't really have much to work with over here, Pick.
Yeah, I mean, these are the situations, right, where you kind of commit to your aggression and they're prepared, and it's like, it looks really bad because you lose those units. But like, there was a few moments where it's like, oh, if Drogo canceled the shade, pulled back, kind of like hung around on the map pressuring, but kept the adepts alive. Like even the first pressure, non-shades, it might have actually built into something. But oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, well, Drogo's clearing out some creep with the War Prism and an Archon. We've got a couple of Zerglings casually running into the natural as well. A couple probes go down. Well, you know, it is what it is. Drogo went up against arguably the greatest StarCraft 2 player of all time, and he took another one for the team. If you talk about a team player, Drogo's the guy you want on your team pick. He always plays the worst service, doesn't complain, still delivers a couple map wins here and there. And then when he has to go up against Serral, you know, at least he takes it. It's fine. It is what it is.
Yeah, and that is an important thing. It's a team effort. You need everyone out there. I mean, I think this is also a good example of, though, you know, we notice, because Serral has such a legacy, the games where he does an odd opening like this and things go wrong. And I think we put a bit too much weight on that sometimes. But you look at a game like this where I think Drogo had a very clear plan going into it. And then he was just thrown into the world which he never expected to be up against. He's like, oh, what? Do I pull out my counter that I would use against Bly in this scenario? Like, because this is what I'd expect against Bly, not against Serral.
What? And now Serral's gonna go full nerd show on us? Like 9 Dropper Lords while playing Roach Hydra? Is he bringing us back to 2015 over here, Piggy? What the hell's going on?
Oh man, I'm getting damn. Even like this is even like late Wings of Liberty vibes to some extent. Like this is very old school, dude. The old Roach Hydra drops, you know. In theory, if you think about it, a Roach or a Hydra, they're like Marines and Marauders, you know, and they're just cheaper. Your transports are free. They don't heal you, but they also don't have medevac boost either. Actually, can we get that as an upgrade for the next balance patch? Can we get a Hive upgrade where your medevacs can boost?
We did have one Dark Templar finally finding some proper drone damage. 7 drones did go down, but Drogo has no idea about all the Dropoloids that are about to head to his main base. I was really hoping that Serral was a human being and maybe forgot like the Overseer, you know? That'd be sick, but unfortunately, Serral did not slip up there, and I don't really see a way for Drogo to clean this up. 129 army supply against 61. Objection.
Yeah. And attacking up your own ramp into a concave of Roach Hydra. The Roach Ravager at the front ready to pounce on the third as soon as those units start going up there. Serral actually a little bit slow to pounce on that other part of his army. They're just running home right now. Maybe gonna actually, you know, drip feed a little bit of hope back to Drogo here. Picks up some of the units, saves them, but that Roach Ravager attack on the third should just swing on in
Recall.
and dominate through. Yeah, I think honestly those first 6 adepts, 8 adepts without glaives that went down, that is just such a momentum loser. If you don't trade those out well, 1 base versus 3 hatch, too much freedom from there. You know, that situation, Zerg holds down the drone key. I've been there many times on ladder when someone hatch blocks and I go, I think this is going okay. Let's just do a bit of counter pressure with these units I've been forced into. They get surrounded, they go down, and you go, the Zerg has 3 minutes to do nothing but build drones. Oh, this is not a good scenario for me. It's an almost impossible recovery from there.
Yeah, it's just all the map control in the world, and obviously at that point, there's nothing you can do other than just build some probes at home. But guess what? Zerg is building workers a lot quicker of 3 hatcheries than you are of 2 Nexi, so this is not a good place to be in. Real shame that those initial adepts went down, because I would have loved to see Drogo carry a little more momentum. Man, I'm just having a heart attack over here. Why is Bunny in Gold League pick? Like, what is happening? We just got invited to the lobby on Battle.net, and apparently Bunny is in gold. Now,
Gold 3 as well.
I know that the ladder is tough in Korea, but it shouldn't be that tough. 2,700 MMR. Yeah. Well, I guess we're the underdog.
Look at his match history. It's all random tower defense.
Oh my god!
Hundreds of games of random tower defense over the last few weeks.
Wait, what is he doing? Oh my god! I have never seen a man play random tower defense race mode this much. What?
Oh, and this is the guy you chose for your team.
Yeah, well, he told me he was going to practice hard. I mean, he is technically playing StarCraft, but that's not what I had in mind, Bunny. Random tower defense race mode. 7 pages of it, guys, all within the last 13 days. Oh my goodness. Well, going into the playoffs, we'll have a word about that addiction of Bunny. One of his many addictions, by the way, but I digress. Let's go back to the adepts. I'm with you. It would have been a much more exciting game if my boy Drogo didn't lose those 2 adepts that he shaded kind of into the center of all the Zerglings, and then the 4 adepts that got surrounded on the right side before he had glaives. If he did have glaives, he could carry a lot of momentum into the mid game and could really put Serral in some awkward spots, especially because we had the triangle set up as well. So maybe with a War Prism there would have been some potential. But you know what, Pick? Let's put that game away and let's focus on the beauty of TVT that's heading our way right now.
It's going to be on Golden Wall. And this is honestly, I expected the series to go the way it did so far, right? And this was the match where I was like, this is a very important match. Dream up against Bunny. It's going to be a big TVT, man. And on this map, TVT gets weird. It gets like really odd with the movement. I can't wait to see what goes on. I am just hoping my boy over here on the left is ready for the guy who likes to pick his whole army up and doom drop all game long. So please don't get caught out by that. Come on, in the pink, it is Dream.
And in the bottom right side, we are apparently looking at arguably the best tower race defense mode, or whatever it was, player in the world. Hopefully he still knows how to play good old regular StarCraft as well. Bottom right side, no brain, no pain, lots of Bunny. Now, my boy Bunny had 2 TVTs so far in the Watch As Team League, and they didn't really go that well. He had a fantastic start against Time on Eternal Empire. I was like, all right, Bunny's just going to run away with this game, and it really looked like it. And then he played Mech, and I was like, okay, well, he's still in a really good spot because he had a fantastic start. And then he just kind of died against the first push, and I was like, no, you're not a Mech player, Bunny. Week later, he plays against Hero Marine on Death Aura. And didn't really have that great of a start, and once again played Mech and just kind of sat in his corner of the map, and he lost. And I'm like, what? This is not the Bunny that I selected. Bunny is a bio player. Bunny is indeed the Doom drop there, and he's always active. He's chaotic. He's multitasking out of his damn mind. The last thing I ever expected was for Bunny to play a turtly mech style where he doesn't move out. That was so insane to me.
Yeah, this is like triggering a memory. I remember a few years ago at Katowice, he was playing a lot of mech in TVT, and I was like, oh, okay, he's become a mech player. But I kind of have the same feeling where I'm like, no, like that's like watching a guy put his shoes on back to front. And I'm like, dude, that's not how you do it. No, like Bonnie, you're multi-pronged, drop 3 places at once all game long. I kind of feel like Dream has a bit of the same flavor as Bunny, but Dream I think is really obviously like he's just on a roll right now, looking really good. Especially after he took out DRG on this map with triple Tech Lab Marauder, Biomine Thor, which is like the weirdest thing I've never seen work against the Zerg, but had this cool build on this map, and he's just won a lot of maps for us. Stream's doing really good, and yeah, I think he's favored here, but I honestly think this map gets so weird because do you go on the top side of the map or the bottom? Do both players fight for the bottom where it's like there's this crazy control for the center? I think there's so many drop angles, so many harass angles, that it is very hard to just go like Ravens, tanks, Vikings, defense. Because if you do that, it's hard to defend all your mineral lines.
I do kind of like this. Bonnie is going to build a starport out in the center. I don't know. To answer your question, Pick, I don't really know if they're going to go top or bottom. We'll see. We'll keep a close eye on it. I do agree with you that Dream is obviously a favorite coming into this match just based upon the recent GSL results. It's hard for me to argue with that statement. But Bonnie is obviously a player that you can never count out against anyone. He's a crazy fast player. I've seen him perform at 4 a.m. at Home Story Cups when he flew in on that morning. So he basically had a 48-hour day and he was playing fantastic StarCraft. So I will never count out my boy Bonnie. But I do kind of like that he's throwing out a curveball here, knowing maybe that he is probably the underdog in a super standard straightforward match. So why not try to get a little cheeky and maybe get some Hellions into the main base? It seems like Dream has somewhat of a similar idea, and this game can get real wild real quick, Pick. I can feel a lot of SCVs going down, and I just hope they're all pink.
Yeah, this game's going to be dead set stupid, Roddy. I have a good feeling like we're about to flip the coin and see which side comes up. Like, oh man, the medevac's slightly closer for Bunny. He's like a little bit quicker to pick up. Well, okay.
Raise the depots, Bunny. Raise the depots. Just raise the depots. Don't send Marines low ground. Just keep everything high ground. So Dream is going to fly over the starport of Bunny, but Bunny's Hellions are already in the main base. Lots of pink SCVs are about to get barbecued. Hopefully not too many orange ones as well.
This is just silly. This is insane. Please kill every orange SCV. Come on, Dream. Oh, he does break the lock on with his Hellions in the bottom right, but so many of his own economy going down. Oh, this is terrible.
That one cycle just cleaning up everything in the main base. Locks on the medevac now as well of Dream. The medevac goes down, and that means that Dream is not entering the main base anymore. There is a tank right now out for your boy. But, you know, Pig, last time I checked, 20 is a higher number than 13, but can you confirm that for me? It's been a while since I went to elementary school.
Well, in Australia, everything is upside down, so no, you can't. Yeah, that's a rough start. You know, the 2 extra Hellions, right? That was the difference in the build. Bunny was like 4 Hellions, chuck him in the medevac, immediately swapped the factory on the tech lab, built a Cyclone. Whereas you had Dream rally 2 more Hellions, and they did do a bit of damage in the natural, don't get me wrong, but he just did not have that same freedom. Like, the Hellions were unloading in Dream's base, and his tank, Viking, and 2 Marines had just started building. Like, this was that moment where you're like, oh my god, this is so bad. So right now, small army advantage, and a lot needs to happen with it. Dream needs to come forward, and the thing is, he could work his way back in a macro game, but if he tries to overplay his hand, loses these units, then it's actually going to be even worse. Like, it'll be a position he can't even get out of. So I think Viking harass would be great. Landos in the back of the main might be nice, but if he does that, it's going to be hard to push those tanks forward on the front at the same time.
I think he's going to keep those Vikings around because that's the only advantage he really has. So he's got high ground vision, he's got air superiority, so he can maybe force out a scan of Bunny every now and then. Bunny can obviously sacrifice a Marine at a time as well. These tanks of Dream are getting a little closer. Bunny is having that economic lead, but it is important he doesn't end up losing a tank, and he doesn't yet. But please don't let him get any closer than this.
Oh, the Raven's coming across the map. There's nothing at home right now. And Dream, he's going to try to poke forward with his Vikings, but with the Cyclone there, I think getting the gas is about as much as you're going to get. And he needs a quick response against this auto turret. That auto turret's going to be a real big problem.
Yep, because a couple of those SCVs were still beat up from the previous harass as well. So one extra SCV goes down there, 4 SCVs going down, another auto turret lands in the natural. And you know, Dream has been performing well, but I don't know if he's performing that well that he can take out my boy Bunny, because Bunny found his love for Stim again. And it turns out that playing some tower defense is all you need to beat up some nerds in a TVT.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, TVT, this is the matchup that is kind of tower defense, right? Like, turrets, you got your little Viking scanning towers and stuff. Oh, man. Get out of here, Raven. Leave. 3 units. How is that even fair? Look at that. He just flies over. He's going to drop one in the main. Oh,
minus 2 SCVs. Just 1 for now. But that's a lot of lost mining time again. You know what? Can you take a look at that beautiful income advantage graph? It's been looking good, Pick. That, you know.
Yeah, wouldn't it be cool if your player still finds a way to lose from here, Roddy? Like, I mean, that'd be kind of interesting, wouldn't it? So
that'd be very interesting for a lot of the people at home. That'd be interesting for the league table as well, because I feel like at this point we're just pulling further and further away from those war picks. I don't want to count all my blessings yet, but I believe next up we've got that guy that's been doing rather well in the League Leg rankings. You know, Rainer, my ace, hasn't even played yet. Now TVT is obviously a matchup where comebacks are, I think, very, very possible. But hopefully Bunny just doesn't let it get to that. At this point, Bunny has a much better army. The Raven did finally go down. But Piggy, I see 5 Vikings against 4. I believe that's good. I see 1 Cyclone against no Cyclones. That's pretty good.
That Marine, those Marines need to try to get some hits off. I mean, I actually wouldn't even mind like a Cyclone or something built here just to push back this Viking control. Dream is going to have to lift this command center and repair it a little bit. Just pulling back and biding his time for now. Unsiege. Get those Marines back, Dream. Dream has so little play from here. I mean, the thing is, all he's got is tanks and Vikings, but he's down in Vikings right now. So, a nice start to the fight there for Dream. He gets a volley off way ahead, and he should be able to win this air fight now. Good engagement here for Dream.
Oh, I didn't like that part at all. Don't forget that Dream is on triple orbital, while Bonnie is still on just 2 commands at this point. That scan is actually not doing anything, because the lock-on just broke. Oh no, Bonnie's actually getting... Damn it. Bonnie's getting pushed back right now. Bonnie, there was more potential there.
He's only on equal workers as well, with only 2 CCs? Oh my.
Yes, it's bad. What we do have is Stim.
Is the comeback happening? Bit of doubt in your voice there, Kevin.
Oh, there is a lot of doubt in my voice right now. I have no idea how he butchered that fight so badly, while he also had that Cyclone that could have been incredibly useful. But maybe Dream gets a little overconfident now and is like, hey, I killed a lot of SCVs too, right? No, Dream. You didn't, man. Bunny really put himself in an ultra all-in scenario.
It's a weird army out here for Bunny. It's like running around, man. He looks very eager to try and force his way in here. What is this? This is...
Bunny completely lost his lead. Like, he completely lost his lead.
Yeah, Dream's back in it, man. He's up a couple of workers. And don't get me wrong, I mean, Dream is way behind on the barracks production still. It's going to be a long time till he has like a Marine count or anything like that, but... Tanks do siege slightly quicker for Dream. The Marine's going to buy just a little bit of time. Oh, those 2 tanks. Okay, one more shot does take both of them out. Very important for Dream to land those tank shots. And I mean, behind this, what I've been worried about for a while is that quicker barracks production turning into Stim Marines dropping in Dream's base. And you know what? Only now are the first 2 medevacs popping out. And this is such a blessing for Dream, because there was no way he was going to be able to deal with multi-prong attacks there. I mean, he's been dealing with a bare bones force of a handful of tanks and Vikings, but now he's getting his own Marines out. His own Viking count has grown. He's swapping into medevacs. So I feel like, you know, I can breathe a bit of a sigh here and go, okay, I think Dream, he's kind of back stable, but I'm still a little scared because it's Golden Wall. And you know, Kev, Golden Wall, look at how much space there is to cover. Like, the Vikings on the bottom of the map for Dream are like, oh, they're trying to keep vision. It's very hard to see what the other player's up to on this map.
You're spot on. Like, if a single Viking or a single Liberator was a medevac and he would have dropped 8 Marines with Stim in the main base, I don't see how Dream would have ever dealt with that. He had like 3 Marines without Stim, without combat shield. I didn't hate the idea of the Viking Liberator push I think it's just the execution that really didn't work out. But I also think it was just unnecessary. I don't think Bunny had to put himself in that position. He could have just gone up to 3 bases when he saw Dream was building 3 command centers, which he did see relatively early on, and just kind of take the game from there. Now all of a sudden Bunny is down 8 workers. Good news is that he does have slightly quicker upgrades, so there should be a couple of moments within this game where maybe Bunny can take a fight while his Marines are better upgraded. But the more time you give Dream, the more confident Dream is obviously going to be in this game. And that really shouldn't have happened after that 8 worker deficit when it was like 21 workers against 13. Ay.
Quick 4th CC, second factory, armory. I mean, you can see the macro machines in full force, and Dream seems to realize what he has to do in this game, and that is sit, siege, don't move, you know, just macro. He's just got to keep building up because he's got all the advantages the longer the game goes. Yeah, he can poke around with some Marines a little bit, but Bunny is really the player who should be feeling the urgency to do something with these Marines, and up to this point, he just has not found anything. I mean, I'd actually like to see Bunny unload some Marines on the bottom side and just clear up the Vikings. Like, if you just clear them up with a single dropship, suddenly Dream has to worry about so much more stuff. But as it is, Dream's just got this like lovely tank line into heavy tank production. I can imagine he's probably going to add more starports a lot earlier than Bunny. Like, Bunny's economic machine has ground to a halt. He is not getting any more SCVs. He's got a big army right now, but I think he's got a lot of pressure to make a play.
Well, it seems like Dream thought about maybe trying to take this location, but that's not going to happen. The sensor tower gets picked off as well. There is an 8 Marine drop, right, heading towards the main base of Bunny. Bunny does have a sensor tower there. The Viking, I feel like, is almost like a decoy, and it's mostly about this Marine drop.
Turret. Literally tried to drop right on top of it. There's a tank and a pack of Marines, though. Easy cleanup there for Bunny. So Dream, of course, didn't get anything done there. Marines on the top side, I thought they were going to be a problem, but I think the tanks are here just in time.
Yep, no upgrade advantage either for Bunny here, but at least Bunny is putting some pressure on Dream there as well, making him a little uncomfortable. Army supplies are pretty much dead even at this point, so we've got one hell of a TVT on our hands pick. You know what? I'm okay with it because I believe in my boy.
Yeah.
Like, I know that you thought I needed a quick, dirty, easy win. No. I still believe that in a straight-up macro game, Bunny can hold his own as well.
Yeah, we'll see. This is going to be an interesting position right now. Massive Viking advantage goes to Dream. They're not all here right now. Bunny's going to try to force his way forward. Dream's unit's kind of trickling in a little bit slowly.
That's a lot of tanks.
Oh man, that's a good tank position though for Dream. His tank shots were really good. Planetary is taking some hits. Man, where's the Liberator right now?
Pick. Can you repeat that? You said that was a good tank position for Dream. He's got no tanks anymore. He lost all of his tanks. He had 2 good tanks, sure, but he was fighting into 7 or 8 tanks of Bunny, and just like that, Bunny actually takes out the Planetary. Now, hopefully not at the cost of all of his tanks. Bunny, pick a couple of them up and just get the hell out of there. Be happy with what you got.
Yeah, I mean, remember that was, Dream only had 2 tanks up there, mate, but he had 10 behind it just on the map. They weren't there in the fight, but the ones that were there, man, they really made Bunny pay a tax for that. 4th base, losing that does suck, though. Dream, his 2-2 upgrades are about to catch up, but he's he's actually really ambitiously moving forward his Dream.
No,
I think
Bunny, you just took out the base. Why are you running into your opponent? You just took out the base. Maybe it's a decent fight after all, because he does have a lot of Marines.
No!
How many was that? I saw one.
3 siege tanks. It was 3 siege tanks that came in on the top side of that battle, Roddy. They accidentally walked forward and just all got one shot. Oh, Dream. Okay, Dream needs to back up right now and chill out. I think if he keeps forcing the issue, he's outnumbered right now. I don't mind him vying for map control, but he's got to be very careful. There's a double drop going to his main. There's nothing down there to defend.
Nope, that is indeed way better than a single drop that Bunny tried to, that Dream tried to get into the main base of Bunny. But I would like to see if Bunny just siege his tanks in the center somewhere and chill. But this double drop indeed has a lot of potential. There are 2 tanks that just popped. But we've actually got a tank in the mix as well for Bunny, so that's very nice. And Bunny is tanking siege first. He's going to try to dive on top of the tanks of Dream. Takes down the first one. He does lose his own tank, but he's also taking down 20 SCVs in the process. And he takes out that final tank. What a drop pick. You were right. What a drop.
Man, I'm telling you, drops on this map are the absolute beast. And I'm surprised we haven't seen either player go for some bigger drops because they are so powerful on this map. So hard to stop. I mean, we've seen sensor towers on both sides, but Right now, Dreamer's just taken a whole bunch of punches, and he's kind of just got to lick his wounds. He still has Viking control at this point, but it's just a matter of actually kind of keeping track of things. I'm actually a little sad about the sensor tower Dream has on the left, because it gives the illusion of actually seeing anything, but it really doesn't spot that top base at all. This army's going to come forward, and these two tanks are just going to be caught out on their own again. I mean, his army's coming forward, so I feel like Dream senses it.
Don't forget that Dream did try to get a sensor tower up near the gold as well, but Bunny dove on that and denied Dream that position. A couple of Vikings were way too far forward. No, Bunny, careful with your Marines. I think Bunny is busy with his drop at the bottom. Oh no. The fight at the top was disastrous. Bunny's gonna try to unload a double drop, but there are Marines there as well. Oh, yeah. Okay, good defense by Dream Pig. I'll give it to him.
Dream gets a bit ambitious, tries to do a combat hot drop Marines onto the tanks. Bunny's going to pull back a whole bunch of weakened siege tanks. I love that the Vikings here of Dream are going to start zoning this double drop out from Bunny, but I'm scared because the 3-3, yeah, it's finishing for both players, but the starports are now up for Bunny. So he's actually going to be adding... Oh, he's going Ravens, at least. That's not too bad. I think Ravens, in my opinion, can be amazing, but they can also do absolutely nothing if you don't handle them just right. So if the... Oh my god, it's happening. The Doom drop. The Doom drop.
Now that's a proper drop, and a couple of these medevacs, at least one of them, is incredibly low on HP already. Sensor towers don't fight up. It seems like Dream has already picked up on it. No, he moved his army back. Here we go. Bunny is coming with a lot of force, and he's going to... I actually don't really like that on siege position. Does he have room for his Marines? Oh my goodness, Pig. I don't know what's happening. Everything's so clumped up.
Dream's reactor on the starboard in the wall off is the worst wall off of all time in terms of stopping him get back up there, but those tanks on the low ground did a good job. That could have been a lot worse. His Marines got so clumped up on his buildings. Oh, that reactor in the wall, man. It makes it so hard to get in and out of your main base to defend, but he survives. He hangs on for now. Oh, it's tanks in the open, tanks in the open. Oof.
He more than survives, man. I think that was a great trade for your boy. I don't understand why Bunny didn't just drop on the south part of that barracks. I really didn't like him dropping all of his units so close to that ramp. I know getting ramp control is sick and all, but all of his units were incredibly clumped up, and I feel like at one point he couldn't even unload anymore because he can't really drop units if there is no space for it. Oh, ay. I mean, cool move. There was potential. I would have loved to see him just drop a little bit deeper into the base, because then I think that would have done way more damage, more add-ons going down, a couple of production facilities going down, and then indeed, that wall off, that reactor that he had on top of his ramp, would have really hurt Dream an insane amount, because obviously you do want to clean that up eventually. No, I think Dream is still in the game.
He is. I think there's so many Marines out, though, that he needs this fifth. So if this command center gets sniped, I think the chances go down to being so minuscule. Right now, Bunny's machine is just pumping away, dude. He has so much money. He's adding things like building armor on right now. Drop finally does get in somewhere.
Yeah, where?
I'm looking around this map. I have no idea what just happened.
No, I looked everywhere as well. I saw dead SCV bodies in the center, but...
I'm looking at Wardy, like Wardy couldn't catch it, you couldn't catch it, I couldn't catch it, I don't know. Maybe he just threw some SCVs away.
Yeah, I almost feel like he killed his own SCVs just in the center, like where the two sensor towers are colliding, because that's where I saw remaining SCV bodies. I looked everywhere, but is there even a worker pop-up? If you lose 11 SCVs, but you kill them yourself, does it show up on the left side of GameHard?
I'm not sure about that.
That's a good question, isn't it, Vic?
I'm not sure if like splash damage makes it show up even as well, like like friendly fire. Anyways, so many tanks out, 15 for Dream. So even with the Ravens here, I think there's so many tanks to interference matrix that maybe Dream can hold on, but he's got to have his units in the right position. And there's such a big Marine count, 85 versus 46. Oh my god, all the tanks are sieging. Psychopath.
No, what?
No.
What? Who's lagging? Who the hell? Yogo!
Yogo!
Merde! I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. I'm sorry, but I think that's not too bad.
Oh my god! Oh my gosh! That is wow! This is so scary, man. I mean, that was a crazy start to the engage for Bunny before it started lagging. But he's already, I think he might have just started his sieging his tanks. And I actually think Bunny is going to get destroyed in this fight because I think there's like 2 or 3 interference matrices in mid-flight.
I see a couple.
The Ravens have turned back though, so even if he shuts down a few, the rest of the tanks are siege. There's tanks on the high ground to the north. I think one of those might be in range. I think this is going to be the one fight where Dream shuts down Bunny's army. His 5th planetary is going up above this. This is where Dream wins this game.
Oh my god, you're so biased.
This is 100% it. This is the hype. This is the moment.
This is how you want to win, Pig. I see how it is. This is basically knocking somebody out in the May fight after you eye poke them. Like, I see how it is. All right, so is it an anti-armor missile as well? No, it's just interference matrix. Bunny is going to wisely disengage, and he's got 8 Marines at the bottom side of the map as well. I know it's stupid to talk about 8 Marines, but there is nothing in the main base of Dream. So Bunny,
there's no medevac for them.
There was.
There's one joining them. It's coming across the map now.
Okay, it was there already before Yogo went on Team Pig and decided to lag the game. Okay.
Oh man, dude, this is yeah. Dream's back in control now. So Dream's looking good. He's still got that Viking control all game long. Playing this Marine tank Viking, honestly, this is a style I'm not the biggest fan of. I think this is one of the maps where you can make it work. But with the Vikings out, Dream is going to be more efficient the longer this game goes.
Yeah, you talk about efficiency, mate. He's losing tanks left, right, and center to my boy Bonnie, having a 6th sense of knowing when to scan. A couple of Marines are a bit out of position. The Vikings getting a bit ambitious there as well. Come on, buddy, make some plays. Where's Bunny's army? Like, he's got so much army supply. I look at the center. That doesn't feel like 143 army supply to me. He's got a Hopper.
Ravens.
Oh,
look at that. Nice. Catches 2 tanks. Pull back. Well done. Good pullback there by Dream. The drop. Dream, you saw it. You saw the drop. You got sensitive. Dream's tunnel visioning on the front right now. And his Liberator he was waiting for does go down. He'll clean it up now with these Marines, but he's got position on that planetary. And, I mean, defending at home, getting the planetary, getting control. Bunny's going to go across the map.
Yeah,
or at least think about going across the map.
Just let it go. I mean, a planetary is obviously important, but at this point they are maxed out. Army positioning is a lot more important. Tanks are kind of exposed on the left side. A lot of interference and matrices go down, so the Marines of Bunny will tear through those tanks. There are more Marines coming in from the left side. Pick this TVT is madness. Oh my goodness, what a game.
Yeah, economy's still rolling here for Dream. He's just got to be careful with those Marines on the north. Oh, the Ravens! Oh, no! The Ravens! 2 of them go down there. They just got left in the open. And you know what? Knocking this extra base off of Bunny is big, but Bunny's got the gold up as well. So Bunny's still got a big income. I mean, he's going to be able to replenish another army or 2. This game isn't going to end for a while, and Dream is still down in supply.
Well, Bunny's going to jump on his army in the center. 2 interference matrices did go down, and that means all of these things are going to get cleaned up. This is just an incredibly close game. Like, Bunny's got a little army advantage at this point. That's probably not enough to... I mean, look at that base in the center of Dream. If that's not Fort Knox, I don't know what is. He's got a sensor tower, and he's got like 5 tanks on the high ground there. He's gonna try to also defend his gold. How many Ravens do we got? 4, but they don't have that much energy anymore.
Bunny's
double
just
drop?
like, yeah, I'll pick up in front of your scan. That's fine. Dream, of course, going to try and zone those out with Vikings. Man, this is still Bunny looking like he wants to jump on this. Bunny really wants to pounce, man. He's playing like a Bunny style. He wants to hop on you like a vicious rabbit right out of Monty Python, man. He wants to try and bite the throat out of Dream, but Dream keeps taking the punches, man. He won't go down.
I still have never seen this Monty Python thing. A lot of people are referring to it. I don't know what it is exactly, Pig, but I believe you. What I also still feel is that Dream's main base is so exposed. It really is a target. A couple of Marines going to steam forward. Can Bunny win this fight? No, that's a trade if I've ever seen one. But at the same time, Bunny's going to jump on the army in the center. And Dream has a lot of tanks that are not participating in this battle. And that seemed like a victory for Bunny, but he did lose a lot of Marines in the process.
I think at this point, it needs to be some harassment on the other side of the map here. Oh, a bit of a wild stim forward here. Man, Dream is just getting worn down. He doesn't have the same income. That gold base is allowing him to replenish big tank shots on the south, but he's still going to lose position, and that gold base is going to go down, I think. Yep,
a lot of tanks going down as well. There was one Marine, by the way, on the other side of the golden wall, and at this point, Dream is forced to evacuate this anyway. He's going to steam a couple of Marines forward, trying to get one of the tanks of Bunny, and he gets one tank, but loses a lot of Marines for that as well. Bonnie is now taking a pretty decent advantage, a 40 army supply advantage. But obviously there's still, I mean, the Marine gun is very close. Oh no, those tanks are so clumped up. Is it a trade?
It needs to be a Liberator. There needs to be a Liberator coming out for Dream. He's got that air advantage right now, and he's had it pretty much all game. But if he doesn't have libs to add on to this, it's really hard. And I really think just a single lib would be great. He's going to send a drop around the top, which he's needed to do for a long time. Just anything to pull Bunny's attention away. Dream needs time to stabilize. He's still got 2 or about 1.5 bases mining healthily, but he's so low on tanks now. They've been worn down. Like, I kept criticizing the Ravens, but man, Bunny's using them expertly. He keeps shutting down the siege tanks and breaking Dream's line.
Okay, get away from that high ground. I really don't like him dancing around that area, because that's an area that Dream has actually been defending throughout the entirety of the game. He always had tanks there. No, I'm with you. I was a bit worried about the Ravens. I'm also not necessarily always the biggest fan. It was so funny, by the way, when you said, like, he's going Ravens. Then I thought back of our Katowice memes, like, he's going Ravens, tasteless. And I was giggling. Oh, that's a lot of Marines, by the way, finding a completely exposed gold base. Orbital goes down. Lots of Marine SCVs go down as well. And this is a big blow to basically everything that Dream has. The fight is going down as well. Piggy, what is happening?
A big tank volley lands before Dream can disengage in here. At long last, 27 minutes of back and forth TVT, man. But it looks like Bunny, I mean, this Marine Raven tank style, slowly, from down in tanks almost all game long to this epic, epic siege tank advantage. Bunny's played this expertly. He's done really well, man.
Well, those tanks are very clumped up, but I guess higher numbers will make up for it. The last few Vikings go down and GG gets called. A game that I felt could have ended within 5 minutes actually turns into a 27-minute slugfest. And Bunny goes back to his roots. Turns out, guys, what is the game he's playing again all the time? Tower defense race or something? Let me get this straight. Random tower defense race mode. Turns out if you play a lot of that, you'll beat Dream in an epic TVT. Wow, what a game that was, Big. Even if you're the loser in the TVT like that, you gotta enjoy that a little.
Oh, of course, man. I mean, I love getting real biased in here in these casts and just cheering for my boys, but this is insane. Every TVT I see that's that back and forth, you see these different styles clashing. I mean, the positioning on Golden Wall, we saw it all. We saw Doom drops. We saw drops going in sensor towers everywhere. Vikings trying to zone them out. I mean, the number of times we saw Bunny pick up drops and they'd start boosting down and they'd get scanned and they'd be like, okay, we'll just go back or we'll unload and then go back. He kept trying to pressure it, and Bunny used the space on the map, right? He used this constant pressure on the south with the drops, but a lot of the time they'd get scouted, he'd pull back and then he'd just quickly hit the very top base, push through the bottom, hit the gold. It was the movement that Bunny used so well. And when I see a player use expert movement like that, man, I'm just impressed.
You know what I'm actually still kind of stunned by is that I felt that base, the main base of Dream, was a target all game long. Because even after he finally had that sensor tower up, that was all he really had there, and he never really left anything behind. And then the one time there is just one tank, instead of Bunny flying into the base where he could have dropped on the tank and then take out the tank immediately, he somehow unloads in the natural, runs into the tank shots. But it really felt there was potential for Bunny to make a lot of plays, but I mean, who cares really? What a roller coaster of a game. It felt Bunny had a massive lead. Then it felt like he completely threw his lead by that 2-base push with the Liberator that just didn't really work out at all. Then he almost brought it back, but then at one point I'm like, no, like, it's too many bases for Dream. And then I don't even know what happens, but I'm just gonna say Ravens. And I feel like that kind of sums up everything that happened.
Yeah, man. I was like, oh no, he's gonna get the Viking Liberator advantage when I saw extra starports going down. Then I was like, wait, they're building tech labs, and I was like, oh, awesome. This is way better. Ravens. I'm like, they're not that good. And then I'm like, okay. We saw like 47 interference matrices shut down tanks and him break tank lines. And I was like, okay, yep. That was actually, I think like Golden Wall, there's so much space across those bases. It's a really good map for it, where I've seen some other maps where the bases are a little bit more close together. You can't spread the defensive player out so much and the Ravens don't really pay off. But in that case, it's the Vikings weren't there to punish the Ravens. They were always blocking the drops. They were hunting for the Doom drops, poking medevacs. The Ravens could find an angle, come in, shut down the tanks, and he didn't have to pay. A lot of the times the Ravens went back, kept them alive for the next fight. So, hey, hats off to him, man. Well played.
That means that No Brain, No Pain will take the 2-1 lead. And that means we're one map away from at least securing a playoff spot. And I think that's a start pick. But, you know, I have high hopes for a living. Fantastic song. Love it. Put it on repeat a couple times. Get myself pumped up, you know, for this. I mean, I just call them Clem Wars. How do you call them? Team battles?
Yeah, team wars, clan wars, team matches.
Yeah, I don't know. Clan War just feels right to me. Maybe that's because I'm a little older, but this just feels like a clan war. Even though we're not even a clan. But for this particular league, we are a clan. Okay, we're a tight clan. Unlike Benny and the Boys, which is the biggest meme out there. Every single time that Ben is talking about how close he is with his team, I shiver a little. I get uncomfortable. I'm like, oh man, this is reaching the point of sadness, Pig. But you know, we'll talk more about that fraud of a team later. 2-1, Raynor versus Armani. Well, Pig, last game you're like, I kind of feel that Dream is the favorite here. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I kind of think Raynor is the favorite here.
Well, actually, he has one weakness. Now, a lot of people love him. He's so, so contagious. The energy, the big smile on his face, the Zergling run by his Mutalisk, great player. But he has a little bit of a weakness, a bad habit, and that is for designer clothing, Kevin. You know, when he wins those big tournament prize pools, he goes out. You see him wearing those designer labels, and this man right up here, that is his namesake. He is the master of hunting down Raynor's weakness for those fine. Do you want a $3,000 t-shirt? This man will sell it to you on the sidewalk. He got it for $2. He's going to sell it to you for $3,000. Up here in the top right, he's ready to punch up and take out Raynor. He's going to bring it back for the War Pigs. He's going to force the ace match. In the pink, it's Armani.
Once upon a time, my boy in the bottom left side was an up-and-comer in the European scene. He won his first tournaments, and yes, he did buy a little Armani t-shirt, but guess what? He ripped that stuff apart after he started making proper money, and proper money he's been making. In the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base of the one and only Italian stallion, Raynor.
He's already shivering a bit in his boots, man. He looks back on his past. He says, I know I have a weakness for those labels, man. I need to go spawning pool first. He's afraid of the boys getting pulled. He's afraid of that Zergling drone pool. And you know what? Good start for Armani. Gets to go with the hatch first, straight up into gas pool, and just going to be a slightly smoother opening, whilst Raynor playing very safe here.
You say he's afraid, I say he's asserting his dominance. It's like, no, I can actually play a normal game against you while having a slightly worse economy because that's how much better I am than you are. You know what? I can't fault him for it. This is the approach I want to see of the GOATs. This is the approach that I want to see of somebody who has absolute utter confidence in himself. Not like Armani. Armani may as well walk to the craps table right now and roll some dice. If this is how you want to play Armani, it's all good. But you know what, Pick? Can't blame him. Heavy underdog, needs a miracle. I get it. Be a little extra greedy. Doesn't
That's
change
6
him.
Zergling pressure, mate. This is about the least solid Zerg versus Zerg opening you can ever do. The second Overlord for Armani. Will it scout it? Now, obviously, Raynor sees where that Overlord is, so he should be able to dodge it. Come on, Armani. Get the vision. Get lucky. Raynor. Nah, Raynor dodges it. So he's going to do a cheeky little 6 Zergling run by, which is going to be a bit of a pain to deal with. But behind that, his gas is very late. And as long as Armani quickly pulls his queen back to his mineral line, doesn't get it surrounded, he should be okay here. But those 6lings definitely going to be a nuisance to deal with early on.
Well, we are playing on US West, so I guess you did win at least one dice roll coming into this. Damn it. I'm actually not sure how much these links can achieve here, but if they can just get like a single drone, I already think that would be a start. Kind of winning the Zergling fight as well. Oh my goodness, Raynor. Can he get a second drone? Yes, he can. Oh, and if that queen didn't have the range of, I don't know, a missile, then those links would have got another there as well. You know what, Pig? I'll take that for my first 6 Zerglings.
Yeah, definitely what he wanted to get done now. I was hoping just one drone or none even, because forcing out a good number of Zerglings as well there. So that's a good trade for Raynor. But of course, still, the ling speed much faster for Armani. Straight to a third base now. Armani only now putting back on gas. Like, this is a real mineral-focused build here for Armani. He only had 1 worker on the gas up till now. Both sides going Banelings. And I can't wait to see what happens next in this. I mean, no Zerglings building at all for Armani, so not really going to use the ling speed advantage. I think he could have cancelled this third if he'd built around a Zerglings there, but very hard to squeeze into the build order.
The one of Reynor, you mean?
I mean, for Armani, after the damage he took, it's hard for him to cancel Raynor's third.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would have been hard for him regardless, pick whether he took any damage, no damage. I don't really see a universe where Armani is running to the other side of the map, canceling Raynor's third. Like, I don't know. I feel like, what time is it, Pig? Are you getting a little sleep deprived right now? Because are you hallucinating? In what universe do you think that would ever happen?
Oh, mate, I love the confidence, you know? There's nothing better than watching my good friend Kevin have his massive favorite get bopped by Armani, and I can feel it coming, dude. Look at this silly range upgrade. What is this, roaches? Is that what Raynor wants to play here? Nuh-uh. Melee for Armani on the way. He's still going to go a Roach Warren. To be fair, man, I hate it when people go melee on Roach Warrens, but I think it's just to kind of throw off the illusion a little bit. Maybe go into Spire behind it. We'll see exactly what he wants to do. Get over there. Got to defend those babies.
Yep, couple drones getting picked off again. This is the difference, you know. Armani maybe is looking for like that crazy play with a Spire, making it seem like he's playing normal, but then it's actually being cheeky. Raynor on the other end, he's just left, right, and center. Little victory, little victory. You've got the one-punch knockout kind of guy who just stands in the center of the ring, tries to go for the big swing, and hopes to get lucky. Meanwhile, my guy, kind of like Muhammad Ali right now, dancing around, love, jab, jab, sting like a butterfly, right? No, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Butterflies don't sting, guys. That's kind of how Raynor is playing, at least last time
I checked.
Sting like
a butterfly, float like a bee. It's just like, you imagine someone floating like a bee, you're just like freaking going up and down.
Hey man, they're pretty hard to catch, to be fair. Like every single time I have a bee floating in my living room, I panic and I run upstairs and I lock myself in there. And then I Google, how long does it take for a bee to die inside of a house? And that's when I eventually go downstairs again.
Well, we got a lot of Zerglings coming out now. Spire is on the way, but Armani, he's down 13 workers. He's got to get something done with these Zerglings. And oh, no, middle of the map!
Oh, that was set up such a long time ago. Planned minutes in advance. We are watching perfection over here, Piggy. We are. Did those links have +1 melee, by the way? They did, right? What a shame of all your Zerglings.
I can't even. What can I say, Kevin?
I mean, to be fair, Pig, well, you can say that he's still running around with 12 Zerglings, and you can build up the suspense for the people at home. Armani still got 12 Zerglings. Anything could happen, right?
His whole build was bank. I was like, these lings need to do damage, and like it wasn't just running into the Baneling. For the people who didn't catch it, it was an A-move pack of Zerglings, so they all clumped up in a big circle around the Baneling to get like the biggest explosion it could possibly have got. It was the literal worst thing that could happen for Armani at that moment, and he's gonna run in and loses even more Zerglings to another Baneling. Finishes on the millisecond the lings run past. I mean, Raynor, can you have any more luck, mate? Your Baneling's just magically finishing at the right times.
I mean, a little bit of a silver lining there, Pig, is that Armani did just take down a drone in the main base of Raynor. So I don't want to make it seem like everything is going wrong for you. He did take down a drone, and to be fair, if you would have asked me before the game, over or under, will Armani kill more than one drone? I would have probably picked the under. So congrats on at least winning that one. Other than that, I think these Mutas are going to have a hard time turning this around. No cancel on the fourth base either while having server advantage. Ay, Piggy boy. This is not getting any prettier for you.
Roach Corruptor is going to be absolutely deadly. I think right now, Armani's best chance is to backstab with Lings as much as possible when these Roaches try to come across the map and come forward with the Mutas. Just built 8 drones. We do not want 8 drones right now. We need non-stop Muta production to overwhelm those Corruptors. And the problem is, I mean, the Queens might even join up with them. So he's going to go Hydroden is Armani. I think he's kind of wanting to swap off Mutas, but I feel like with the Muta count, like you can grow that and it actually scales better than the Corruptors usually, just because they're not as fast. So the Corruptor count can't really deal with the Muta count if you commit super hard to it. I feel like there's one scary timing and it gets better from there.
Yeah, but yeah, I actually don't know. I mean, I think the idea of going into Hydras is not too bad. Maybe hoping that Reynor overproduces Corruptus and then try to turn the game around like that. I don't hate it actually, because I feel with the way that this game has been going for Armani, like jokes aside, he was in a terrible spot. I feel like the Hydras give him a fighting chance, and that's maybe more than he could have hoped for if he would have just continued building Miras. By the way, Pig, I do also
the roaches though are kind of scary, man. I don't know. I'm like Hydra Bane versus roaches. This is gonna be so freaking weird. This is gonna turn into an odd game.
Well, Corruptus and Miras are kind of fighting, and I think that was a smart fight to take for Armani at first, because it gave Reynor the idea that Reynor should perhaps even build more Corruptus. And at this point, Armani is not going to be able to keep this hatchery alive. You know, Pig, we are the only team in the league that managed to get a 4-0 victory. You know what we also have? The only undefeated player in the league. I don't even know how many games Reynor has won by now, but it's at least 7. And if he wins this one, I think it's at least 8. The only undefeated player in the league. And Pig, you gotta refresh my memory, but I'm pretty sure you had the first draft pick in this entire league. How does it feel knowing you had the opportunity to pick a guy that went to 8-0 and you didn't pick him?
What can I say, Kevin? You know, not all of us are as lucky as you. You know, you're a man, you're very smart, you're very analytical, you understand a lot about the game, but let's be real, Lady Luck does shine down upon you. I've seen you, man. You've just got that feeling, you know, that lucky thing going for you. And right now we're watching Hydra Bane fight Roach Ravager, and I don't think I've ever seen it before. I don't know if I'll ever see it again.
I mean, the Hydras are getting some shots off on the Corruptors. That's pretty good. But numbers don't lie. 126, 132 army supply against 64. Armani's trying to do whatever he can. He is picking up quite a few Corruptors, but what is he really going to do? At the same time, try to counterattack at the base of the fort base of Reynor. That did take a little bit of a beating, but the Queens kept it alive. And Piggy, I think we are getting close to the end. So I want to give you the final words of a beautiful CVZ.
What can I say? Armani's fighting his heart out. Those mutas were microing their lives out. I mean, Hydra's... The problem, of course, is they're just not tanky enough. The moment the Roaches and Ravagers close the distance, they do get overwhelmed. It kind of almost worked, and I think you kind of could make it work there as a transition. But Armani was 13 drones behind and then ran his only 30 Zerglings that made up his most important timing attack in the game into a Baneling, and that is just an absolute heartbreaker. What an unfortunate way for that game to go down. I mean, I think it was going to be close from there, even if those Zerglings found a little bit of damage. But to just have that one Baneling, like you said, set up in the middle of the maps earlier on, Reynor had an Overlord on the high ground next to it. Armani did not. His was a little bit deeper in the map. And I mean, this is why when I play Zerg versus Zerg, if there is a grass sight blocker in the middle of the map, I've been too traumatized. Over 10 years of playing Zerg versus Zerg, I have to have an Overlord above that, because that exact same thing, it hurts when that happens to you on the ladder. When that happens in a tournament game like this, with your team's life on the line, I'm telling you, Armani is raging right now. I feel sorry for that terrible shaky table that he plays on. For anyone who hasn't seen the video where they go visit Armani and Special Apartment, it's like the worst table of all time. It's
No.
great. The table is getting pounded on right now. I guarantee you that. Armani, I hope he's going to have a good chance, though, on Sunday in the finals, as I think we should still be through to that top 6.
Yeah, you're 4-4, which is pretty good. I mean, basically, yeah, no, I think you'll be fine. And you picked up another map win as well. Was a lot of fun pick, and I can obviously only echo everything that you just said about that CVZ. I do want to give a shout out to that Baneling, because sometimes you see, okay, one Baneling ruins an entire strategy, but it's just that like Lynx ran up a ramp and then like a Baneling just completed morphing. Reynor planned that like a minute and a half in advance, right, in his defense. Like, that was not a Baneling that just randomly in there. No, he set it there. He was hoping it would eventually happen. You don't control these things, but this was something that he already thought of way in advance, and I think that makes the play extra good. I'm very proud of my boys. It was a pleasure pick. 4-4. I think we'll see more of the war picks.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly we have had a lot of near run-ins, almost getting out, not quite. And I think we've let a lot of opportunities slip us by, and the boys are motivated. You know, we can't just rely on that ace match. We need everybody to put in the work, and we're going to do it over the next couple of days, preparing. We're going to be back stronger than ever. And the War Pigs, man, we're out of this match, not forgotten. The war's not over. We'll be back.
Well, I definitely look forward to watching you and your boys in the playoffs, because it's always fun to watch 4 amazing StarCraft 2 players casted by a beautiful Australian man. You said I got lucky with my picks. I don't think any of that was luck. What I do think is luck, Pick, is that you are way too handsome, a great commentator, a great player, and have one hell of a team. Now that's pretty lucky, and that's what I will end this on.
Well, thank you very much, mate. I'm going to be hanging out watching the stream. I think you're going to be staying on for the next match, right?
That is correct. Next up will be No Brain, No Pain versus the Grubba Lubba Dub Dub. So it's going to be Zombie Grub and me. And then I'll be on for one more match later today.
Up against Rifkin as well. All right, that should be freaking awesome. We're going to be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. More matches coming right up.
Welcome back to the War Chest Team League. It's the last day before the playoffs, and I'm here to face off against the #1 team in the league. Man, that's a feat. Congratulations. I don't have to care at all about today, honestly. So I'm just like, way to go, Roddy. You do you. We'll try and do something here, but yeah, it's all right. I just want good games. That's all I care about right now.
Well, I think we have a couple of very exciting matchups, and thank you, of course. I'm very proud of the boys. 5-1 is one hell of a record, but 6-1 sounds way better to me, Jess. So let's get it on, and hopefully we do indeed have a couple of great games. Our first one, on paper at least, I think is a very exciting one already, because of course you kind of have someone that I am a big fan of as well. You throw a Dutch Terran player going up against Solar. I mean, that's a pretty feisty TVZ to kick things off with.
Yeah, I mean, Thermal has basically been the surprise of the team. I mean, Innovation, unfortunately, not performing to the expectation, and Thermal, like, overperforming, beating tons of guys that, theoretically he's not supposed to beat, but this guy's all about the best of ones. He's got the builds, so he was a great addition to my team. But it's on your player, so you go ahead.
All right, guys, top right side, a player that has been performing incredibly well for us. Dropped the ball one time against SOS, but other than that, he's been pretty flawless in this entire league. Representing no brain, no pain. In orange, it's Solar.
In the bottom left, as the green Terran for the Grublabadubdubs, he is Euthermal.
I like that he has the UWU clan tech. I'm not super familiar with those memes, but apparently it's a face. I never saw that for the longest time. I was like, how is that a face? They're like, yeah, it's a face. And I'm like, what? And I looked and I was like, okay, I sort of see it, but I was like, man, I don't know. It's hard to keep up with all the new emojis that keep popping up in 2020.
I mean, clearly you weren't a massive weeaboo back when in your teenage days, because, I mean, this ain't even a new thing, my dude. Like, Zombie was doing this back in middle school.
No, I had never heard of UVU and UWU until 2020, I have to admit, so no. I was into a lot of things. Weep Things was not one of them.
Okay, well, it's cute, it's adorable, Euthermal. A massive just benefit to the team as far as a cheerleader as well, not just the games that he managed to get when we didn't expect him to. That was awesome. But also as a cheerleader, he has been absolutely willing to do what everyone else doesn't want to do, like play on West a lot of the time. I know you were kind of hyping up Drogo in the last series as being that guy who's a team player, and Euthermal's absolutely a team player. So it's been lovely having him. But could be the last match for him. I mean, we'll see what happens if we go to an ace. That would be amazing. I know someone in my chat actually brought this up, and I think it'd be an amazing storyline. But I think much like Innovation defeating Solar in a match that did not matter in 2019 Katowice, we could possibly defeat you and at least go out with a bang. So that's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm looking forward to. But yeah, there's no way we actually get to playoffs. So it would just be a last like knife to the gut there as we die. We're kind of taking you down with us a little bit.
Yeah, well, there's still some prize money to fight for, right? For you as well. You to get $50 if your team wins, and obviously the boys will pick up some extra money, so there's still plenty to fight for. You said Innovation Solo, but you meant Innovation Serral, right? Katowice?
Oh yeah, I absolutely did.
Yeah.
Yes, Innovation Serral.
I was like,
Serral, yeah, so similar. Basically the same.
I mean, I wouldn't have minded to have Serral on the team as well, you know. We'll make it a 5-man team in that case. I wouldn't trade out any of my boys, but if Serral really wants to be part of a winning team, we would welcome him in open arms at the next season. I get it, Serral. Yeah. All right, well, this is indeed on US West, so Solar does have the ping advantage. And I gotta say, whenever I see a ZVT in US West, I always feel pretty confident about the Zerg chances already. Because I think it's no secret that Terran and Protoss are a little bit harder to play with higher ping than Zergs. 3 Zergs in the world will be very upset at me for saying that, but I think most of us StarCraft players will agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. But this is something that Euthermal is used to. I mean, he was up against Rogue on West, I believe. So and he was just like, yep, let's just try. And he ended up winning with a 16 Marine drop without stim. You know, kind of the start of his plan actually won that game. So I'm eager to see what he has here. A couple of games, he's tried to go for 3 CC builds on a battle cruisers, and he's actually been like killed before he could even get there. This game, we have something very different. safe with that Banshee, but as the armory comes down, it's more than just being safe. He wants to actually get some aggression going, but Solar was ultra cautious this game. The drone scout for the 2 racks, and now the Overlord speed coming in. It did see that armory, didn't it? Oh my god. Oh no, it didn't. What? I mean, go back in and see it. Like, what?
Solar, just a little deeper, please. I have the feeling he is Oh my goodness! Stop scouting the same 3 buildings that you've been scouting for a while, mate. Like, there's an armory in the back of the main. That's a lot of Hellions heading his way. The road. Oh my goodness! The road run is only now going down. It's 5 queens and 14 zerglings. It's okay. I believe in the power of the queen.
The queens are pretty good, man, but this is more of a surprise than it really should have been. I think Thermal even like, intentionally getting supply blocks here so he could like go for the 3rd CC to the Overlord so it wouldn't look a little bit delayed. I mean, that's pretty sick. Solar's very unprepared. He doesn't have any Banelings, doesn't have any Roaches. It's just Lings, and half the queens are being backed into a corner. The Banshee also slightly out of range detection is going to do a lot of extra damage. This is a great start.
Well, I think the Zerglings can actually maybe go for a fight right now. The Zergling count is getting a lot higher. There needs to be some detection for that Banshee because it's getting way too many shots off. There is a Spore Crawler right now getting a bit closer. Queens are so good though. So far, Solar not taking big damage yet. He's sending all of his Zerglings to the other side of the map. That is an absolutely insane play. But look at these Queens go. Did I ever doubt the Queen? I don't think I did.
Yeah, why ever doubt the queen, man? They got this thing called range. They can micro on creep, of which there's plenty of, and that was not the damage that Euthermal was looking for, but it wasn't a catastrophe either. I mean, if there's Banelings already more, if there's 5 Roaches popping out as the Hellbats move in, you know, it's definitely a bit worse, but at least there's a bit of panic. And Euthermal's follow-up, I mean, maybe that can do some serious damage. It's not Battle Cruisers. It's going to be going into a Banshee speed. I don't think Solar's going to be anticipating that one.
Well, the Spire is already going down, so that shouldn't be a total disaster. By the time that like Hyperflight Rotors is truly up and running, I think we'll have our first Mutas on the way. And if not, we still have 7 or 8 Queens out on the map. If you would have told me there that Solar was not going to lose a single drone, which he lost 1 drone in this game, I don't know when it happened, but if you would have told me he's going to defend this while losing 1 drone, I'd be like, well, I'm a believer, and Solar's been playing really good so far, but that seems difficult with just Zerglings and Queens, but he managed to pull it off. Solar is just one hell of a player, and as much as I would love to take credit for also having Solar on my team and being like, yeah, that was such an insane 2nd round pick, I gotta give a big shout out to my boy Rainer, because it was mostly Rainer who just said, we gotta get Solar, man. He's like, trust me, get Solar. And I was like, all right, Rainer. I was like, it's a team effort. If you tell me that I should get Solar, I believe in you. I want the captain to be happy. So Rainer was definitely onto something when he selected Solar in round 2 for us, because Solar has been amazing.
It's a pretty good pickup. Unfortunately, Euthermal, not only playing on West, already has like worst latency. Like he also has been having problems, just like huge spikes, so like 600, 700. So that's that's pretty bad. When we're expecting maybe 150. So there you go, 400 ping. Yeah, that's pretty sad. I mean, she's choosing the things you would expect for someone who's playing on West, but in addition to having these crazy spikes, like you got to be playing mech, you got to be trying to get that early advantage. Unfortunately, like it feels like everything's being scouted. I mean, even the Banshee speed is like pseudo being scouted, right? Like, why else would the tech lab still be spinning on the starport?
Corvid reactor.
yeah. Or what is it? What is actually? I don't remember what the medevac boost upgrade is called. You know, I remember the healing upgrade.
Yeah.
Or the general medevac upgrade, but I don't remember the boost.
Is it like a rapid ignite system or something? I was close. I was close.
Very close. Done.
When I see that upgrade being used, I just think of Elazer, because Elazer busted it out back then at BlizzCon. I think he did it against Dark on Ascension to Aya. We're like, wow, it's so cool, and then it didn't do anything. We're like, it's still so cool, and Elazer is still the OG rapid reignition system player to me.
Yeah. You know, he still does it too. Like, there's a point in time in some StarCraft games where all the miscellaneous upgrades come out, and you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense, you know? Like Neo Steel Frames, when it was actually an upgrade, like occasion would come out and you'd be like, okay, I guess, why not? But that one you usually don't bother with. And yeah, Elazer still grabs it, you know, like into a 11 or 12 minute TDZ, you know, not that late at all. So he seems to like it. It is a more powerful upgrade than people give it credit for, because the cooldown starts when you press the boost, right? Like it doesn't wait till the boost is over and then start its cooldown. But I mean, it doesn't. It's not the problem. It's not actually that beneficial to the medevac, but we won't be seeing many of those. It is going to be Banshees, but this is going to be really tough, man.
All right, not exactly sure. As Uthermo's obviously having some serious internet issues. It's not just a bit of latency, it's not just a bit of lag. He says it's completely unplayable. So we're going to try to figure this out. Maybe we'll re-host the game and see if that gets better. Can we go back, by the way, to the beginning of this player chat where Uthermo's like, I can't see anything. And Solo is like, on the minimap? I just love that. He's like, well, I'm a Zerg player. I'm not familiar with it. I see a lot of things on the minimap, but maybe as a Terran or a Protoss, sometimes you just don't see anything on the minimap. I love that. I have no idea where that came from, but I absolutely love that comment.
I guess the recover game is going to be the option. Trying to get the StarCraft servers to work for Thermal's favor. Maybe it'll happen. Why is everyone saying invite? Do they doubt Holy Moly's admin prowess so much?
Apparently. Man, I'm gonna remember this for such a long time. Whenever somebody says I can't see anything, I'm gonna be like, on the minimap? I love it. I don't know why it's so funny to me, but I absolutely love it.
You know what, Roddy? Even when I don't understand your humor, the fact that you laugh just adds a smile to my face. Roddy laugh. I always appreciate it.
It's just Terran and Protoss things, we just don't see anything. That's kind of how I feel most of my games, to be fair, when I'm playing StarCraft these days. I don't see anything on the minimap. That's the downside of using F2 so much, Every single time you have a little bit of vision, you pull all your vision away.
They literally gave you surveillance mode so you would stop
I know.
doing that.
But you know how bad it is? You know how bad my addiction is? I would send an observer, shift-click it into surveillance mode, but then I would F2 before my observer makes it to the position where I want it in surveillance mode. And then I pull it back to my army, and I've got 2 observers with my army, and I'm like, no, stop it. I was like, man, they made it easier on me, and I still can't fully utilize it. But it does help a little bit.
I'm with you. I do that commonly enough as well, but as a Terran player, we don't have any surveillance mode. I mean, imagine a Raven staying in one place and not moving. Like, well, that would just never be the best thing to do. We don't get that. I miscontrol my Raven all the time. I never have detection. Terran woes, but
And to be fair, you guys do have scan. That makes life a little bit better when it comes to vision.
At the cost of 270 minerals.
That is, I hate it when people say that, because that's not true. Those minerals are not gone. Like, it's not that you mine those minerals and they're gone. It's just that you would have otherwise mined them a bit quicker. But Terran is the only race. What? Like, yeah, you guys make it seem like that actually costs money. It doesn't cost money. It costs
like
energy.
Saying because you didn't have 5 drones at 4 minutes, that the fact that you got 5 drones at 6 minutes makes it okay.
Now that is different, and obviously, like in early stages, sure, like you can't obviously randomly scan like 3 minutes into the game because your builder needs to go up and running. But I'm always completely okay with Terran players using call down for supply depots, like past, let's say, the 6-7 minute mark. I'm always completely okay with that because you actually make money appear. It's the only way in the game that you truly can make money appear because you're not mining those minerals, but you're still basically getting something that costs minerals. Pretty good.
Well, I mean, they gave us that because supply depots still take the longest to form out of all
those 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds.
They gotta give us the call down supply. They have to make it up to us somehow.
All right, so we're just gonna try to get this game going again, guys. Solo versus Uthermo. Hopefully Dutch internet cooperates a little bit. I was actually taking a look at my own internet to see if I was having issues as well, but it's always harder to say when you're not playing. But it seems like I'm at a steady 172 ping, which I gotta say would not excite me to be playing against the Zerg, but that is what I would be working with.
Yeah, it's definitely unfavorable, and then on top of that, the higher ping, plus like just the mental fatigue that happens with it, it's very frustrating. But I guess the good news is that it happened at kind of one of the most peaceful parts of the game. Like it wasn't Yogo, right? It was the Terrans combat. Like that was pretty bad timing. So.
Apparently, Yogo hopped into the chat channel immediately and he wrote in caps lock. He's like, "Sorry, I stepped on the power button." And I'm like, "What?"
I swear that's like the second time the French commentators have had that excuse, like in the last 2 weeks. Like maybe not Yogo specifically, maybe it was TKL before, like I don't know, but I feel like I've heard that same excuse before. They need to move the power buttons.
I know. It's like maybe don't put it like right under the desk where your feet are. Like this has happened to me as well, but this was in the year 2004. And then I realized that I shouldn't put the power button near my feet so I won't step on it anymore. Like, well,
Makes a lot of sense, man.
Yeah.
The Windows update recently broke my my settings for, like, I have the option of turning off my computer via the power button off entirely because my cats would step on my computer case and turn off my computer. So I was like, oh, there's a simple option, just turn off that the power button does anything. Like I don't need it. And damn it, if that Windows update like 2 weeks ago didn't just break it. Like literally, I have to now cover the power button because it will turn off if you press it with like an item. Because they have turned off my computer off in the last 2 weeks, like at least 6 times. I wasn't anticipating it.
Well, I don't have
any MMR for it, but it's still frustrating.
That's funny. I have never had a cat because I'm pretty allergic to them, but I can totally relate. What I did have happen while we are waiting for this game to start is that my brother visited me maybe a couple months ago, and he actually has he got a kid like a year and a half ago. It's a very sweet kid called Jax. And I let my brother play one game. I forgot why, but I think people were asking, like, please play a game. So I let him play one game of StarCraft. He really doesn't know what he's doing. And then Jack's like, I tried to keep him busy. And then right on the moment I'm telling my brother that he needs to build like a pylon or a depot, Jax walks up to the computer and he's like, oh, button? Kills the stream, kills the computer, everything shuts down. I'm like, no. I mean, OBS kind of prevented my computer from shutting down, but then the moment that I canceled the message, everything still shut down. But that was pretty cute.
Yeah, man. I have a nephew myself, and I'm waiting for the day that he's old enough to like start getting him on StarCraft. Like that's gonna be my trips out to see my family, specifically to teach my nephew Jay to play Terran, you know, specifically. So gotta start them young, man. They get younger and younger every year.
To be fair, if Jax has any interest in playing StarCraft, I will make damn sure he becomes a Zerg player, and he will thank me later when he lifts up a WCS trophy. Probably 2029, you know, by the time he's 9-10, should be good enough to lift the trophy by then. If he even has any ambitions of playing Terran or Protoss, be like, no, pick the Zerg space. All right, guys, we're going to try this one more time. We apologize for the inconvenience, but we are now ready, hopefully at least, to continue Solar versus Thermal. The first match of my second to last match here in the group stage versus, I got to say, great name, the Grubba Lubba Dub Dubs.
Thank you. Yeah, that's great. Who else do you play today?
On the left side, I think, of Wikipedia, but when I play against Rifkin, it was on the right side, so it didn't show up in the same way. But when I looked at the Wikipedia on my phone, it basically said, call an ambulance, but not for you, because the S was too long. And I was like, that makes sense, because he's losing a lot, so I will call an ambulance, and I will also not call it for us, because it's Rifkin who's been on the losing side of a lot of these team battles.
Yeah, he's not doing so hot. I mean, the bottom 3, the ones that I should say that aren't out of contention, right? Like the 5, 6, 7. There we go. Like they're actually a lot. There's a lot of watching the other players today. It's not just about if they win or not. So I wish I was in that position, but instead I get to be carefree. Anytime Roddy tries to dig into me or my players or my results, I just go, "Yep, you're right," and then I move on. Take all the fun away.
Well, it's very more fun to tease like Benny and the Boys or something with that ridiculous team name, or.
It is, yeah.
Or, you know, Pig, who had first pick in the draft and, you know, got off to a good start, started feeling a little overconfident. Oh, no. Seems like Thermal's still having internet issues. It's East? Oh, it is East. Okay, yes.
Oh, good guy, you Thermal.
I always have that open, by the way. For a lot of people out there sometimes wonder, like, how do you get the FPS thing in the top left side? It's very easy. Control-Alt-F. And then it will always tell you what server you're playing on as well. I always have that open, but if you're observing a game, it's kind of over the production tab. So It didn't really jump out to me that this was East.
Yeah, you know, and it's funny too, because now it literally says like East in the lobby, so it's the most noticeable it's ever been. But actually, I don't think it shows it for
Recover.
There's an oversight, yeah, for Recover game it doesn't show it.
Exactly. Right. Otherwise, it would have been spectacular that 12 casters managed to miss US East in big letters.
You know what I also wish they would do? Like, besides add that to the replay, it's probably literally an oversight. They probably could. But is I wish that there was a toggle on the options that you could always have the top left open. You know, like you're right for casting, you don't want it over your production, so obviously you can turn it off. But I feel like players always have it on.
Yeah.
And it's kind of silly that you have to always press the hotkey.
I always have it on, and I've had it on for so long that I actually feel weird when I don't have it on. It's not even that I always look at it, even though I like seeing the FPS being fine. But it's just like I'm so used to those tiny little white numbers and characters in the top left side that when I don't have it on, it feels that I'm missing something. Like I'm very weird with that, but I like to have like things always in the same place. And if I'm missing those tiny little characters in the top left side, I'm like, my game feels naked or something like that. I'm missing something and I need to have it on.
Watching the production, the observer PC must be obnoxious for you then.
Yeah, no, that's different because then it's like I look at the game very different when I'm playing or when I'm casting, right? Like in general, I sit further back. You glance at more different things, but I don't know. If you're playing, you're always trying to find the zone, and for me, the zone is having those things in the top left side. I'm just can't live without it, Jess.
Understandable. Well, hopefully, I guess you can consider this the third time. So I'm trying to get into this game and actually continue on. It's still the same lull. Nothing happened in the 2 seconds before Uthermal realized it was East. So we're just crossing our fingers and hoping it'll work out.
Yeah, that'd be horrible. All right, good to go. And then we follow Hellions driving around for 2 seconds, and he's like, still have a ping. And then it's like, at Waddy, what do we do? And Waddy's like, well, I don't know, Uthermal. I would love to come over to the Netherlands and fix the internet or lay down a new cable from Amsterdam to Los Angeles, but it's gonna be tough.
You know, it would be amazing if Uthermal was just like, you know what, I don't care, whatever, just go, and he wins somehow with like 600, spikes. That would actually be, you know what, why not? Why not just go for gold, okay? Everyone's expecting my team to lose because we're already out, right? And then everyone expects Uthermal to lose to Solar, so why not make it the most difficult, like difficulty multiplier times 10, right? And just go for, I'm also going to win with 600 ping spikes. Why not?
I gotta say, if this was normally, let's say this is a match at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice in the group stage, I'd be properly pumped for this, because I really am a big believer in Uthermal's TVZ, especially in these days and in the old days before the matchup was kind of almost unwinnable for like a year at one point. So I would never count him out. But I think at this point, especially since we are in the winning mood, I'm definitely kind of feeling Solar here with a little bit of a ping advantage as well. Anyways, here we go, guys. That is a pretty big mech army and a couple of lock-ons going down on these queens and cyclones as well. Where did all of these units come from?
Where did all these units come from? There's not enough cyclones to actually take them down. Even if they were being microed, it would still be a little bit contentious. But it is leaving a lot of room for the Banshees and the Hellbats to kill the ground army at the very least. So maybe they can dig into the drones a little bit.
No.
But SCV is also going down on the other side of the map. Lings have gotten into the third and natural, and there's not any Hellions. The exact right timing there for Solar, just before Hellions pop out.
Few more Muras need to start showing up, and they will eventually take care of all of these Hellbats. 18 drones went down, but obviously Solar is still not evasive. The Banshees are still in the main. Please take care of these Banshees. I am so happy that Solar is still taking down more SCVs. The Zerglings in the natural of Uthermal are still going crazy.
Yeah, there's a Banshee that actually didn't follow the Lings. She was helping, and then she just stood there. She just stayed, and it was like, oh, there's probably only like 12 SCVs lost instead of 20 if she had actually done something. And now the Cyclone's still not in high enough numbers. He's trying to get to Thors, but they take so long to pop out. It's not that many mutas, but it's enough to help out thanks to the momentum of the Lings. Not even going to be able to get this fourth base easily with a Spore Crawler being there. The supplies don't look that bad, but momentum definitely going to Solar.
Yep, and all of these SCVs at the third of Uthermal are still very exposed, so a few more of them should go down. Final Cyclone will barely live, but 31 SCVs is an insane amount to lose. Are we diving on that Thor, Solar? I don't think we have to. Maybe just play it safe. Oh, look at that Banshee. He's got like 1 HP. Literally 1 HP. Why didn't he kill the last 5 SCVs at the third? They've been sitting there forever.
Not paying attention, I guess. Finds the would-be fourth base, though. Shouldn't be able to kill it. There are 2 Thors now. The SCVs have been pulled to repair. Like, there's no reason to let that die. There he goes. He does save it. But now Solar has time to recover, whereas Uthermal is constantly going to be under pressure. Ling run-bys, meter run-bys, having to afford all these defenses. Whereas Solar, probably not going to be harassed. I mean, if Hellions manage to sneak out, that's actually a risk for you, Thermal, because then they're not at home defending against the Lynx. So
Careful, Solar, as he's gonna try to see if anything is possible in the main base, but there are 2 towers, or actually 3 almost. One standing on the ramp there as well, and of course a missile turret in the mix too. So your thermal does kind of stabilize there, which is pretty impressive, because at one point it felt that the swarm was never going to stop coming. But that of course has a lot to do with the fact that Solar was busy building drones and replacing the drones that he lost at home. So overall at this point, I don't think there's much Utherma can do, right? All you do is just sit at home, build up a mech army.
yeah, that's what he's going to try and do. He's probably going to be able to get to like a decent army, like 150, 160 supply by the time Solar maxes out. And then we'll see how the engagement goes, basically, because Solar's going to be very comfortable at that point. He's going to have 5 bases, 75 drones. And the max out's going to be good. Grabs that 1 Banshee. So Ethermal is trying to get something done to harass, because again, the Hellions can't really leave. He's trying to get to a decent number of Banshees again. So maybe at least kind of like blindside Solar, like, oh, when did he get 5 Banshees? But even they're getting picked off.
So Solar is building a lot of Ravages, Lings, and Banes behind all of this, where Thermal is now going to try to stabilize on 4 bases. I am actually still kind of somewhat concerned about this game. At one point I felt incredibly good about it. Right now I'm like, well, Thermal's only down 16 SCVs, but with triple orbital that's not all that bad. And I think at this point he actually has a stronger army than Solar, and obviously having this many mutas feels very flimsy. But this is a moment where Solar is going to try to dive on that army. There's a lot of Thor stuck in the main bases. Let him be there. Can he engage before the planetary fortress is done? It's not done yet. It is going to finish up in just a couple of seconds, but that should allow these Ravages to get a decent fight against the Thors, hopefully.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward. Solar not even bothering to wait for his other Banelings, just walks in. But even then, like with no tanks, no Hellions even on the ground, Solar is just, I mean, he's just biding his time, actually, considering to wait with those Banelings behind the Ravagers, looking to take out what he can before they pop up. I mean, Thor's splitting against Banelings. Why not? Most Thors live, but like...
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow, saves the Thor on 4 HP. Yeah, well, that was actually insanely well done by Uthermal. Now he doesn't have a lot of NTI in the main base. Right when I say that, there's one more Thor. That was impressive defense. Impressive defense by Uthermal.
Yeah, but also kind of awkward engagement from Solar, right? Like, he like comes in with like the 0.75 of his army, and then waits a lot more on the other Banelings. Like when we see the Zerg collapse in on any Terran army with the army that he has, the Ravager Baneling army, if it's against Bio, if it's against Mech, we see it all at once. Just the Zerg swarm is real, and that was a little more awkward, man. But he's going to have plenty of opportunities to try and find that Zerg swarm over and over again, because the harassment's just not there for Uthermal. He's all about defending. Yep,
and Uthermal doesn't have any siege tanks either, so that makes it a lot easier for these Roaches, Ravagers, Zerglings to just roam around. One of the orbital commands is going to go down like that, won't get cancelled. So that's a 400 mineral pickoff. And obviously, if these Ravagers get in a good position, they can just spam corrosive bowels forever. Are we going to see a Thor flank here? Like, what is happening with the Thors on the right side?
Ethermal really trying to prove the Thor is still a good unit. But not against Nudis, against Roach Ravager. But it's kind of working. I mean, this is really not... It's not going to work, I guess, like, when everything is... When he pushes, it's probably not going to work. But right now, defensively, it's working out well enough that he's finally adding on tanks. I mean, his economy really hasn't been, like, terrible because of those mules, as you're pointing out, triple orbital. It's just that, you know, it's momentum. It's all on Solar, who, he'd have to make, like, 2, 3, 4 big problematic attacks for me to start worrying about Solar. Because we've seen the situation so many times in TVZ.
Unfortunately, the muta count isn't really what it used to be. This would have finally been a good moment to fly into the main base with 12 to 14 mutas, because then that single turret really wouldn't provide much coverage for your thermal. But at this point, we've got 5 mutas, and they have a hard time really taking anything out at this point, and Solar will just give up. We are getting pathogen glands, so hopefully we'll get some infestors on the way as well. A couple of Hellions harassing on the right side, getting some good shots off on the Zerglings there as well. I gotta say, I'm not worried, but I'm a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I see that, but I mean, it's a decent army, and I would be scared of Neural Parasite, but that's not in effect yet. I would not be scared of Broodlords at all, but maybe the Hive is on the way. Maybe you can get to some Vipers. They're not going to be here. It's actually quite late. Thermal is maxed out. He's on 4 bases. His army is not bad. He even has a couple of upgrades to help out.
And his army is obviously bigger because he's got less workers. So we're looking at 109 army supply for Solar against the 133 of Euthermal. And Ravages are good and all, but Solar's plan here is basically to pick off units one by one, which is pretty hard to do without Vipers. At least the Banshee goes down, so that's no longer a threat. But that is one hell of a mech army.
Yeah. I mean, that's +2 armor on these units helping against the Mutas. You wouldn't think it's helping out that much against the Banelings, but I feel like it has actually been helping against the Banelings, and more specifically helping against like the Raptors when they get their default shot off. Also, not too many Corrosive Vials actually hitting. So it's kind of been like a little too far out of range multiple times. Now a big old anti-armor missile on most of the army. Euthermal, he might be able to get 2, even 3 bases if this push is good, or hell, maybe even win the game. Sola thinks he has an opportunity, but the spread is fantastic from Euthermal. There's really not much else coming behind here, and the tanks weren't even mostly siege. He just took that fight.
A couple of tanks and Taurs did go down. Use the Banelings and the Hellbats, maybe. At least take out a couple of them, because there's a lot of Zerglings in production. 68 more Lynx coming out. So if you can take care of the Hellbats, and the Lynx will actually do an amazing job here against the tanks and the Thors. And Euthermal is at least going to take out one base, but the rich Vespian gas was already mined out anyway, so that's not that dramatic. But now an Evolution Chamber is on the fire as well, and it's actually getting +1 carapace. Oh no, Solar's going to go for it.
Yeah, he's got multiple angles it's coming in from, even some from the backside, but the army, again, is so well spread out. Is this going to be enough? Solar has more Banelings coming through, but there's still a big tank line. That has a lot of depth to it. The Thor is taking so many shots as well, keeping those Raptors away from the tanks. Only one goes down to Corrosive Vial. The supplies are very even. Euthermal continues to rally forward. He also built 2 command centers behind this. Ooh, this is much closer than I thought it would be.
A 1 HP Thor, and then the other Thor has like 37 HP. Obviously, Solar still had a bit of a bank, and he did already take the triangle base technically, and he's now going to take the base at 12 o'clock as well. But this base at 4 is going to be under some serious pressure. And now mules have even been dropped to repair the Thors a little bit. Euthermal bring in the SCVs as well, which I think is really smart after saving 2 Thors with like 1 HP.
I would love for Euthermal to send even a couple of Hellbats to the top left to make sure that Solar doesn't just kind of like repivot his expansions. I mean, Solar is already in trouble, so like having other hatcheries isn't going to be a problem right now, but I just like to ensure victory. I would love a couple of Banshees and Hellbats to the top left, but he's actually being kind of cautious, never, rally pushing as a mech player is a pretty bad idea, and he's not doing it. So he's got some defenses back at home as he sets up his 5th base as a planetary. Wow. He's got the supply lead too. Solar is struggling a little bit.
Yep, but still at 81 drones. And as long as Solar has 81 drones, I am somewhat confident he is going to see those Hellions driving towards that base as well. There was no spine crawler protecting that base on the right. So that would have been very dangerous. I'm very sad that he lost the Evo chamber right before Carapace was done as well. That would have been useful.
I do like the Hellions being kept alive. They're going to come back later and just threaten. He's got to have some army. And he already has such a small army that even some army defending that's a big deal. Going to try and bust down this planetary.
No.
I think it might happen. Oh, no, takes on the high ground. Actually getting shots on those Banelings. The repair a little bit late. Those the Lings with their +3 attack.
Oh, come on.
They're not going to get it.
They will get it. The Lynx will get it. The Lynx will get it. And 17 SCVs as well, so that's nice. But yeah, still tanks on the high ground. That's why I was like, oh no.
Darn it. If the Hellions had been a little faster in responding, maybe it would have been saved. But that's a big loss. He does replace it pretty quickly, but with an orbital this time. He's also been kind of just stuck. Like Solar, he doesn't have a great supply, but he's trying to find a weakness, and it thinks that weakness is the lack of Thors. Well, 2 of them have been repaired. That mule call down was quite worth it.
Yep, and the SCV is being pulled as well. So Euthermal is now going to go back to making 4 more Thors. Hellion is going to try to get a couple of drones in the top side, but Solar left plenty of units behind. This is just a nail-biting game at this point.
Can we talk about how Solar has had the 3 o'clock base mining this entire time? Like, engagement, and now despite tanks being really to the north. Can you just, Euthermal, can you please take care of that?
That would have been disastrous if that base wasn't running anymore, that's for sure. Now we've got an Ultra on the way as well. There is 1 Viper in the mix. So maybe this 1 Viper can abduct like a Thor or something. I don't really know. The tank's getting some good shots up there on the Ravages and Queens. Solar clearly under a lot of pressure. We've got 3 Mutalisks. Potentially... No, not taking down an Orbital, but they're putting in work. No, not the Viper! Not the Viper! Okay.
Ooh, this could be a little dangerous what Euthermal is doing. He has an entire mech army to the top left. it sometimes can work out. Sometimes it's a little scary. Like, what if he had 15 mutas and now all those tanks just like, aren't helping? But he is so focused on the attack. On the defense of his natural, he's going to try and break the tank line with a couple of blinding clouds. No, just a single one. Two of them, but not enough tanks taken out of the equation. Solar, he's lost, man. GG. You thermal with the ping disadvantage, with the 600 ping spikes, constant recover game, down in supply. He does it with the mech. You thermal, best pickup ever.
GG. I mean, one hell of a game. That was absolutely one hell of a game. Very well done by you, Thermal. I'm pretty sad. I really felt at one point Solar pretty much had it after he did a great job counterattacking and defending in the early game. There were those 6 SCVs just sitting at the third where it was absolutely nothing protecting them. A couple of Zerglings, a few mutas. I feel like that really would have almost been the nail in the coffin because there was a decent worker advantage. And that really would have put even more economic pressure on you, Thermal.
For me, I really go back to that awkward engagement on the planetary. I feel like he could have given himself 5-10 more seconds, even kind of tried to posture around a little bit more, and instead he just kind of was like, and then another, and then, like, it was cool, of course, you thermal splitting his Thors. That was awesome, not just, letting the Banelings crash in, but it was a little bit awkward from Solar. I love you, Thermal, because immediately he goes into Discord, spoils it for the rest of the guys, but he comes in Discord and goes, why do they keep losing? I love that he questions his success.
Solar obviously very unhappy. I'm taking a look at the Discord that I have with the boys. He's been a bit unhappy about that one. He obviously felt that he lost a bit of focus with all the pauses and stuff. And yeah, these are definitely things that can throw you off. But you know what, Solar, you've been an absolute stud so far in this Team League, mate. I will never hold it against you. Rainer is saying it's okay, we just need one map though. I don't know what he means with that. I don't know if we need one map for top 2 or if he's saying we just need one map win between any of you 3 because I will win the remaining 2 anyway. I think it's the latter actually. Yeah. Rainer is like, Cloud9 is an understatement. Like, Rainer is just on top of the world and truly feels that absolutely nothing is going to stop him. He's feeling invincible at this point.
Yeah, he's got an infectious energy, and it would be scary if we were to lose a game. But I don't know. After Thermal takes down Solar, now we got Bunny versus Innovation. I mean, Innovation, he's kind of. I'm still a big fan of Innovation, but he really needs to prove it here, right? If he doesn't win a TVT against Bunny, if you're losing that TVT against Clem, I'm gonna regret the pick, man. This is his last chance. I don't want to regret it.
Well, Bonnie has told me that he's actually not the biggest fan of TVT at the moment, but he did just have a nail-biting game against Dream, which, I don't know, was just fireworks. It was looking fantastic, then it was looking rough, and at one point I was like, this is looking bad, but then he still managed to clinch victory after like 27 minutes of pretty epic back and forth. Well, if you can take out Dream Bunny, I'm sure you can take out this struggling Innovation as well. This just hasn't really been delivering.
I mean, I can't really fight back, man. This is his time to prove himself. Clem also doesn't feel good about TVT. He was also a little hesitant. Ended up winning against this guy in the bottom right. So come on, Innovation. I know you're a TVT god. You're supposed to be a Team League god, but I'm still willing to give you the benefit of the doubt in this match. In the top bottom rights of Submarine, he is Innovation.
And in the top left side, we're looking at main base of the man who lost 2 TVTs earlier in this tournament, but won a big one this morning. Can he make it 2-0 today against 2 of the best Terrans in the world? No brain, no pain, lots of money.
Yeah, Innovation. I think he's this would be his like 8th or 9th game, so I think he's right now 2-6. Now,
wow. Yeah, that's for a first round pick, Jess, that's pretty rough.
Yeah, it is. Obviously I just like Innovation, but going back to his time on team leagues, on Pro League for KT for KT, and then for Acer on the GSTL, right? Like, it's 3-8 now. Okay. So anyways, like I thought, like, looking back at that, seeing how much of a clutch player he was in both Pro League formats and all kill formats, I was like, no, this actually makes like so much more sense. I'm a genius. And then he proceeds to like lose almost every ace match he plays. And we start doubting ourselves a little bit, like, no. But sometimes it's just been really unfortunate, you know? Like, obviously it starts off with Innovation versus Serral ace match, and that was like supposed to go Innovation's favor, and I don't know, it feels like it snowballs from there. But he's supposed to be good at TVT. His submarine TVTs have actually been pretty good in general. I still think he is supposed to win this.
Oh, I mean, I can't really agree with that now, can I? What kind of a captain would I be if I'd be like, yeah, you know what, I'm with you. I mean, I'm obviously a fan of innovation. I think it's impossible to be a StarCraft fan and not be a fan of innovation, but everything that he's accomplished over the last 8-9 years in this game is truly remarkable. Nothing but respect. But, you know, I think momentum is a real thing, and I think heart and commitment is very important in a team league like this. And I know that Bunny has all the heart and commitment to the team. Even though his match history, I went over it with Pig, a little shocking. This man plays more tower defense than anybody else in the world, I believe. But hey, if it makes him beat Dream in a TVT, who am I to judge?
You know, I love that you pointed out that he was gold 3, because actually that's an improvement than what he usually is in, Roddy. Like, he's usually in bronze. Whenever he gets invited to a game, I'm always like, why? Like, it actually takes effort to be in bronze, to be honest. Like, it's you're supposed to kind of get placed in the silver, I think, is like, unless you literally lose every single placement match and also get like unlucky MMR matchups, like. But I guess he's been improving, you know, steadily. He's up to gold 3 now.
Well, gold 3 beating GSL quarterfinalists, semifinalists. So it's all good. You know what? I will always be a fan of Bunny. I really see him as my Korean spirit animal. I get along with him great, and that's why when he sent me a message, I was like, oh yes, I will absolutely have you on the team. And I think he's one hell of a player as well. And I also knew that, I mean, Korea has always been so stacked with the Terrans, so I think Bunny in general has been a bit overlooked. And of course, he had a tough year where I think he failed it to make it into the GSL twice last year. But this year already looked better, had a great run in one of the GSLs earlier on. So I felt pretty good about it. And so far, I think he's been playing well. The 2 TVTs that he had against Hero, Marine, and Time were a bit shocking to me. The loss against Time, I was like, well, this is really unlucky. This was like the only way to ever lose it. But the loss against Hero Marine felt hopeless. And that was weird to me, because if anything, that's not supposed to happen. Now I gotta give credit to Gabe. Gabe is incredibly good in making things look easy. So maybe I shouldn't look too much into it. Anyway, let's talk about this TVT, because Inno is bringing in some feistiness here. The medevacs are flying across from each other. There's a tank in that medevac. What is happening here?
They're both doing the same build with slightly different openers. So Innovation hits just slightly sooner. Pretty amazing, pretty amazing. TVT. It can sometimes be like this, but not letting it get entrenched into the mineral line, which gets a little bit awkward to take out. Obviously, you have to pull your SCVs. Already like a decent defense. Kind of fortunately, he was able to barely scout the medevac too, with that little scuffle. Innovation did recently 2-0 Bunny. So, I mean, even though generally Innovations have been doing too well, I think that he might feel confident against Bunny. So, I mean, already taking the reins here a little bit by attacking first gives me some confidence.
So far, he got a reactor, and that's about it. Now, at this point, Bunny's actually thinking of being the one to be aggressive. Innovation turns around with his medevac. I really hope that we can get this medevac. Bunny, the Viking, is now at least in a good position to get a couple of big shots off. Marines are trying to take care of the Viking, but they will not. So that means Innovation will lose all these units, but don't lose your Viking. I mean, it was a tank for a tank, right?
Yeah. Obviously, he lost the medevac as well, so it is overall a worse trade because he didn't even get to focus fire any SCVs down, right? It looked like, but at least he got the tank. And even though Submarine is a short map and Bunny could just hop on over here, it does buy him some extra time. Not that I think I was that worried. He has a Raven, a decent number of tanks, and in fact, he's the one that's ready to go again. Slapped on a third on location, and both of them going to be finding that. It's more about what happens in the middle of the map.
Okay, I like the fact that Bunny just picked up that one SCV, while Innovation has 2 Reapers that he sent into the main base, but I feel that Inno also should have killed the SCV that was building the third. But I guess it's all about the armies right now. The Raven will get one auto turret down, but he needs to get the hell out of there because auto turrets are too damn good.
Yeah, that's unfortunate to lose a Raven, to lose a Raven against like not that many Vikings. It did want to put down his auto turrets, so that was a priority, but still kind of stings.
No.
The Reapers also weren't microed, as you're pointing out. They didn't get some command center SCV. They didn't really get that many in the main base either, but the fights actually going very well as he finds the tanks a little out of position. Now they're pretty darn weak.
No.
Concave.
Trade a Marine.
Work out, but he finds the tank anyways. Doesn't need the concave.
Traitor Marine. That Marine thought his life was more important than the life of the tank. If I could fire a Marine, I would at this point. That's unfortunate because the medevac was almost there to save it. But yeah, I am very happy that he didn't pick up the one SCV that was building the CC because there were so many things happening. I think it was very likely that Bunny would have forgotten about that for 30, 40 seconds and then be like, oh no, he's so far behind. Now Bunny's actually feeling a little adventurous here with his army. He doesn't have a lot, but he just feels that if I can siege these tanks in a good spot, this will all be worth it, and that's a pretty good spot.
Yeah, luckily Innovation's gonna win the air war right now. Oh my god, he's gonna go for it. Interference to auto turret. Hopefully draws the fire. His tanks are a little clumped up, and he's actually not even bothering to siege them. Just looking for that concave with the bare minimum Marines allowed to actually clean this up. Bunny gets cleaned up, doesn't grab the Raven, loses most of his air control. Not a bad fight for Innovation.
Kill the Raven then, mate. Turn around. Oh.
We could have. It could have, but no one ever thinks about that, Roddy.
I know. Like, this is actually something that someone was talking about on Reddit the other day. It's like, why are pro players trying to save a unit that will go down anyway? And it's just kind of a habit where you're like, oh, my unit is like being attacked. I'm going to send it away. It'd be much better to turn that Liberator around there and get a shot off on the Raven and potentially kill it, or at least kill that Viking. But yeah, saving a unit that can't be saved, that's pointless.
I feel like it's just like no one thinks about Liberator anti-air, you know? Like it's just, that was the one situation where the Liberator would have killed an air unit, but this takes away the pressure, no harassment for Innovation, so we can focus entirely on the push. He still has a Raven alive that will add in a crucial auto turret or a crucial interference matrix. Getting through the chokes on Submarine, though, can definitely be a problem, and he actually puts it so his Marines can no longer cover his tanks. But he has so many tanks that it looks like it doesn't matter.
I like the tank setup of Bunny, actually, though. That's a nice little concave. Okay, you know, he's thinking about moving closer, but he does not. Does bait out the scan. Well done. Good move there by Inno, because the thing was a bit too obvious. Now he's coming in from the right side. Will he commit? I gotta say, the macro of Bunny has been pretty decent. I kind of expected him to fall a bit further behind at this point, but still hanging in there, even though that previous fight on the other side of the map did not go his way at all.
It's an on siege that might save the tank. Nah, not quite. Oh, Bunny thought about it, but he doesn't have combat shields. In fact, Innovation's gonna have combat shields faster and is rallying, using the shortness of Submarine to continue the pressure. He's gonna force the lift off on that third CC. I mean, Bunny is in crisis mode right now. He's trying to make things work. He does save all the SCVs, and he should be able to save the command center, but this is not a good situation.
Please repair your command center. Okay, yes, no, that's an understatement. Obviously, a lot of economic damage being dealt at this point already. The refinery is going down. You're losing a depot there as well. Bunny needs to get a victory. I don't know how. No, not like that. Flies one of the medevacs into the Vikings and Marines.
Innovation, maybe stop rallying. Okay, he sees. He's been scanning, purposely looking for that potential base trade. Yeah, his army has so many tanks, he doesn't really need those extra Marines, you know, and a tank at home also could help in a base race. He's continuing to scan to see where Bunny is actually moving. Feeling pretty good, but, you know, siege the tank at least. Innovation, please. There we go.
Innovation is also trying to get into the main base there of Bunny. That might be a little bit over-eager. Bunny threatened the counterattack, now turns around and can maybe sandwich his army, but this is still such a difficult army to engage into. It seems like, did Bunny lose an eBay, or was he just a single eBay? Because only now he starts +1 armor.
He just missed it. He had double engineering bay. I'm pretty sure about that. That's gonna be it. GG Innovation gives us a 2-0, and it's the situation, man. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We can't do anything with a win. We can't. But what we can do is go nana boo boo. We beat you. All right? And I feel like it's going to happen.
Wow, a lot more energetic, aren't we, when we're off 2-0, zombie grub? It's all good. I mean, well done. Hats off to, you know. It's nice to see an ace player delivering. My ace player went 9-0 so far. Your goes 3-9. So I'm happy for him, you know. Like, things need to keep balance in a league like this. Speaking of ace players, though, let's get it on then, shall we? I still believe that I have a beautiful Italian man who's wearing some fine Gucci clothes right now as we speak. You know, some people, they like to play in sweatpants. So does Rainer. But Rainer makes sure that they are designed as sweatpants only. And maybe that's the secret to winning literally every single game. I'm willing to do some shopping later today if that's the case. Time for a ZVZ. Rainer Elazer, isn't it?
Yep. You know, we obviously don't know who we're going to be up against. You can kind of try and guess based off of maps, but it's, you know, it's not always worked out. Totally random, getting the ZVZ out of all the matchups that could have happened against Raynor. I'm fine with that. And not because I'm like, Lazer's willing to lose or any of that BS. No, I think Elazer actually can snipe Raynor in a ZVZ. So I'm still feeling it. Beautiful story of us 4-0ing the top team. Continue.
No, hey, can you stop cursing, please? This is a family broadcast. I do not like to hear those things. I'm just taking a look at the exact map score of Raynor so far. So he was 6-0, 7-0. And then this morning he played just one match. Raynor is 8-0 at this point in this league. 8-0 is pretty good. And I don't think that Raynor is going to put that beautiful record on the line and potentially lose a game against Elazer here. And you know what? Miko's been a bit out of shape. I'm just going to say it. It's been a little rusty. We still think back of DreamHack Summer. Didn't really work out for him. Meanwhile, my man took down the entire tournament. So we're looking at somebody who couldn't make it out of the groups against the champ. I know who I'm feeling to take this one.
Yeah, those are all really good points, but Lazer's done pretty well on Ice and Chrome. He's taken down some pretty big names. People didn't expect him to. He's been doing very well. And you know what he said to me when this War Chest Team League started? He said, I guess I better practice. So I don't care what happened in DreamHack Europe. I don't care about that. At least he was practicing for this team league. so much more worth it, right?
All right. Well, things are looking a little rough. I've been down 0-2 before, though, to be totally fair. I think Maynard took a 2-0 lead over us in the very first playday, at least that we had, not the actual first playday of the War Chest Team League. So this has been a position that I'm familiar with. We managed to turn that one around. Let's hope we can do that one more time as we're getting ready. I have to be honest, Elazer is a super scary player in best of 1 ZVZs. Like, if you think of anybody outside of Raynor who got multiple ZVZ victories over Serral, it's that damn Polish kid. So I'm definitely a little nervous, but I hope we can turn this around right now. Not just our pride that's on the line. There's extra money, there's caster money on the line, and there is an undefeated record on the line as well. For this man, in the bottom left side, the best performing player in the entire War Chest Team League so far. No brain, no pain. Let's make it 9-0. It's Raynor.
In the top right says the green Zerg for the Grubble Dub Dubs. He is Elazer with a winning record in the team league. Some people were like, I see maybe it was like the weakest pick. I think Innovation's going to do a lot better. Guess who has the better record? This man here.
I remember when the whole picking process went. Like, I obviously would have loved to have one Protoss on my team. So I was kind of hoping for Drogo for sure, because I mean Drogo is a funnier player to have on your team than Hurricane, in my humble opinion, guys. It's just an opinion, not a fact. But I'm a little closer to Drogo than I am to Hurricane. And I was like, well, absolute worst case scenario, you somehow pick up Drogo too, even though you already had Showtime, which didn't make any sense. In that case, I would have just picked Elazer, because then I'd be like, well, who needs the Protoss anyway, right? Does it really hurt that much to have another Zerg on the team? And I figured that having someone like Elazer on your team is not just good because he's an excellent best of 1 player, because he's good in preparing builds, but Elazer is definitely also a team player. You just know that. Like, you know that he will put on his absolute A game and he will do his best, not just for himself, but for the rest of the team as well. Because Miko's just a good guy like that.
He was, I couldn't understand it, but he was like, hey, Rainy, did you see the patch notes? And Rainy said, no. And he said, he said something like, no more winning thanks to Zerg, or something like that. And I was like, I don't understand. But I guess he's trying to say that Raynor won't win anymore, or win as much, because the Baneling is getting nerfed.
Yeah, that could actually be it. I have no idea. I saw have you seen the patch notes, but I didn't really read besides that. You know what? We don't fall to that kind of level of mental warfare. We don't even have a brain to begin with. So these mind games, they don't work on us.
It's a good thing that Elazer has a winning record, because he was the guy that started the shit talk with the Muslim. He's a little bit of the feistier one,
Yeah, that was funny, actually. Oh my goodness, and your reply. And I can't believe that you even replied the next day. You're like, wow, was that really that bad? I was scrolling Twitter. I woke up and I scrolled Twitter and I'm like, I was sitting in my yard alone. You know, I live alone, so I have no one to talk to. And I'm literally checking my phone and I'm like, oh my God, like out loud, you know, and I just started laughing. So yes, Jess, it was that hard, but it was amazing.
Yeah, I'm glad the Muslim agreed with me, though. He also was like, yeah, it was just kind of, you know, it was low hanging. And I was like, yeah. Anyways, all in good fun. We got a Elazer not going for a Baneling Nest, and I wonder if he's going to try and skip it this game. Raynor going for the very understandable, very normal, safe Baneling Nest timing. So, yeah, Elazer's going to try and skip it. Maybe follow up with the all-in. That seems to be a more common way to go from Ling Roach into the all-in. Some people try and play that macro game, but, I mean, it's a Elazer, so... I can already see it. I can see it in the future. It's going to happen.
Fun. There's indeed our Roach Warren. They often make a lot of Zerglings, though. This is not necessarily an indicator, right, that he will go for it. Of course, this is Elazer, so you have to keep that in mind. But it's very standard to make a big swell of Zerglings to make sure that the action takes place on Raynor's side of the map. What? Oh, we've got the lag there. Yeah, okay. I was about to say, why is he losing so many Zerglings there?
Yep.
That was unfortunate. My screen froze. I noticed the in-game freeze as well.
Yeah. I'm surprised that his screen freezing would cause in-game problems.
Lit. Wow. I gotta say, Jess, this has been a very smooth experience for me so far in this entire Watch As Team League. We are getting some hiccups in this one.
Yeah, it's not great. Looks like Elazer not going to try and call for like a regame or anything like that, just because it was kind of an awkward time. He probably doesn't lose as many lings as you were pointing out, and he just immediately pulls back, but not enough to really cause an issue, cause any drama. Some lings get into the main base as well. I think Raynor also got a link into the main base, which I think is important not for the main base scouting necessarily, but for the natural at least being scouted, seeing that, yeah, indeed it was a skipped Baneling Nest right into the Roach Warren.
Raynor is actually firing up +1 melee here, and that does excite me a little bit, but also worry me because a lot of these heavy Zergling builds, they're very hit or miss. Now, Ice and Chrome is obviously a map with a lot of different attack paths, so maybe this is just like Raynor looking at this, he's like, no, I'm gonna do a solid job and making sure that the roaches stay at home, and if they do decide to move out, that I will counterattack at the right moment. But I always get a little nervous.
Elazer's macro's not looking so hot, man. He's not, he's getting supply blocked over and over again, and he has minerals in the bank, but he's not making overlords. You don't see the standard Elazer 6 overlords either.
Yeah, that is. If you expect anybody to not be supply blocked, it's kind of Elazer. Maybe it got to him, you know, all of these people making fun of him being like 66 out of 112 supply. He's like, you know what, I'm one overlord at a time. And he's like, oh my God, this is hard.
It is really hard, you're right. It's a little bit worrying, maybe just kind of forgetting the overlords that, you know, would have happened when that freeze happened. But yeah. It's maybe a reason he's a little down in drones, but oh well. The game goes on. Elazer's gonna be going into just pure old Roach. I think the plan might have been to at least get Raynor to panic about that all-in and then be like, actually, I'm droning. Maybe he was gonna do the all-in and forgot the overlord. So, you know, it was kind of awkward on that timing, to be honest. The evolution chamber could have been a fake, but now what we have, Ling Muta versus Roach. That's what we got.
Yep. Raynor did make a Roach Warren for a split second, but then he cancelled it. He's like, no, I don't need it. Or maybe it was just to wall off temporarily, keep a Zergling at bay. But whatever the Roach Warren was meant to do, he cancelled it. So it's all about the Zerglings now that do have +1. Makes quite a few Banelings here as well. And of course, he's setting up a run by. Keep a close eye on some Zerglings that he had on the top side. Can he surround these Roaches? I think the answer is yes. Don't forget about all the Banelings that are coming in as well. I mean, it's questionable, but I like it so far.
Yeah, the Elazer not quite making those Roaches fast enough. Also not pulling the drones. 3 Banelings collide in, get 5 drones. And there's still a lot of Lings left over. They got that +1 melee. They hit 15, 20 seconds before +1 missile was done, which would have been a drastic difference. Elazer's not going to tap out right now, but he has taken damage and is continuing to take damage.
Yep, he's going to take a lot more. Raynor is truly unstoppable in the Watch As Team League so far. Takes out 13 drones, and he's still rallying Zerglings to the other side of the map. And this is not a Zergling all-in, guys. He's building mutas. There is nothing that shoots up at this point. We've got 2 queens on the map. That's about it. In your natural, in your main, and in your third, the Raynor Zerglings are dancing and still surrounding Roaches. Raynor is so good at this game. I love it.
He's pretty good. That timing was brutal. Elazer, again, like if he made roaches a little bit faster, they're all collected together, not as good. If he has +1 a little bit faster, not as good. But he must know that mutas are on the way. Now he gets the confirmation, but with that many lings, he kind of just, I feel like he had to know. He's going to try that last-ditch effort to go for a Nidus all-in, but the timing's not really great. The queen count's not even that convincing. He's like making 3 queens at a time now instead of earlier. It's desperation.
Yep, I mean, they have no energy anyway, right? The 2 queens that are left barely have any energy. Normally, when we see a Nidus attack like this, there are 6, 7 queens coming out with a lot of transfuse energy available. That makes it hard for the Mutalists to fight this. I think at this point, it's not very difficult at all. The Mutas are getting a lot of free shots off on all these roaches. And look at where that first Nidus goes down. I mean, you may as well Nidus on Ascension to Ire. That's how far away it is from the main base.
He doesn't even put it as close as he could because then it, at least it's not scouted by that ling. But like, what does it matter? Queens have gotten some energy at this point, but there need to be more of them. Gonna use their transfuses, try and hide into that Nidus worm. Not gonna find it. Another one goes down.
You know what this Nidus reminds me of? An ESL booking your flights for an event far away. It's like, all right, we'll get you to the main base, but first a overlay in Marrakesh, Morocco. And you're like, no, Joe Miller, please don't send us. We don't have to have an overlay in Morocco. And that's pretty much what happened there. That Nidus was very far away, was never dangerous at all. And that means that no brain, no pain, we'll get a point on the board, and I'm very happy about that.
Yeah. That's very unfortunate. I do think that the freeze really impacted Elazer, but he was hoping that it was like, not a big deal. And like, I can imagine he was like, oh, I lost some lings, not a big deal. But he's literally thinking 5 seconds, not a big deal. He doesn't make overlords. He doesn't make overlords. He starts banking. He doesn't want to make 7 overlords and be called Elazer overlords. He gets a fly. Like, I felt like it did throw him off a little bit. He's kind of talking about that in my Discord as well. But,
well, Stola was a little thrown off too by all those lag spikes from that, in general, perfect Dutch internet, by the way. Like, solid as a rock, I may say. So, how can it be that there were that many pauses, Now we're even. The way I see it, now we're even. No, I'm teasing, of course. I would never believe that Utoma would ever make anything up. But these things do happen, and it's obviously unfortunate because players do lose concentration, do lose their focus a little bit. I wanted to point out, but there were so many things happening. When Raynor dove on those Zerglings and he lays a pulse, 4 Zerglings went down. And I actually thought that Raynor could have maybe gotten 1 or 2 more, but he disengaged with the links. I don't know if that was a friendly disengage or whatever, right after the pulse, after they resumed the game. Because I feel like he could have gotten 1 or 2 more, but I thought that was very sweet of Raynor.
Yeah. I also, talking to Elazer now, I get also another point is that I don't think he thought we saw the delay. If he had paused, if he didn't see anything, it would have been like, oh, did you just make that up or something like that?
Hey.
We did see it, of course.
Oh, I was like, did you guys start the game? Because I was trying to join off Vardy, and it said, no, the game has started. I'm like, what? No.
I got the same thing.
All right, guys. That means that the score is 2-1 in favor of Zombie Grub and the Grubbalubba Dub Dubs. Now we are getting ready for a PvP. And 2 players that have a lot of history with each other and often have very, very close series.
Yeah, it's going to be a sick PvP. I mean, at one point, Showtime just looked like he was so much better than Drogo. And literally a best of 5 story was Showtime looked so much better than Drogo. And then Drogo was like, you know what? No. And then became so much better than Showtime in the remaining 3 games. So, I'm scared. I think Showtime most of the time is a bit better. But Drogo always has that potential. So, we'll see.
Well, here we go. I'm very excited for it. I hope that he can finally bring one home. No more either Serral or playing on US West. A good old PvP on the European server. This is it, Drogo. And while I go in the chat, he wrote, man, I finally know how Stefano felt during Nations League all this time after he lost a couple matches and my boys kept winning. I hope that he can get an important one on the board for us here. Bottom right side. No brain, no pain. Normally raise your edge. Right now, just Drogo.
In the top left is the green Protoss, usually on Team BIG. But now for the Grubbalubba Dub Dubs, it's Showtime.
That Stefano comment made me laugh. I don't know, it was after... He lost another game on US West, and I'm like, Drogo, that's completely okay, because he always gives Reynor's server preference. And I was like, no worries about it. He's like, no, I just feel like Stefano right now, winning Nations League. And He's like, it's okay, I'm getting carried to victory. I was like, no, I mean, he even took out Neeb. Don't forget that Drogo did take out Neeb in this league so far. And yeah, I can only say what I said earlier. Got very, very close to defeating Parting on US West.
That was pretty sick, yeah. But I think Neeb's been cursed this event, like officially. My guys are talking about it. It should be like public information. Neeb is not playing. Like he's actually like 7K on Europe. You know, obviously not even his home server in the more difficult server and all that. And it's like something about this team league, man. Cannot get it together. So that just seems like a curse. Chalk it up to that. But he did almost beat Parting. I'll give you that much.
Was Neeb the one who lost to Supernova?
Yeah. He's the one of two players who has not won a game yet.
Oh wow, really? Neeb did not win a single game?
Yeah, him and Soul, unfortunately.
Wow, that's great. I actually didn't even notice that. Like, yeah, I was like, I remember Neeb dropping a couple maps, but I didn't think that he didn't win a single game. That's insane.
Yeah. Supernova's only game one is against Neeb. You know, like it's just a bit of a topsy-turvy world when it comes to Neeb in this team league. But sometimes that happens, I suppose. I'm sure Neeb will be back at it for DreamHack, fall? Is it gonna be?
Well, I actually think in the most Neeb thing ever would then to be in the playoffs to show up and beat Serral or something. Like that's a very Neeb thing to do. Anyways, let's talk about this PvP as we've got the Adepts squaring off in the center. Obviously, you don't want to end up losing an Adept here. Drogo is going for 4 Adepts. Showtime went for Adept, Sentry. You know, Jess, if you would have told me 2 years ago, it's like, yeah, you know what's a good build? 2 Adepts into expand into 2 Sentries. I would have just been like, what? You can't defend anything with that. But this is the day and age we live in PvP. Oh no, Drogo lost an Adept.
Also, not something that happens too often. 2 Sentries, Tickle Beam, but the Force Field really helps. Adept Shade saves it. Adepts on the other side of the map being saved by Showtime. So, I mean, it's very small things, and apparently we are getting at least a mid-game PvP, so maybe they won't matter come 6 or 7 minutes. But yeah, all the leads go to Showtime right now. He's got the workers, he's got the army, he's got the scouting.
I think Drogo will warp in 2 more Adepts, right? Yeah, so normally this is the 8 Adept opening. It's an opening that I really had my questions about for a long time, and I really didn't feel that good about it. But then whenever I saw it in action, it was damn good, and it got so much done. Not necessarily always in worker kills, but sometimes in overreactions as well. I gotta say, I like the setup of Showtime a lot, but that happens in most of the games I watch from Showtime. Showtime has been a god in PvP in the European weeklies, by the way. It's been insane how good he's been.
Went 12-0 in one of the weeks, but it's
2
still
times
a
even.
Matchup. Yeah, he
did
still feel confident.
Yeah, he did that twice. The 12-0.
Yeah,
it's insane.
So, the hallucination actually scouted these Adepts, so not only was Showtime already pretty well prepared for this, but he gets to even be like more prepared, have his units in position.
Oh!
More Adepts. Pops a Guardian Shield without really having to, but I like the safety first here. He also scouted the Forge, I believe, of Drogo, so he knows there's a macro game, and he should be starting up his own +1.
Well, is there a macro game? When I see resonating glaives, I'm like, eh.
All right.
Not all that much of a macro.
Did he not cancel Blink? Am I crazy? I thought he got Blink first. That's why I said macro game, but I guess maybe I'm crazy. Drogo.
I saw, maybe you're right. I actually didn't see it. I saw the Blink for Showtime, but I'm not sure if Drogo ever went for a Blink. There's a good chance that he started it for a split second and he's like, no, you know what? If you go Adept Sentry, I'll just go Mass Adept with Glaives. Now, these kind of builds are incredibly powerful, but whenever I do it, I run into 6 cannons and 3 batteries, and I'm like, well, this is why I don't do these silly all-ins. Hopefully, Drogo is able to hide it a bit better, but it seems so difficult to hide this. I mean, it's almost just pure Adepts, right? This isn't even like, oh, let's make an Immortal and a War Prism. Drogo is just gonna shade Adepts on top of everything that Showtime has. And then the focus fire needs to be excellent. Because if he starts shooting at Stalkers near a battery, I don't think that's good enough. But if he takes out the Sentries and the Adepts, then I'm a believer.
Showtime scouts the 3rd Nexus. And I feel like you would just believe that this wouldn't be
he goes.
There it goes. Forcefield tries to get the Adepts away from the Sentries, but but the overcharge Sentries are still going down. Blocks out the main at the very least, but now Probes all starting to go down. There's just not a lot of Adepts left over, though. Like, only 3 Probes? I mean, he killed the Sentries, but what about the army supply?
Yeah, oh no, and now there's going to be a slow warp in that Showtime will find as well. No, this game is turning into a disaster. And he went 2 seconds before resonating Glaives. I don't know if with Glaives all along that shade would have ever been super successful, but at least getting two full more volleys, there's a chance that he takes out a few more adepts or something. Because he actually did not get one shot without Glaive, but he got two regular shots before Glaive kicked in. So that was a bit of an anti-timing as well. Now at that point, I mean, yeah, you can say like Showtime is going up to 3 bases quicker and he's up 6 workers, but he's got no units, he's got no blink. How do you even deal with just 10 stalkers with blink right now?
Exactly. I mean, the third Nexus was, it was slapped down, it's done, but now it can't be defended. So the death attack didn't work. The third Nexus is not going to actually live. And, I mean, Drogo's just depending on the DTs, I guess, which Showtime's been such good scouting. So good at Hallucinate Phoenix, but he did lose all of his sentries, so no hallucinations going into the main. Not seeing that Dark Shrine. I don't believe there's an Observer in play. He blinks forward, tries to capitalize on his army supply lead, and it's looking pretty good, but also no Warp Prism. Maybe Drogo with the DTs. Maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, the DTs, they might keep him alive, but they're never going to win the game on the other side of the map. That's like if he had a Prism right now in the main base, something I'd be like, yeah, but I actually like the fact that he didn't warp in DTs yet, because it's like his only way to ever win this game. So why reveal it too early? But Drogo clearly needs a miracle here. Oh man, rough game.
Yeah. It says, but it is a similar situation, though. Like, I'm getting flashbacks to that best of 5 I was talking about, where it wasn't just like Showtime 2-0, and then the third game, was just, it started off in Drogo's favor. Like, if I recall correctly, Drogo was down like 30 supply in that third game, and he still eventually brought it back to win the series. So I'm not counting Drogo out. I'm not counting DTs out. And at least he has +2 fast right now, so this does go into a macro game, but finds the DTs. Oh, this one's gonna get a couple of probes, so that's it.
Yeah. I mean, that's also very expensive, right? 3 Dark Templars going down for only 4 probes. It's not really the trade that you're looking for. Can we ever, like, if we can get a couple of Disruptors out, then I will not wave the white flag yet. But at this point, I'm feeling pretty disastrous about this game, and I'm feeling pretty dramatic about this entire team battle. I really expected to say that the pleasure was all mine. But you know what? It wasn't. I had a very bad time in this match.
Adept's even getting in to kill 8 more probes. Gonna be able to shade out to the third and maybe collect a few more. Maybe. Ah, good blue forward. No, still gonna get a couple more. +2's gonna finish up for Showtime. I think he's ready for a push, right? He's got a War Prism on the way. He's got charge. Yeah, just push.
I have an emergency, actually. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem.
No, I'm kidding. I just don't want to see the end of this game. I didn't actually want to scare you, but oh no, I mean, I've got nothing. I look at that amount of Protoss units that are green, and then look at the amount of Protoss units that are orange, and my heart kind of sinks.
Looks like Drogo's gonna go for the base race. This is the best thing he can ever do. He's down in probes. He's at half the army supply. What he has is Dark Shrine. He has Dark Shrine tech. And does he have his own observer? He does, but back at home, I'm thinking of like ways that he could maybe snipe it and then try and work with DTs, basically, right? Because that's the only thing he's got going for him. He's warping in DTs now, but the observer number up to 3 for Showtime. Like, that should not be what kills him.
No, with 3 observers and a couple cannons at home as well. Drogo's giving it his absolute best, but the adepts just kind of let him down in this game. It all started, I think, with that very first adept. GG gets called. Congratulations, Zombie Grub.
Yeah! Amazing. 3-1, the best team. How about that? Get down in those ranks, my buddy, my dude. You're no longer going to be number 1 after today. I mean, you're going to make it to the playoffs, so you should still feel good about yourself, but...
Well, I'm pretty sure that we'll still be number 1 if we just take out Rifkin and the boys, so I'm not sure about us going down in the rankings, but obviously finishing top 2 is very important for me and the boys, but, humble in victory and defeat. Well done. I can't really say anything else. Wasn't our match. I think the Solar defeat over Uthermal is really kind of what put us in an incredibly tough spot. Yeah. Things were looking great in that match. Then there were a couple pauses. Solar lost a bit of his focus, and it was all downhill from there.
We didn't get the promise 4-0, but 3-1 still feels pretty good. I looked over to my Discord to see what Showtime's reaction was, and you know what he was doing? For the last 10 minutes, he was telling the other guys that he had lost. He was prepare an ace match. Yeah, he really was.
Wow, that is I mean, I actually didn't know. Yeah, this was for the people at home. The other 3 matches were live. This was the only match that was already played before. But I told Drogo, I was like, whatever you do, don't tell me the score, because I really never ever want to cast a game that I know the result of. At that point, it doesn't even feel like StarCraft to me anymore. So I didn't know. But that is actually really funny of Showtime.
Yep. Feels good. Feels good. At least we go out with a bang. But that's gonna be it for us. You got another series against Rifkin. You know, best of luck. I think you got it. But you know, we won. That's the most important thing.
Well, congratulations. You know what? I'm happy. I'm happy for you guys. It would have been so sad to see the Grubbalubba Dub Dub, such a great team name with a great captain and great players, go 2-6. I was like, I can't do that. You know what? 3-5 looks a lot better, because that's what friends are for, Jess. So you're welcome.
All right. You just got bumped up ahead of Maynard to give me this victory. So.
All right, guys, that means that's going to be it for us. We're going to head over to a very quick break. After this, we'll continue to watch as Team Liquid Sword of Seoul Korea versus the Dread Knights. And after that, I'll be back on to do the last match of No Brain, No Pain, as we will take out or take on, maybe both. Call an ambulance, but not for us. Jess, since this is the last time that the people will see you, do you want to close it out and have some final words?
Yeah, sure. You know, I would absolutely repick my team if it was all. I got to do it again. All right, a couple ace matches that were supposed to go away that didn't. A couple 3-1s supposed to go our way that didn't. It was a good team, no matter what anyone has said. All right, and I think we proved it here, taking you guys out. So, lovely time in the team league, and I look forward to watching the rest of today as well as the playoffs on Sunday. It's going to be sick. So, guys, you should also be watching. Tune in, keep the reminders going, and have fun listening to the bias of the casters. So. I'll see you guys for maybe a future season. Bye-bye.
And you guys will see me later today. Once again, next up is Sword of Seoul Korea versus the Red Knights. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with much more StarCraft 2 action.
G'day, StarCraft fans. Welcome back to the War Chest Team League. I'm Maynard, the captain, owner, and proprietor, and the key holder of the practice mansion for the Dread Knights against my friend here, Root Cats, Paulo, mi capitan, who is the leader and spiritual guidance for the sort of whole Korea team, who's having a bit of a rough season. They're having a bit of a rough season. But this is, you know what, we just came off the back of what I would describe as a dignity win. The Grubber Lover Dub Dubs, a pointless victory against the No Brain No Pain. But you know, it's one of those things. So much of life is pointless. Doesn't that just make everything important? Doesn't that make everything better?
Okay, Maynard. Okay, I mean? So like, okay, stop. I know exactly what you mean. Okay, and I don't think life is pointless for starters. But yeah, I was in the restroom, you know, like trying to perfect my Broodwark Hydralisk phase, and then I started thinking, okay, cast with Maynard, this is gonna be awesome, first time I think ever, and you know you're my favorite hype caster, so super excited about this. But I was thinking, okay, like I'm not gonna bring up any spiritual topics because every time that I do, Maynard's like easy there.
I you open like that this time. I'm just like, let's go. Let's just ruin this cast, man. Just you and me. Let's do it. But we are in the game. We're here for StarCraft, of course. Just teasing. We're having a good time already. Haven't even started yet. In the far left here, China's #1 player, the Terran player here for all the Dread Knights. He is in the blood red. Time from Kaiser Gaming.
And the eternal #2 for Korea and Sword of Soul Korea. It is Su.
Now, Cass, I gotta say, as much as I love my boys, and I'm extremely biased, and I will be not giving. I'm not gonna give too many compliments to people that aren't my guys. Just put it that way. But what I will say is that as far as this matchup goes, when I saw those matchups, I was like, ooh, I was tugging at my collar a little bit, letting some steam out. I'm like, oh, this actually looks kind of hard. There's a lot of matchups there that definitely aren't any. I don't see anything in there that's a sure thing. You know what I mean? Like I could see. You know, obviously, I think that parting's pretty favored against sort of, but the other matchups I think are like, oh shit, I actually don't know who wins that.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It's gonna be really fun, and I mean, I think Su is pretty favored against Time. To make a similar point. So Time has been killing it though on the team. Like he has been maybe outperforming Su. So I don't know if there's something to be said about that, but I don't know. Has it been mostly on the back of his TVT? Because his TVT has always been great.
He's had some great TVTs. He's had, I mean, he actually defeated Dark in Lima League recently. And then 3-0 at Ragnarok in the grand final of that Emily League and ended up being the champion of that. But the whole time he was doing it, he was complaining about the matchup. So it's one of those things where, you know, I think that deep down he's very, very good at the matchup, but maybe, you know, some maps he doesn't feel as confident. Some players, you know, obviously not every Zerg is the same. Some Zergs play very differently. You know, Su's very aggressive. You know, Ragnarok and Dark are also very different Zergs. So maybe against certain Zergs he has a tough time, but he keeps like he does the innovation thing. He keeps complaining about not being able to beat a race while beating that race consistently.
Definitely. And I gotta say, I mean, for a lot of the drafts, we were trying to put a lot of thought. By this time, at this point, you know, we knew we were eliminated. People were pretty dejected for the most part, you know, like going into this one. The one request that we had was do not give Stats any Zergs because he has the GSL finals coming up. So you know, like we had to sacrifice the other players on the other maps for the sake of protecting Stats. So we're happy that Stats didn't get any Zergs. And I mean, this is not a Zerg map for sure, but you know, Su is Su. So I think it's gonna be a good thing.
Su is Su. Yeah, this one's a bit of a funny map. Time really likes Golden Wall. I'm not super sure why. I should have asked him, but I don't like having Skype open for too long for some reason. It's the only way to keep in touch with Time. So I should have asked him why he likes this map so much, just out of my interest. But we are seeing a couple Marines here from Time with Hellions on the way. Usually when I see like a couple Marines coming out, that really just means I want to keep the Overlords away from my main base. You know, Zergs aren't really getting Overlord speed at the moment. At the high level, it's kind of fallen out of fashion a little bit. I'm sure you probably agree, but you know, some people still do it, but I haven't seen it in a while. So a couple Marines in the early game really do just deny most vision. You see that Su is just going for 3 gases here in a pretty quick lair, which I don't think the Reaper's seen.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to gather intel. I think Serral and Raynor have shown that, you know, running in circles and just checking the units and that kind of thing can be enough for you to know the range of the build orders. And so it seems like that might overlap a little bit with Overlord speed. And Terran is, generally speaking, less tricky than it used to be. A lot of the time, it feels like. I'm not sure if you would agree with that.
I'm honestly like my all of my high level expertise is all from being a viewer, and it's mostly Terran related because I feel like as my internal bias clock kicks in whenever a Terran's happening, and I just pay like a little bit too much close attention to what the Terran's doing. Obviously, we got a fast spire here from Sue rather, and this is one of those things that can just kill your opponent, right? Like when you go for the fast spire here. This is one of those, like, as a Terran, you're going 1-1-1. You're like on your way to having an anti-air answer, but you don't really have it just yet. And even if, especially if you go for like, got a bit of a lag spike here.
Yeah.
Horus, my man.
Horus. They've compared my forehead to Horus's on occasion.
Have they?
I appreciate that. Yeah, he's got a great forehead.
I haven't seen Horus's forehead, but I'm all too familiar with your forehead, Cats, and I feel like it's a perfect one.
Thank you.
I find it hard to believe that someone has something that majestic. You know what I mean? It's like saying,
Thanks,
there's another guy out there that has as epic hair as you do, Maynard. I'd be like, I mean, technically that's probably true, but I find it hard to believe.
Hard to believe.
And Bailey Nest. So is the Bailey Nest just sort of like a fail safe? Just in case the mutants don't do anything, we can still get to a regular unit comp. I guess so.
Yeah, and in case these guys decide to turn into Hellbats as well and just like run into the natural or something like that. I mean, this is a very safe opening on the side of Sue. It's a very standard opening at this point in time. This is a lot of Hellions from time, so I really like the idea of the Bailing Nest. Because otherwise, these guys turn into Hellbats and you don't have anything, right? Until mutas are out.
Well, these Hellions finding no army to meet with them is a little bit worrisome. Like, as time, you're like, why no Lings here? Why no Roaches? I'm not seeing anything stop my Hellions. I'm killing Queens over here. This shouldn't be happening. What's happening here, Sue? Where's all your resources?
Oh, and he has to know it's mutas.
Yeah, he has to. The Liberator, in fact, starts on in.
Oh, come on. No, come on.
Yeah,
we're Evo Chamber. I mean, the Muta will pop out, but yeah, this is pretty bad for Sue already. This is one of the weaknesses I find of this build order. 22 workers. That is nasty.
That is a brutal bit of drone damage. So obviously all Time needs to do here is hold against those mutas, and he's in a pretty wonderful spot. He's really heavily damaged the third as well, and he's on his way to 1-1 upgrades, and Stim's about to finish. I don't see how Sue does a huge counter blow here.
Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, there's already turrets on the way. Time is transitioning beautifully into the mines. I hate to give your team props right now, Maynard, but it's what's going on right now is Sue went for the 2-base Muta. It didn't pay off. He didn't have the Banelings, even though he had the Baneling Nest. Just a couple of Banelings would have stopped that from happening. And now he's gonna pay for it. I mean, Time has every advantage that he ever wants. He doesn't need to move out. He needs to secure 3 bases, chill, and move out when he feels safe and has all the fail safes in place.
Yeah, I'm sure it hurts to say that Time's in a pretty good spot, but if it makes you feel better, I feel fantastic saying that Sue's in trouble. not having really any answer at the moment to slow down the Terran, and he's not really missing a beat with his macro either. Constant SCV production. He's got a lovely laundry list, just a production tab of all the Terran things that you want in the mid game. Gearing up into straight into mines as well means he's not wasting times on tanks or anything like that. Tanks are something that usually Terrans will get pretty blindly earlier on. And
he's a little supply block at the moment.
Go straight into... Sorry? He's definitely losing some... Like, he's losing a little bit of those depots, and he is blocked, so Macro not flawless after all. Stand corrected.
Yeah. But now, I mean, the army on the other side of the map, Sue is going to be forced to make units that he really doesn't want to make. He doesn't have Baneling speed nearly ready, so all of these units can always just pull back into those medevacs into safety, and these Banelings can be easily focus fired. It's going to be difficult for Sue to trade well. Beautiful focus firing, but that mine actually does a lot of damage to the Marines as well.
All right, I think on the Pylon show we were talking about an upgrade for Widow Mines that doesn't do splash damage to Terran units, like one of those late game fusion core things. 500 minerals, 500 gas, or something like really expensive, so that's worth it in the late game, dude. That was brutal. I mean, the wind's been taken out the sails here for Time. Obviously, Sue needed that. Still a pretty good spot for the Terran, but these mutas finding an angle here. Gonna get some SCVs.
Yeah, that's the scary thing. Is as far as mechanics are concerned, Sue is one of the best to ever do it. And I mean, not even close, right? There's like Raynor, and then there's basically Sue, I think, as far as just clicking around and not missing a beat. I mean, Serral's probably up there too. But yeah, if you give him some space, if this kind of thing happens, then we can definitely recover it here. So looking a little bit better now.
It is looking a touch rough, though. Terran's starting 2-2 before the Zerg started that 1-1 upgrade. Means that Terran's got a 2 upgrade lead on that bio. Also managed to sneak some Widow Mines out if he burrows those and gets to push this main base. Oh, this is already a little bit tough for Su. He's going to have to go for a nice Mind Drag again.
Yeah, there's a low medevac, and it will blow up, but it was not the one that was loaded up, so good diligence there by Time to make sure that the weaker medevac isn't loaded by Marines.
Picking off a couple of mutas here. Obviously, that's nice. The medevac tries to boost to escape. It should get caught by the mutas, but picking off a couple of mutas on the way back is, you know, pretty much makes that worth it, I feel. It's a couple hundred resources in each one of those mutts.
Yeah, they are pretty expensive, gas-wise especially, but hey, I mean, Su holds on both angles kind of comfortably, and the supply is kind of caught up, like upgrades. You mentioned that that's going to be a problem, but now he's getting +2 for the mutas at least, so if he can't stay powerful on the air, he still can use just the ground to kind of just shove in and trade and make sure that they find space for the muta, and you know, like, this is recoverable, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I really wish that, you know, something that's missing here for Time is I think that he thinks that he's got a really, really good spot here, and I really feel like he could solidify, there it is, finally, Drilling Claws is what I was asking for there. I was taking a long time to get around to it, but I wanted to see Drilling Claws all the time because he's been so reliant on Widow Mines in this game so far. Obviously with the Armory, he's, oh, good catch on that mud. Well done, my boy. Stuff like that's going to be nice. But yeah, Drilling Claws would be fantastic. We're going to unburrow those mines and have them, you know, microable more in those upcoming Ling Bane fights. And it is going to get there as Su starts to make a bit more of a Baneling army and a big swell of Lings. Just trying to get more of a ground army here. Oh my god, a mine drop in the main base killed 12 drones and missed that.
Yeah, I missed that as well, and 12 drones is a lot of drones to go down, especially when Su has been suffering throughout the entire game. I really love the army composition of Time. This is something that I've talked about with Sol a lot, switching against Muta. I think he's being a little bit too proactive at times, right? Where he's kind of throwing these little squads of units where in reality, I think that he would have been this game was easier if he just sat back, made a big army that the Mutas and Ling Bane can't really engage into, and then force Su onto counterattacks. Like, we're gonna potentially see once the army of Time is situated well enough, as we are trying to get him, like he's trying to do that, right? Like he's trying to siege Su and have an army that's too difficult to break.
Yeah, he's got a lot of bio up here as well with those Drilling Clawed Widow Mines, and I like these leaving a little bit at home as well, just because, you know, it's all about counterattacks when you have a lair army like what Su's got right now, that fast sort of backstabbing army, and to get these Widow Mine pickoffs, nice. I mean, the Mutas did take a hit from the Widow Mines. They're pretty softened up, but obviously they'll regenerate pretty quick. Time is getting closer and closer to that death push that you're talking about. You know, he's pretty close to max right now. With a couple Thors and another round of Marines and Widow Mines, I feel like he's going to have an army that's extremely hard for Su to stop with no, you know, infestation pit or hive in sight.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he's so confident. Even sitting with half of his army in the middle of the map right now is because the army composition that he has is so strong. Su does not want to fight head on, and this is kind of a difficult map to counterattack on already. And look at Time, that's so brilliant. I hate to be giving the compliments to your team here, but he's cleaning and clearing the only paths at the north with the rest of his army to make sure that there's no backstab counterattack before consolidating in the middle. And then with that consolidated army, he's gonna move on. That's brilliant, that's great.
Yeah, also with his pressure, he's been able to clear up a lot of the creep here. Like, there's not any creep on the map at this point. I feel like when you watch Rainer or Serral or DRG or something like that on this map, it's already 80% covered by the purple stuff right now. The Zerg poop. That hatchery's also dead. That's no cancel. Armory does get picked up, which is great, but can Su actually stop this push? I don't know, man.
I mean, that's a lot of Banelings. Banelings are always really good. If Time oversteps and tries to rush, the issue is it's going to be a little bit troublesome. This is great from Su, though. This is the only thing that he can be doing right now that's going to give him any what of a chance, right? If he does enough damage and slows down Time enough, this could work out. And Time is actually pulling back, which is the best case scenario, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he has to respect these mutas because he doesn't want to be forced into an all-in, which is what these mutas are trying to do. Let's kill so many SCVs that all he has is one push, which he could potentially hold, and Time doesn't want to have all these eggs in one basket here. He does have all these Marines and 2 medevacs, though, going up to the high ground here to try and pick up that hatchery again.
Yeah, but Su is now maxed. I mean, upgrades are 2-2, so they've evened out. And again, I feel like Su is back into this game. I mean, Time just had a brilliant move out, did all the things that we were giving him credit for, and he has done great with the creep spread. But I feel like if he had just left a Thor, maybe a Widow Mine, and a squad of Marines like we saw him previously, then those Muta never pull the entire army back, and Time is in a much better position. So again, Su finding an opening where he could make his way back into this game. yet again.
I feel like these banelings that he's making right now are going to be extremely important coming forward. Like just having a really good baneling connection is going to give Su the potential to make this game go even longer here. The banelings coming forward. There's this push from Time. It still feels like he's got the bigger army. He's got the better army. Some banelings coming in. A huge link counterattack from Su as well through the middle of the map, just straight up the guts of Time. He's pulling his army home again.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's no clear paths for it. So yeah, straight through the middle will work this time around. That was the funniest run I've ever seen. And oh, lag.
Horus!
I'm not happy about the lag. I mean, Su is just attack moving, but yeah. Out, please,
yeah, we got
chill.
Yeah, right. There it is. He's out. Poor guy. Feels bad, man. As an Australian, look, we've only just gotten a better internet infrastructure in our country. It's only kicked in the last 3 or 4 years, so I feel you, Horus. This was 7 years of my life in StarCraft 2. I was that guy. Feels bad.
Yeah. Emil's still that guy, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'm sure at the Twitch offices in the UK, he still lags out their system somehow. Oh, big volleys there from the Thors and those mutas. And Time, he is kind of forced into that all-in that I was talking about. He's down to 38 workers. He's down 40 workers against the Zerg right now. So his late game has really been hampered. So he kind of needs to just go across the map with everything and try and kill the Zerg.
He has a gigantic army still, so it's very likely. It's a very odd position to be in, though, because he's just about to secure a 5th base, likely to become a planetary fortress, which is just about the same as Su. Even though he has half of the workers, I don't know that this game is gone for him economically. Su has done amazing, though. I mean, all of a sudden his position is a good one.
People keep talking about SOS as La Cucaracha, the guy, he just won't die. But Su's actually doing his best Zerg impression of that right now. He just won't go down. This guy's a fighter. He believes. I love a good believer.
Yeah, I mean, I remember games against Flash where he would come back, and I'm like, okay, yeah, this guy's too good. Just like at making a lot of drones, at clicking everything. Like, I mean, he's one of the best at just macroing and just surging. I think he's a natural surger.
Good race choice.
Yeah, good race choice for him.
That's right. We had another link counterattack, just making the SCV count situation still a problem for Time. He's still down 40 workers here and change. It's creating problems to Su in multiple spots, though, at the south side and also the north side of the infrastructure of the Zerg. He does pick up this hatchery again. Su's not really been able to get past 4 bases. I mean, he does still have 76 drones, though.
Yeah, that's a very good point to make. It made me click on the income graph, but it seems like Su, regardless, is still mining considerably more than Time. So at this point, Time has to make something happen with the rest of his army. He's not really pushing the issue, and now for the first time in the game, Su's army has grown to bypass Time's army supply, so that's good.
I mean, it's fantastic, actually. Because I mean, unless you're a Dread Knight supporter, in which case this is really terrible. 3-3 is on the way here and about to finish for the Zerg. So the upgrades, good mine connections on those mutas, but of course they are mutas, so they leave and regenerate almost immediately, cats. So we're gonna have ultras on the field now against a guy that pretty much just has marauders as an answer to the ultras. He's still making quite a few mines out of 2 reacted factories, but ultras with the anabolic synthesis, with chitinous, with 3-3. That is no small task here for the bio army of Time. Like that is a hard army to beat now.
The leg upgrade is the anabolic synthesis, is the
anabolic synthesis. Speed? Yeah, the ultra speed. Yeah, I'm being a tryhard over here saying the lore name. Yeah, you called me tryharding, cats. I'm so sorry. I'm an embarrassment to everybody.
Never. But we see here, I mean, the army supplies are still very close. Time still with better upgrades. I'm very surprised still that he hasn't made that siege happen, but maybe he feels like if he gets maxed right now, his army is gonna be huge with that worker count.
He's gonna be blocked again on 171, unfortunately. So don't see any Z-posts in production. I mean, that'll help though, losing a bunch of army supply. Now he's not blocked anymore, but yeah, this was a really good fight for Su. He just called up 2 of the drops of Time at once. The one in the south of the gold base continues to find damage. He's got another hatchery pick up there, but it's at that point where the Zerg's been maxed for a bit. They're starting to amass a bank, and this is where things get very dangerous for Terran. I'm not liking this anymore for Time. I was liking it a little while ago, but feels like this one's starting to head towards throw territory for my boy.
Yeah, it's looking pretty bad for him at this point, and it's looking great for Su. He has done an amazing job coming back at this game, of course, but I gotta feel like Time really gave him the space and the room to do that. I feel like a few times, like even just now, right, with him having that army lead after all the workers died, I feel like he should have made something happen with that. And then when he tries to make something happen, it's always with his army kind of like 2 medevacs here and 2 medevacs there, which is fantastic if you're looking to harass a Zerg early on. But at this point, I mean, the Zerg army with this many Muta is just gonna, trade really well against that sort of attack. Su is not gonna miss a beat. This is a very difficult map to be sneaky in. So I feel like, if Time had just consolidated his army or realized his position at different points in this game, he could have done amazing and maybe closed it out.
I agree. Yeah, I think the decision maybe to come home when those mutas got into his mineral line was potentially where things started to just turn like haywire there for Time. Speaking of haywire, he's been cleaned off the map again by just superior Zerg forces pulling back, but doesn't really have any tanks, doesn't have any Widow Mines to fall back to. He's losing everything on the way back, and I think that Su's is going to capitalize and end the game right here with a pretty sick comeback, and it hurts. It hurts.
Yeah, it should. I mean, I'm gonna celebrate that one just because, wow, what a comeback! It almost exactly even APMs, by the way, both nearing the 430 mark.
So yeah,
quite impressive. But yeah, man, I mean, even there at the end, if he just waits, because he's at 170 supply, he has no SCVs, and he has waited for so long at that point, that I feel like if he just waits 30 more supply and then moves out, he has a better shot at that point. And otherwise, as soon as you lose the SCVs or whatnot, maybe, you should know at that point, I have an army lead. But it's weird because he waited, and then it's like Su is catching up after having, used and spent a lot of units killing Time's SCVs. And Time is just kind of giving him a lot of time. And then Su is just catching up, and then he attacks at kind of the weirdest time. I hate to say time so much when you're casting time. Is there another word for time?
No, actually. There
space, so much space, I guess we could say.
That's space and time. Those are two separate things. That's why they say that and that. But it's it's real, dude. Welcome to hell for casters when you have like a matchup like for once. Like I always talk about this at Kiev one year. We had Time versus Showtime. That was fun. that was easy to cast. Or cast versus Haas.
Yeah,
that was a good one. But yeah. We're going into Cure against Stats here, and I'm already feeling nervous because I'm like, I feel like Su's favored against Time, and I kind of feel like Stats has been looking pretty damn good. I mean, he's in the grand final at GSL, so I'm not super confident about this one either. But I'm starting to bring in the bias. My eyes are starting to turn red, and all I see are Dread Knight's colors. So it's going to be incredibly biased. And I got nothing but belief for Cure. This is going to be the time to get that 1-1. I think. Let's tie it up.
Yeah, pretty unlikely. This is the GSL finalist. He has been a consistent performer throughout the league. I gotta say, Cure Maynard, one of the best Terrans in the world online, though. Very online right now, so maybe.
Yep. We're all online right now.
Yeah.
And let's get into this one.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. Oh, I try to lock on to Woody because I like to just take my hands off the keyboard and have the easiest time of my whole life, but we're going to have to actually observe this game. In the bottom left here, I'm assuming this is the guy that's first from Dragon Phoenix Gaming, but more importantly, from the Dread Knights. It's the crown jewel, Terran. He is Cure.
And on the top right-hand side of the map, as the purple Protoss playing for Sword of Seoul Korea, it is our ace. It is Stats.
Yeah. I'm even zooming in on the players. This is how many times I've observed games recently. I'm like doing that zoom in twist thing. I'm like, come on, man. Muscle memory's a hell of a thing.
Yeah, well, some twisting might happen later as well.
Oh yeah, it's coming. Don't you worry. Like I said, I promised you. He's been practicing. He's got one of those those grip strengthener things. Those things that you just squeeze together with your hand to make your grip and your forearm stronger. He's been ready, man. He's been practicing his twist all day on ladder. He's been playing in tournaments, barely any sleep because he's been twisting all night long. Like he is ready. He's ready. He's going to twist harder than the Beatles did back in the 60s.
Nice. All right, so Stats is gonna scout Cure here pretty fast. I'm not sure that there's a lot to see at this point in time other than the fact that there's not gonna be any proxies or anything too cheeky coming out. It's gonna be a Marine first on the side of Cure, so he's kind of foregoing all scouting for a little while.
Yeah, which I think is maybe playing the player rather than the matchup, because Stats is usually Mr. Regular. He's a very, very, very good Protoss, but just maybe a little bit on the predictable side.
Mm-hmm.
So, doesn't usually put up any proxy pylons or proxy tech or anything wild. So Cure just trying to take that little bit of an edge there so he can get that factory faster, and there's that factory.
Yeah, I think that's a brilliant point to make. I think that Stats is as standard as it gets usually, especially in this matchup. In PvP, he can be a little bit crazier. And I'm sure, in best of series, he'll bring something else out, but that is his staple, is macro solid Protoss. That is what he's made a name for himself doing, and that is what Cure is very well abusing here. Well done.
Yeah, just getting that extra 50 gas. So stats at the moment, just going for your 1 gate expand into Cybercore and sending his first Adept across the map. He's also getting the shield battery in the mineral line, so he doesn't need to keep anything at home, which is definitely a new thing. He's got 2 idle probes in the main doing nothing, though. Not sure what's happening there. So two probes playing grab ass on the ramp over there. Oh,
you know, handicap.
Giving Cure a little bit of a chance in this game. I understand. Thank you for that. It might bite him in the butt, though. We got a proxy starport over here, and this is almost certainly the medevac or the Hellions drop, which Talon's really love at the moment in TVP.
Yeah, I think that's extremely likely. It could also be a Liberator, but everything else is pretty much off the books here, as there's not going to be any room for an add-on onto that starport. So yeah, you're feeling the Hellion here?
I'm feeling Hellion medevac, yeah.
It's a pretty great map for it.
It is. I mean, it's not quite. Why is the name? Oh, Golden Wall. There you go. For some reason, I was getting confused with Pillars of Gold and Golden Wall. It's not that map where you have that one spot, which is basically just a giant helipad for the medevac saying, "Please drop here," with arrows pointing at it. But there is still, a lot of space and a very short distance to that natural to start barbecuing some probes.
Yeah, it's so difficult. I mean, it's easier to account for that natural later as the game progresses. But this early on, I mean, it's going to be super annoying. This timing is so sharp from Cure. The pylon from stats might give him a heads up to where he can maybe react. There is also that shield battery. And yeah, here it comes. Cure is now going to have to consolidate his attack and look for a line of probes. We'll find a good one. 4 already go down. 5. Jeez. Ouch.
Oh, and he's not done because the Hellions, when they're all shooting at once, don't really care about that shield battery. They're burning through those probes literally and figuratively, and they are straight into the main base, where there is still a shield battery, but also still enough Hellions to ignore that shield battery. 11 probes. I mean, look, I'm going to say that that's a really good start for Cure, but, killing 24 drones was also a pretty damn good start for Time. And we know how that one went. So let's not... I'm in the green room telling the fat lady to start warming up, but I'm also telling her tonight, like, no, just take it easy, go back to your car.
Yeah,
Things went badly for Time here. Cure hasn't won yet.
Yeah, I mean, he kept 3 out of the 4 Hellions as well. Like, nothing went right for stats here. So it's a very, very difficult position. I want to say Time's position was actually maybe a little bit better, though, to what you were just pointing out. So, all right, let's see it. Let's see the recovery.
Yeah, we got 1 Stalker and Adept in the main base here for Sue to try and hold onto that main base, which is, surprisingly actually pretty effective forces. The Hellions are pretty softened up at the moment, or at least one of them is. And Cure is just going single engineering barrier +1 attack. He's just gearing up for your regular Terran stuff back at home. He's obviously a little ways off of having stim and all that sort of stuff before the push kicks in. Getting +1 nice and quick. And stats, 2 base Colossus here. He's feeling a little nervous.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very defensive, I think, Colossus, right? I mean, there's not much else. I guess he could have gone for something like a Disruptor, but that's not going to be good, not for a little while at least, right? Until we see the Terran army have too many units that they cannot micro well enough, unless you're Clem, I guess. Clem just... Have you seen his Disruptor splits? Oh my god.
Yeah, Clem, I always feel like...
But yeah, I mean, in this particular matchup, I like it, the Colossus. Good fast third to follow too.
I think one of the strongest and smartest things you can do in this matchup is actually just go for 3 Colossus before you do anything else. Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously you get Blink and Charge, that sort of thing, and Forge upgrades, but getting a few Colossus just to make sure that, like, you can swipe through the Marines, and it doesn't matter if it's 10, 15 Marines, as long as you cut through them so you get to the tanks for the rest of the
I'm not sure if they can actually hear you, or if it's just an issue on my end. I think it might be my end.
Okay. Sounds okay to you? All right. I think I'm coming through. I got levels popping up on my side. All right. Well, look at this push here from Cure heading through the middle of the map. There's that stim combat shield +1 about to kick in. No medevac support, but it's on the way just behind it. So hell yeah, this push is looking a little scary, but this is why the Colossus have popped out for stats.
Can you hear me now?
I have always been able to hear you, cats.
Oh really? Oh, you cut out a little bit for me, and yeah, my power bar was red on Discord, so I thought it might have been me. All right, wonderful.
We're back.
That is good. This Colossi though may not be in the best position ever. Oh, it's so awkward.
Oh, he's using the medevac from Vision to try and get that lock on. Oh my god, this Colossus might die. Oh, that tank shot. Feels so good, man. Feels so good.
Yeah, I'm not having fun here. This is a huge push. I'm not sure what we are gonna have to do. I mean, yeah, we do have 2 shield batteries though, Maynard. Have you seen those things when they overcharge?
Like, yeah, when that shield battery's like got a thing spinning on top of it, it does heal things forever, I feel. But this third Nexus is still in a spot of bother. He's definitely not out of the woods yet. He went for a little bit of a counterattack there, but Cure's army is quite large, and I would dare say even in charge right now. Without charge, to be able to get into those tank lines and all that bio still there with his +1 attack, and they cut through those gateway armies pretty fast as well.
Yeah, and it's about to get harder because the reinforcements just arrived on the side of Cure. There was a little bit of a timing there where Stats could have fought maybe half of the army and taken a good trade, but now it's getting more difficult. And as the reinforcements arrive, he's going to choose to engage. Please.
No, I think this might be it, Cat. I don't think he expected those extra few tanks from the south there. The Zealots got mixed up between the tanks on the north side and the south side. And there is still a fair bit of bio left over. And the main scary thing here is, of course, there's still 2 tanks. And if he can move those medevacs forward, he can actually still shell away at that Nexus as well. And he's got Vikings. Oh, no, Stats. He's only got 1 Stalker to shoot up, 2 Stalkers to shoot up. Oh, man, he's taking so much damage. But, boy, Cure. That's what I'm talking about, boy. Get it. Get it, Cure.
It's looking a little bit too good for Cure. He has been so patient with this attack too. I mean, you gotta give him props. Stats was trying to bait him, I think, with the force fields and onto those shield batteries. Cure extremely patient just with the tanks from the back, never bringing the bio forward until he was confident enough. And he's gonna take this game from our ace. And yeah, that hurts. That hurts quite a bit. That was your first big player as well, though, right?
He was my first draft, yes. That's why I call him the crown jewel of the Dread Knights, which felt a little bit weird at first because he didn't win a game for like 3 weeks. But when he started winning, it started to look really, really good. He took some big scalps as well. That's what I'm talking about, Cure. Beating a GSL finalist, GSL champion, Cure, Season 3. That's what I'm talking about. You heard it here first.
I'd love to see that. But
Me too.
Yeah, I mean, pretty well done by Cure. And again, you have to give him props. Just because the play was so very nice, so clean after that initial attack, I think he capitalized so well. He waited, and most importantly, I like the patience there to not use the bio to shoot at the Nexus, to siege the Nexus. I think such a brilliant maneuver because that's the only thing that Stats could rely on is if you overextend with that bio, I get the force fields and I have the Colossi near my shield batteries. Maybe I can win like that. The other thing is if Stats had like a spotter outside of the base of Cure, which Cure did well in, making sure that there wasn't a spotter, then he could have engaged half of the army knowing when the second half is arriving, and that would have been better. But yeah, as it stands, yeah, Cure beasting it. Well done.
My boy. I think there actually might have been a lack of observers in that game, like you mentioned, spotters, because Stats felt a little bit of fear, I guess, when you don't know what the Terran is doing. You're going robo-based, like, okay, I need to prioritize Colossus production here, having extended thermal lance and getting up my Twilight Council upgrades. But yeah, that was in lieu of having, like, I think you brilliantly observed, nothing really on the Terran side of the map to see a push. It's one of those things, though, like every single PvT, I feel like a push like that happens, but you don't really know what that push looks like. Like, is it just Marine Marauder with 2 tanks, 4 tanks? Are there Widow Mines? Is there a Liberator? Like, all those things matter a lot, and you need to kind of know what flavor of Terran timing is coming. There's always something, and it's usually married up with +1 timing, a +1 timing attack, but what comes with it? And it felt like, yeah, you're absolutely right. Stats didn't really do his homework there, and the dog ate my homework didn't work with the teacher. The Cure says 2 out of 10, see me after class.
And I mean, Stats did try. He did make an observer. It was just sniped at some point. I'm not sure when it was cleared, but there wasn't an observer towards the end there. And another thing to point out too that Stats tried to do that was really cool. He was trying to get in that position where he was up the ramp and waiting for Cure's army to actually walk where Cure's army actually walked. The problem was he got there like a little bit late, and the Colossi were caught in a really awkward angle there, walking up that cliff. So,
yeah, that was very strange from Stats to have that like a miss. I don't know if it could miss micro, but like a miss pathing or maybe miss army management, which I guess is just micro, right? Just having those Colossi out in the middle of nowhere. It's like, where are they going? I understand he's trying to maybe cut off the Terran, but having those Colossi so separated from the pack was a little bit uncharacteristic for sure.
Yeah, I think he must have just clicked on a spot and then the pathing was what it was because the Colossi can walk up cliffs and the rest of the army can't. So they took different pathings because it was closer for the Colossi to walk up the cliff, basically. Is that what I think happened, and that's where the army kind of got separated. It's difficult to criticize him for that because it's from his perspective, it's probably just moving at that point. He doesn't expect that there will happen anything will happen in between, right?
Yeah, almost certainly the case. Are you in this lobby, by the way?
Yeah.
You are? Okay.
Yeah, I'm Dr.
Oh,
Dog.
I see. Dr. Dog. You know what? I'm going to add you as a friend.
Do it.
Don't let anyone say that friendships weren't forged here in the War Chest team league. I've got one new Battle.net friend already.
Hells yeah.
That's right. So we're going to have Seoul against Ragnarok here. It's our TVZ coming up on NA Central, so a bit of a rough serve for the Korean player, but Seoul having a bit of an edge ping-wise. And also is a very, very, very solid Terran. Does he have what it takes to beat Ragnarok on Death Aura, though? Tell me the story, Cats. Set the stage for everyone out there.
The stage, I'm going to set the stage, okay? I'm excited for this one. I got to say, I mean, Seoul has not won a single match yet in this team league, and he has only faced, in my opinion, the toughest opponents. I think that Ragnarok, as good as he is in a similar realm of Seoul as far as perception. Like, I think that this is an evenish match. If you were to bet on it, but I think that Seoul really, I mean, if he doesn't get a single win, in spite of having, in spite of being as good as he is, and in spite of the great games that he has shown against the likes of Reynor and Serral in this team league, I'll be so sad. So yeah, this one's an important one for me. Redemption time.
Well, let's get into it and see if this guy in the top left can just ruin everything. In the top left from Alpha X, it's my third player, Ragnarok.
And on the bottom right-hand side of the map, he has only faced and lost to top-tier Koreans. Will the story repeat itself? Or will Seoul finally bring it back? I guess Reynor and Serral are not Koreans, but they're basically, better. So,
Seoul. Better, faster, stronger. Seoul, yes. Is he still represented by Makers? He's got the team line and everything?
Yeah, I believe so.
100% on that. Oh, cool. Good stuff. Glad to hear it.
Makers.
MK is, yeah, sorry, my bad.
MK.
How ignorant of me. Ragnarok is, of course, represented by Alpha X, a huge clan / team. Very huge team. They got so many
players. For the scene as well, especially as of recently, they put a lot of show matches, a lot of events. So yeah, I really like what Alpha X has been doing.
Yeah, shout out and love to Alpha X for being one of the guys injecting some lifeblood into StarCraft 2. The most alive game that has ever lived. Ever.
All right, so pretty standard openings here. Nothing out of the ordinary on either side. So yeah, I'm feeling good for Seoul. I really want to see what he brings. I actually didn't prepare with him or talk about his strategy for this matchup this week. Again, like, everyone was feeling a little bit dejected. Like previous weeks, we were really trying to get in there. This week, it was like, we're out. Let's just do our best, go out with a bang. And I feel like this particular matchup has to be important for Seoul. I think this is redemption time for him, and I think he's gonna do it. Do you want to bet on this, Coffee?
I'll bet a coffee. Yeah, I'll bet a coffee that my boy wins for sure.
Okay, you got it.
Next time we see each other, California, yeah, you're gonna get a North American coffee on me, which is unfortunate. We should be meeting in Europe somewhere for an actual good coffee.
All right. Well, maybe that'll be the case.
Not Germany. Germany, no, it's no good coffee. Sorry, Germans. Haven't had a good one up there yet.
So yeah, the first Reaper won't find much. That's kind of the life story of Reapers these days. Circ Pros are too good, and yeah, you go in. You were talking about renaming an old Terran lineup. Hope my Reaper season sees something.
Hope my Reaper sees something. It's the name of my Terran team. Otherwise, I don't know what to do with my add-ons, and if I do the wrong thing, I'm dead. That's what we have written in small text on the coat of arms for the logo for that team. But yeah, we actually have a very fast 3rd here for Seoul, so it delays that second gas a little bit for a little bit of economy. I like it.
It's very nice. And wow, double creep tumor actually for Ragnarok. There is 2 expansions that are potentially like there's a lot of creep to be spread, is my point, all over the place right away. So I kind of like the choice on this particular map more than on other maps. It's very rare to see 2 creep tumors being dropped at once this early though.
I think this is. I think the plan is starting to become a little clearer here as Ragnarok drops that Roach Warren here, just trying to make sure that the Queens are holding that door like bouncers to a very exclusive club to make sure that Reaper and these Hellions don't get into the natural where there is a bit of juicy information here for the Terran.
Yeah, this could be an extremely tricky all-in. I mean, the creep is gonna technically help the Roaches move across a little bit, right? But yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what Ragnarok is doing yet. Like, is this just defensive Roaches?
No, I'm actually sometimes, and this is part of the reason why I love Ragnarok. I'm not sure he knows. I feel like he freestyles a little bit here and there. It makes him a very wild best of one player. Actually, you know, something that I've been criticizing Ragnarok a bit about, like in Alima League and also in this tournament, is that his creep spread actually hasn't been super great. So in this game, it feels like he's taking a leaf out of that, you know, oh, I'm going to show them, just like go really ham on creep spread at the beginning of the game, like 2 tumors immediately in the natural, still spreading with active tumors here.
Yeah, I mean, this is about as good creep spread as you could possibly have at this stage in the game. And the Roaches, this is great because they don't get spotted until the very end, right? It's already a difficult map to spot on early enough, though Soul does sit as close as possible to the creep. Will lose 2 Hellions in the process, but those guys are not going to help against the Roaches anyway, not much anyhow, so Soul is going to have to do some crisis management right now and drops 2 bunkers. Doesn't really have very many units, though. This is pretty scary.
Yeah, it's like almost as many bunkers as he has Marines to put in the bunkers at the moment, and the Roaches and Ravages are on their way. Obviously, a tank is going to be incredibly critical.
The links are going to get us around. Nasty.
Oh, no! Soul's Hellions trying to run back, but they're just going to get cut off from the pack there. A Liberator coming forward, but of course, there are going to be Ravages to start barreling that thing down, and I think Ragnarok's going to wait for enough Ravages to just kill it before it repositions. Soul reads this, but only 2 Marines in these 2 bunkers, cats.
Yeah, and I mean, all of the Hellions already fall. That was a beautiful surround on the side of Ragnarok, who is now droning up, by the way, and taking a third. So I really, really like this position from him. Soul has committed to defense enough that he may not take any damage, or not a lot of it anyway, but even if he doesn't, I mean, Ragnarok is okay with this.
Yeah, and because considering that Soul's playing, you know, Marine tank, he's going into bio here. His upgrades are being delayed. In fact, straight up denied with these engineering bays being picked off means that his 1-1's going to be further delayed. And, you know, he does have stim, but he hasn't started combat shield at the moment. Like, it just feels like Soul's missing a couple beats here, even floating a little bit of gas. Like, he's like, oh, God, you know, he's completely focused on this defense.
Yeah, exactly. He's getting... He's getting tunnel visioned a little bit, and that is the great problem. And I want to point out to the fact that Ragnarok, beautifully, as he is taking down those evays, he drops the Evo chambers, right? Like, he's saying, okay, like, I'm getting an advantage here, I'm gonna capitalize. And that's exactly what he does. And even pulling back before Soul has enough of a bio army that he can crush his army is a very diligent, very mature move on the side of Ragnarok. I really like that poke.
I really like it too. I actually feel like Ragnarok is, you know, grabbing all 6 gases here in a 4th base. I wonder if he's actually going for a Spire switch or something. I mean, obviously, yeah, there it is. The Spire starts now for Ragnarok.
That's call from Maynard.
Yeah, there you go. Look, I mean, look, this is what happens, man. This affects my hype casting when I start making calls like this. Starting to actually understand the game. It's getting wild. And the Twilight Zone over here.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, I mean, Soul did remake the E-base as fast as he could, so 1-1 is on the way, and he's not gonna fall too far behind on that regard. Mutas is gonna be a kind of a scary switch, and I mean, tanks are not the units that you want for it, but hopefully Soul is able to do something and see something perhaps with this Liberator, who's most likely gonna go across the map and try to harass. These 2 medevacs trying to do the same as well.
Yeah, and this is actually an advantage for Soul at the moment is these medevacs, because having just Ravager Biles as your anti-air is not really convincing. Ragnarok needs to be careful about these Overlords as well. Having those lost will affect his ability to get a big surge of mutas, which he's trying to bank for right now. And he's just trying to keep on top of those medevacs to make sure that when they drop, there's Zerg units to meet him.
Yeah, Soul is mostly caught up as well in workers. He hasn't missed a beat in that sense. And yeah, I really like what he's doing with the medevacs. He's gonna gain a lot of information. He is so very good at multi-prong bite. He's actually dropping onto a spore. Oh no!
Oh, that's unfortunate for Soul there. Loses the medevacs, loses the Marines inside, and Ragnarok's waiting for him here in the main base. He's got Ravages as well to bile down a Liberator. Oh, it just gets out of the bile range. Good control from Soul.
Yeah, very, very fast repositioning there, but not this time around for the spore. So the Liberator will finally fall. There are still 2 medevacs stuck in the back, but all throughout this time, I mean, Soul has had time to spot those mutas. He's gonna know what's coming, and that's something. I mean, he's lagging a lot of supply behind, though.
Yeah, the army of the Zerg is really, really big right now, and I feel like that's the opposite of what the situation should be at the moment. You know, the Terran should have the bigger army, but unfortunately, Soul's early game's been messed with. You know, he hasn't got all that production, that mid-game production the Terran wants. You know, multiple factories, you know, your 5 barracks, all that sort of stuff kicking in with your double upgrades. In fact, you know, 1-1 has finished for the Terran, which is great. He's on equal footing in upgrade sense for the Zerg, but the Mutalisk countermeasures, he's going to have to rely a lot on static defense and just being, you know, very passive here. Maybe he could break off a medevac or a liberator or something, but it feels like Soul needs to just wait for Ragnarok to potentially throw something at him for a little bit here until he has a couple more, you know, Widowmines and Thors and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and this might sound a little bit weird because Ragnarok seems like he's in such a great spot, but this is Soul's area of expertise. Right, he just made his first sensor tower. If we get to 3 of those, I'll be pretty happy, because then we'll have like 9 CCs, and you know, if he turtles like he should right now, if he doesn't take too much damage, then this is going to be good enough, I think, to at least hold on and give himself a chance in the later game, because Thors and Mines are, I think, the best way to deal with this. We were talking about it in the Time versus Su, and it's again something that I've discussed with Soul extensively. I think he can recover.
I think so too. So you say this is his comfort zone. Is Soul a anime protagonist? Is he like a like when he gets beaten down, he becomes more powerful when he recovers? One sensu bean, and all of a sudden Soul reaches a new level of Super Saiyan?
Yeah, something like that. No, his comfort zone is not the comeback. It's you know, the later game, the macro game, when he starts dropping the 4th, the 5th. Right. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, I remember like a lot of the Zergs were actually saying, the European Zergs were saying that the late game TVZ, the best late game TVZ player they ever played was Soul. He's amazing. Rocking a 7 from our batch. Oh, that's a dead medevac. Oh, get him! Oh, not quite. It gets there.
Jinxed.
Yeah, I ruined it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, see, there's the second sensor tower. I'm telling you, there's 3 or 4 of those. I'll start to feel pretty confident about his position. Look at the supply, right? Like, he's catching up. He's getting to where he needs to be, and really, he is fantastic in the late game. So yeah, I want to see what he does. And on the flip side, I think that Ragnarok is not a player that I often see strive to go through to that late game. I think he's a little bit trickier, a little bit more mid-game based. Yeah.
He is like most Korean Zergs, but I feel like as far as Korean Zergs go, Ragnarok is the one guy that isn't so afraid of the late game versus some of the others. The middle Widowmine's coming forward, Ragnarok pulls back. He gets a good connection on those first rounds of Marines, and he's going to try and grab this planetary. I don't know, though. This is going to take a lot of Zerg supply to crack through this position. Baneling's looking for SCVs. He does get the planetary, so... yeah, it's worth it in the end. Worth it in the end.
Yeah, all I can hear right now is Marine Lord in my head. Whenever I see Banelings explode onto a planetary fortress, have you ever been on a call with Marine Lord as he commentates it?
You know what? No, I haven't. But I've been in Twitch chat with Marine Lord whenever a Zerg loses 30 drones at the beginning of the game, then proceeds to get back up to 90 drones, covers the map and creep, and then throw 50 Banelings into a planetary to make it go away.
Yeah,
I have seen Marine Lord's comments once or twice. Bit of a mind drag there from Ragnarok. He is overwhelming Soul's position right here, but Soul, I think, is being very careful, very methodical with his bio, just trying to take trades where he can. He's going to get a nice Baneling. Oh my god, that Widowmine kills so many Banelings.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Yeah, he got rid of a PF, but Soul was already doing the Soul thing, and he already had extra command centers. He already has an extra one too, so you know what? If Ragnarok decides to run into that PF again, I think Soul's not going to be too sad. Not at this point, and this is looking decent. I mean, yeah, lost the PF, but like you said, that was a lot of Zerg to throw into it. If we look at the resources lost tab, it's actually evened out already.
It certainly has, and the later this game goes, when Soul gets to that point where he's, you know, he feels like he's still one of the late game Terrans that really like ghosts and that sort of thing against Zerg. Oh, nice pick off in that tank. Just trying to find any removal of the armor that he can do here to try and expose the flesh of Soul for another counterblow later. Ooh, I like this big Baneling morph. Soul, though, is continuously making Widowmines. I feel like he's reading Ragnarok pretty well here and what he wants to do.
Yeah, Widowmines are just so great. Yeah, Widowmines and Thors mixed in so great against Mutiling Bane. It's a thing that's coming back because of Mutiling Bane coming back as well. So the Terran players are slowly remembering the things that they need to do against this unit. And
like, oh right, Mutalisks.
Yeah, them drilling claws, man. Drilling claws, Thors, they're pretty good. But yeah, I mean, Ragnarok still has a very good coverage of the map here.
Yeah, his creep spread's been insane this game. Very, very nice creep spread. A little bit of an opening on the right side where he's got that rich Vespine base, which he hasn't got the gases for just yet, but the Muta's getting a little bit too far forward. He eats a Thor shot and also a potential Widowmine shot there as well. And Soul, that base that I was talking about, getting dropped on right now.
Very, very well done. And yeah, I'm not sure how that Widowmine didn't connect. I saw it in slow-mo. I was, you know, I feel like in most universes, that Widowmine hits all the Muta and at least 20 die.
Well, thankfully, that's not the case. Adrenal about to finish up for Ragnarok's Armani. He's starting to produce some ultras as well. He's actually, that's his first ultra in production right now. That's the first one. So it feels like that army, rather the ultras are a little bit later for Ragnarok, but he does still have a nice bank.
Yeah, ultras are a really nice choice here. I mean, the Army of Soul mostly on the ground is Marines and Widowmines. Neither of those are particularly good against ultras. So he's going to have to start adding Marauders, Ghosts, Thors, Liberators. Or something else. Yeah, this is beautiful. And this is something that we talked about as well. His setup, like before, I feel like he was just walking them forward. Now he has a very nice setup of Widowmines that he can kite back to. And I really like it. I mean, it could be, a few of those could be further back. Oh, no, actually. Yeah.
Oh, this Widowmine's getting a lot of banelings. These ones even getting some more. Ragnarok not finding amazing trades here. He's going to clean up some of those Widowmines. We lost so many of those banelings in the meantime. And his bank is starting to go away as well. You know, he had a 4-figure bank earlier, but now he doesn't. He just spent it to just replenish those ultras, those lings, and those banes, and also to get his upgrades up. I think he also might potentially be going for some baneling mines here. He's getting burrow, but this is the part where I'm really worried about. Actually, I'm literally getting very, 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 very scared for Ragnarok here. I'm not even kidding, because I've seen Soul when he gets late game ghosts out, and he's very good with those ghosts. I'm getting worried, man. I'm starting to sweat.
Yeah, I mean, we're still going to need some Liberators to set up some of these key defense points. These Banelings are going to blow into the Planetary Fortress, as Banelings often do. But that is okay, because Soul is Soul, and he has a lot of command centers. That's what he does. I mean, you want to blow up his command centers? No problemo.
I mean, when we got to the Ghost Academy being placed in production tab, because I was looking for it at Cass, I was like a hawk looking for that production tab for the Ghost Academy. I saw 4 command centers being built at once. It's like the Martha Stewart command center. It's the one she prepared earlier. It just keeps coming out of the oven.
Yeah, I mean, this is Serral's practice partner, okay? And we know where Serral forged his legacy is on late game. Soul is, yeah, I mean, no one is more adept, like you said, not in the European scene at least, at the late game Terran play. And my God, yeah, he's about to show it. I mean, this is a comeback as far as I'm concerned, and it's looking good to make it happen.
It is. In fact, the Terran's starting to get that bank now, and some big snipes. It gets another ultra for free, and another one getting pushed back by its babies. Oh man, Soul! He's killing all the tier 3 units. And Ragnarok's fighting off creep here to try and get another base kill. He can just cancel and lift that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, almost want to let those Banelings just run into that CC. It's not even a PF. Very nice concave on the bottom of the ramp as well, baiting some units. And Ragnarok's gonna start getting desperate. I mean, he hasn't found a good trade in a little while now.
Where are these mutas been all my life? They're just getting back to the game now. They find a ghost. Some lings being sent to the planetary. Obviously, the planetary's going to win that battle. I don't think these 3 banelings have got a lot of promise. Down they go.
Yeah, I think they were supposed to be timed with the lings, so a little bit of a mistiming there.
Potentially. Ooh, space getting a little bit low, but Soul's starting to really muscle this high ground away from Ragnarok. Getting a lot more units coming in from the low ground to reinforce that position. Oh, there's a good baneling blast. Getting another base. This base also gets picked off. No cancel. And there is also mutas still in the main base on top of production. So this is a nice move here from Ragnarok. Definitely a Groot counter blow, knocking Soul down to 66 workers while still having 91 drones. Definitely outmining the Terran a lot by now, like double the minerals and almost 50% more gas mining.
Yeah, that was very well done, especially because he got those 14 workers on the back of it, whereas before he was just getting command centers or planetary fortresses without getting any workers. So that is the first good trade for Ragnarok in terms of, you know, suiciding to kill some Terran productions on setup. Yeah.
Certainly, you know, Ragnarok had a really good early mid game, and then once it got to the later stage of the game, it's been all Soul. But Greater Spires finished here for Ragnarok. I wonder how Broodlords would go in this situation. I mean, Soul's got a lot of ghosts already, but when you have a lot of Ling Bane underneath them, they can be fine. It just feels like you need infestors with them. Oh, hold that thought. What are Banelings?
Yeah, that's a very good point. I really like infestors. A lot of pros don't like them as much these days, but I think that they're still a great complement to this army. That was a decent move as well for Ragnar. Oh, there's the Baning Burrow as well coming into play. I didn't even see that, so Soul completely missed it as well.
Ooh.
Oh man.
Yeah, Ragnarok takes a pretty good fight there. He doesn't still have a ton of gas in the bank, so I'm a little bit worried about his remaxes and that sort of thing. He does have 5 more ults in wait. Oh, this base isn't a planetary just yet.
Yeah.
These ults are gonna
Oh, God. Oh, no. Everything's going wrong now. This is not good. I mean, a lack of Liberators, not a lot of Widow Mines initially for those Banelings, and this is getting out of control. What has happened? And you were talking about the Broodlords. Now Broodlords would be pretty good of a switch. I mean, right now, any switch would be good.
Yeah, a lot of the ghosts have been the ghost count's been really reset here. Widowmine going into the middle of the pack. Good mind drag there from Ragnarok, going straight past the planetary with his Lings and his Banelings. Kills 31 SCVs. Soul is down almost 60 workers right now.
Oh, these Banelings are
has had another good Baneling hit. Oh no, it's really starting to run out of the Polish Terran's hands here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure. That position looked decent for Soul. When the trade started, I didn't think it would be that bad. But yeah, the Banelings kind of crushing through everything there. And it's looking pretty terrible. I mean, the Ultras are taking a while to go down. There's no ghosts, like you mentioned. There were never any Liberators. That is some criticism that I would think is worth considering if your Soul. Liberators are so good at zoning and so good defensively, especially in combo with the ghosts and when going up against Ultras. But yeah, it is what it is. And Soul is gonna, I mean, he's gonna have a chance later, I guess, to beat TY. But that's a tough one.
So you got the Benny and the boys later today? Are you straight after that?
No, I'm right one match and then
Okay. Yeah, well, the boys are on match point. Feels good, man. But this next one, I also feel like I gotta say, Cats, I'm feeling like 3-1s in the bag. I'm feeling 3-1s in the bag. My boy Parting, like I said, he's been practicing the twists. He's been twisting and shouting harder than the Beatles ever had. He's ready for this one. I'm very excited.
Yeah, maybe so. Let's see. Let me try to join the lobby here. It didn't work the first time around. What a disappointing game. I was excited for Soul. I felt like he was really coming back there too.
I mean, I will even straight up say that Soul was winning at one point in that game. I think he was in a really, really good spot. He was, when the Zerg ran out of the bank, he was equal footing in worker and up in army supply. He closed the upgrade gap. When he gets that ghost point, I mean, I seriously mean that. As much as I'm memeing every now and then, I actually seriously mean that when he gets to like a lot of ghosts, I get terrified for whatever Zerg's on the other side of that map. Soul is the guy that he was the first Terran where I was watching him playing a TVZ against pro level Zergs and going, I think King's Cove's kind of broken. It took Soul for me to realize that, back when King's Cove was in the map pool. So he was just really abusing that map with his late game Terran, just nuking everywhere. Am I meant to? Oh, I'm meant to be invited to lobby here. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to join, but not able to. 1 sec.
No, this is one of those things that you need to be invited into.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, this is an exclusive invitation. I think as the captain of a team, you should probably, I think you'll be allowed in. They'll chuck you in a second. We'll get you in here. Don't worry, Cats. You'll be able to watch the magic that is Parting against Sort of.
Yeah, I mean, Sort of has also not done great in this team league. So I would love to see some redemption from him. But this time it's Parting with the ping advantage as well, right? Like it was Soul that had the ping advantage last game. And that means that it's Parting and with ping advantage. So, I mean, Sort of kind of sacrificed himself for this one. And, yeah.
He took it for the team. Poor old Ricky.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how this game goes. I have no idea. There's been a couple times, I'm going to be real with you guys, there's been a couple times where Parting's been like, do you want to know the results? And I'll say, no, I don't want to know the results because I don't like to know the result of anything because otherwise it affects my casting. And he'll just say, okay, I lost. Mate, that was the opposite of what I asked for. But the last time he did that, he lied. He said that he lost against Maru when he played a replay against the tank toppers and he actually beat Maru.
Nice. Yeah, that sounds like Parting.
He lied. What a scumbag. But you know what, Cats? If there was a season 2 of this War Chest Team League, I wouldn't change a single thing. I'd be like, all right, you guys ready for the draft? I'd say, forget it. These are my boys. I'll take them again with me into season 2. I wouldn't change a single thing.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure that I can say that, but yeah.
You know what?
I love my picks.
If we went full sports, you would get a very early draft pick if we had a season 2.
If
good draft picks.
I loved my picks for this season, But I don't know that I could enter a season 2 and not try to like win it just for, just because it's, you can't finish last and then be okay finishing last again. I feel like if there was
It's a very good point. It's a very good point. No one's happy. No one's happy with last place. That's
yeah.
That's a good point. I didn't even think about that. I'm being insensitive over here. Just,
not at all.
Very, very excited about how the boys have been doing so far. But anyway, let's off right.
Load it in.
This is your boy. So why don't you take it in? Oh, he's
playing for
spicy.
Cosmos and going for a very early pull. I love it. It's a very short map and it's against partying. It's sort of.
And in the bottom left, going for the low ground pylon out the front there and sending that probe across the map nice and early. It is parting.
Yeah, and this could be a forge from parting, which would be, I imagine, pretty good for us, to be honest. So
it is a gateway. And parting coming forward here and not seeing a natural just yet is normal, and sort of is actually just trying to give away that, he's like, oh no, the first probe is out so early. What do I do? Oh, I just take my third. I take my third as my natural. Nope. And then parting rolls up in the main base, sees the pool, and now he knows what he's up against. He needs to get a full wall off on the low ground there, or at least slow down those Zerglings.
Yeah, it's a very short map, and this is actually a strat that I talked about with Ricky for a previous week, but he wasn't willing to do it. So I'm really happy that he's doing it here. It's a little bit of a tricky Ricky strat on the side of sort of. Let's see if he can pull it off. The Zerglings are now out. I mean, it's not a particularly short map, huh?
It's one of those maps. It's kind of deceiving how large the map is when you look at like the rush from one side to another. But it is definitely shorter than like Eternal Empire and Pillars. I'm pretty sure it's shorter than Eternal Empire and Ice and Chrome. Parting is taking this very seriously. He's pulling 4 probes here with the Zealot.
Yeah, I really like this response. It's going to be very difficult for the Zerglings to find any damage. Normally, they would want to poke at the building that they're trying to focus on the side. I'm surprised that parting actually makes the cyber core on the right-hand side. You usually want the cyber core in the middle so that it can't be the targeted building. But I mean, yeah, his defense has been stellar otherwise, so it won't matter here.
Yeah, he's only lost shields on one of the cyber cores and on one of the gateways. And these 2 zealots, while it's always annoying to have to spend 200 minerals on zealots, which aren't really useful apart from holding a gap of your wall in, it's caused him complete safety here. That there's not really any edge that the early pool gave parting. In fact, it's slowed down the economy of sort of. His natural hatchery is still not done. It's just about to finish. So very, very late natural for sort of after that 12 pool, which didn't amount to a whole lot.
Yeah, it really didn't. This is already a very difficult position for sort of. I mean, parting did have to make very early gateways, but he's gonna see used to them. Actually, he's dropping a Nexus instead of double producing units or something like that from the gateways. So yeah, I think that's kind of okay. I personally struggle more if they make units from those gateways as a Zerg player, but at the same time, sort of didn't lose any of his Zerglings, so it might be a thing for parting where he's like, well, you already have a decent number of base units.
Yeah, I actually like that parting has broken off the one zealot to send it across the map, because it's a deceptively good, like, tanky early game unit. Even though it's just a melee unit, it really just like forces you to respect it. See, that queen nearly died here just because of that one zealot getting up in its face.
Yeah.
Adept shade into the main base looking for drones. Good pullback from Ricky, and it's going to be a recall. Looks like one Adept might die. Yep, gets a pick off there.
Nice. Yeah, overall, a very good defense there. And like I said, there was no follow-up from parting, and sort of wasn't really making additional units for it. So not taking very much damage, just a couple of drones, and not overcommitting to units behind that. I feel like it kind of brings sort of a little bit back into this game. So good job by him.
Yep. He's bringing the Overlord back in there to have a look. Looks like Parting's just going for the DT Archon drop follow-up here. So gonna put the Invisible Manhouse down. Where does he put that Dark Shrine? Oh, it's in the natural.
Natural, yeah.
Very big brain.
Very big brain indeed. Sort of is probably going to know what's up. Sort of is one of the best players at identifying build orders, because he is a very present-oriented player, a very methodical player, more so than almost any other pro. So he is the type of person that will know timings and will know, like, okay, if you have this, this is how much you can have, and this is what might or might not happen. And I think he has to account for DTs in a position like this.
Yeah, well, he knows something's up because Parting is such an aggressive player and sort of is going to get that Roach Warren a little bit later than you'll normally see. But of course, at the start of the game, it is coming down, and that's exactly what you need to hold against Archons or really any kind of like, even if he was going for an Adept Flood or something like that, you kind of want that Roach Warren regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. And he also drops the Spores just in time for DT, so he's covering all of his bases. Yeah, I really would love for sort of to make some more guides. He's just so very good at that. He has one guide on YouTube on CVT, and it is one of the better guides I think that I've ever seen.
You know what? I was just talking earlier on Twitter where I said that the Team Liquid boys have been really kicking goals with the guides. Like you got Thermal with the Terran guides, you got Hearthstone with the Protoss guides, and the Is It Imber or Do I Suck series, which is just my favorite thing ever. Like it is.
It's great. Yeah.
I was in tears laughing earlier today, man.
Yeah.
But anyway, we need a Zerg tutorial guide guy out there. DT's finding a queen, Prism there to pick them up in a first class. Oh, nearly loses that DT.
Yeah, right now it's kind of split with Lambo doing some, sort of has done one or two. And Elazer did one series that was called 10-minute guides, and his first episode was 14 minutes.
Oh, I mean, when you've already messed up on episode 1, it's
yeah. I don't think it was. Yeah, I don't think
here. Oh, maybe a Roach as well. I need to get those Gats guys going. And you know, you're a Protoss player now, but you used to be a Zerg player not that long ago. You know, you saying that you're a Protoss player now is like when TY said, "Oh, I'm a caster now. I'm not a pro player," and it's like, all right, man.
Yeah. My Protoss is much worse than my Zerg, obviously. Yeah, but yeah, I'm trying to switch to Protoss just because I think it's really fun right now. The changes that are coming are fun. And yeah, I just want to make something up with Zerg and maybe understand the races a little bit better. That is Protoss and Terran. So I think it's a
go
good
from the outside looking in instead of from the inside looking out. It's a good way to be.
Yeah, and you know what, man? I mean, I love the changes recently, I will say, but Zerg, it's not like it. Like I think the places where it got nerfed the most, especially in this matchup, is in the Bly Cats area, you know, where we like to make the proxy hatcheries. We like to kill you with weird stuff. Yeah, I mean, but now the shield battery overcharge just counters all of that, so it's just like, okay.
Oh, speaking of getting a bit of damage there, Parting is picking off a few overlords and continuing to make anti-roach countermeasures back at home. He's getting +1, he's getting blink stalkers, of course. Parting spirit animal, no one better in the world, no faster blinks in the west than this guy. Parting is so good with those stalkers, and he's getting that third nexus up. So you know, with sort of having his fourth sort of almost, I would say just delayed, but almost denied here because of that prism with the Archons just being an ever-present threat.
Yeah, Parting, I mean, he is God with micro. He has always been. It's maybe the thing that stands out the most for him as a player is just how good his micro is and how playful he is. I think there's not many players that I would characterize as having a very playful style. And I think Raynor for Zerg and Parting for Protoss are those type of players that are always gonna almost like tease you in game, right? But not in a way where they're BMing. It's just like what their play feels like.
Well, Parting's been tickling and poking sort of in the ribs, and I think that sort of is about to go for a roundhouse back heel into the jaw for Parting. He's making nothing but units on 57 drones. He's seen nothing but lings and roaches out of Ricky for quite a while here. He's about to go for a huge all-in.
No cancel. Perfect force fields on the retreat from Parting, but I mean, that is 5 force fields, and sort of actually choosing to engage and chase regardless. Will pick off 1 sentry on the exit there, but now, I mean, his army and his size has been revealed. I think that this is go time for sort of. It is a very open third on this map. So as much as Parting has been doing well, this is a Sergi map, and it's a Sergi map because of that open third, and that is where we're going to see the action take place.
And sort of needs to hit like right now, like yesterday, as the shield batteries aren't really up yet for Parting. He's got disruptors on the way as well, and when multiple disruptors are out, things are going to get hard for sort of off creep here, even though he does obviously have roach speed ravages, a lot of speed links that can be splittable, but it is just so tough to deal with disruptors at this point. He's pulling back. Parting's got that prism as well. He's got stalkers blinking back, overcharged shield battery. He's just going to stand there and try and hold the line. Oh man, that juggling on the prism as well. The mortals have been barely scratched here and already sort of losing quite a bit of that front line. The lings have all gone.
Yeah, and those are so very important because all of the units remaining are not good at dealing with links. So, and in contrast, they're pretty good at dealing with this chunkier unit. So sort of trying to wait out that battery overcharge, and hopefully there's... I don't like this. The reinforcement is roaches. They're never going to make their way across the map.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I looked at the army supplies. I'm like, oh, there's still a pretty big lead for sort of. But then the production tab, you see 24 roaches, and you're like, oh, that army is not here. That's on the way. It's not actually here right now. And the army that is here is woefully inadequate at the moment to try and break that third base of Parting. Trying to go for the War Prism here. As Parting's just using it as a spotter, basically like a speedy little observer here to give him that vision.
Yeah.
Sort of really wants it. But
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
right there. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's
Sometimes
gutting.
That is some very, very rough blows there to Ricky's army, and that's going to be it. Party gets the 4th map and takes a 3-1 for the Dread Knights as we move on to those playoffs. Cats, commiserations. You didn't get the what did I call it? The just the upset the flow win, the dignity victory. You know, the one where you like.
I didn't get the dignity victory, and then you reminded me that I didn't get the dignity victory.
That's right, dignity denied. The Dread Knights. Well, I mean, we are named after a demon in Doom Eternal, so we are not here to do anyone favors. We're here to snap necks, drink blood, and win prize money. That's what the boys are all here for, and no love lost. So
No love lost.
You mentioned at the start of our cast, was our first cast together. This was fun.
Yeah, it was great. I really enjoyed
we get to do
myself.
some for the upcoming DreamHack season.
I would love that more than anything. So yeah, I'll see you then. And for people watching, I guess I'll be back after the next series. I believe we're gonna have. Is it you going up again?
No, I'm actually that's me for the regular season, mate. I'm done with these pleb games. It's Rifkin and Roddy next. I'm done with these pleb games. It's the playoffs for the Dread Knights. So I'll see you guys on Sunday for playoff Sunday. That's for us.
All right. So we will be right back. Stick around.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the War Chest Team League, where I am getting ready for my last match of the group stage. But I'm not alone. Someone else who's getting ready for their final match is with me. What up, Riff? How are you doing?
Is it both of our final matches at the same time? Oh my god!
I know, right? It's like I literally can't even describe how exciting this is.
I'm actually really anxious because you are pretty much secure to be in the playoffs. You're just playing for like a top 2 spot. Whereas
Well, that's
my
a big
team-
deal. What? You make that sound like that's not a big deal. This
but
is a
it's
massive
bigger
difference.
deal to somebody who's trying to edge their way in because we are on the precipice of defeat. I don't know if it's a 3-0 or 3-1, but my team can't go to the ace match. If we go to the ace match, it's just for prize money at that point, but we need like a good score to actually make it through to the playoffs. And it is tight competition with every team right now. This is actually one of the most, in my opinion, not the players, not the casters, but in terms of standings, this is the most insane match right now. Because my win or loss determines whether Nate gets in, whether Fear Dragon gets in possibly. Like, there's a lot riding on our match here today, and I'm so stressed.
What did you do against Nate? I'm trying to find this match right now. Oh, yeah. So if you would win 3-2, you would actually be dead even with Nate. You guys would both be 4-4 and both have a 0, +0, -0 map score. But then obviously Nate is, or -1 actually, but then Nate is the one who defeated you. So then Nate would actually make it into the playoffs. So I think, yes,
so
you
it's
need
tight.
3-1 or 3-0.
So
For me-
you and your top 2, Roddy, can go shove it for all I
No,
care,
no,
because
no,
This is all the dice on the line.
Mate, like these teams are all very stacked, and being able to skip around, I think, is a very big deal. Guarantees. I mean, on the other end, let's say we don't make top 3, I get another match to cast, and that's kind of exciting as well. But no, I really want, like I settled all along, like the boys gonna make top 2. I really believed that we could make top 2. It looked absolutely fantastic. 90 minutes ago, I was like, we pretty much got this. But then, worst case scenario, Solo lost to Euthermal, Bunny lost to Inno, and then Drogo losing.
Euthermal's the most dangerous guy in this tournament, I swear to God. It's like a good thing for everyone else that the Grubble Lubba Dub Dubs are out, because Euthermal's the scariest player, hands down.
I don't think he's the scariest player, hands down. I think the scariest player is on my team, because he's the only player who hasn't dropped a map yet. He's 9-0. But I digress. Let's talk about the PvP Riff. I wish you all the best. I obviously hope that you don't make it into the playoffs, because I want to win this one. I want to finish top 2. I want to secure it. But I wish you and the boys all the best.
I have no pleasantries to reply to you with. You're going down, please die.
That's fine. We'll see. I'll speak to you in like 45 minutes if you even last that long, which would be a
we'll see
first
how
for
it
you.
goes.
Anyways, top left side. Actually, that's your player. Go ahead and introduce your player.
Okay. Spawning in the top left. I don't have temp with me today, guys. It is the pink Protoss. Give it up for Deer!
It's very nice that you're casting from a fairground, by the way. I'm really impressed. Are you also riding roller coasters on the side? Or is this why we have to call an ambulance? Are you afraid that the rides on
Run
fairground...
for me has been a roller coaster. We've been to the ace match in every game, Roddy. Be sensitive. Come on.
All right,
I'm
no.
a man who's hurting over here.
I was trying to be sensitive, and then you wish terrible things upon me and my team, so we are done. Hopefully someone who's not done is my boy in the bottom right side. Normally he's representing Team Raise Your Edge. Today he's all no brain, no pain. He didn't really bring it today yet. I hope he turns it around here. Come on, one time and one time only. Petite Drogo.
You know, Drogo is one of the people I had on my higher tier for picks too for this. And you nabbed him about a round, I think it was, before I was going to look into it. I can't remember if he was...
No, that's not true, because you picked before me. But that's okay.
Well, no, because of the snake order or whatever.
No, mate, trust me. I only had 3 options left, and Drogo was the one that I picked. Or I only had 2 choices. I could choose between Drogo and Hurricane, basically.
Well, my point I was getting into is there's a huge debate I had with Fear Dragon about, because he really wanted Asrea, and he knew I was going to pick Asrea or Drogo, and I was like, okay, fine, because you want your 4 Protoss, I'll give it to you. It just like ended up being a whole thing where I picked out of my own order that I had originally planned. But okay, we got a couple of what I like to call Schrodinger's pylons on the map. You know, you don't really know whether these are proxies or not when they first go down a lot of the time, but it looks like they're just kind of mind gaming each other a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
it's fun too because their scouts are offset by this so badly that it's not going to affect either of them.
Yeah, well, in the main base, there's often not much to scout. Players pretty much give up on finding any useful information in the main base, so it's actually better to just go around the map and see if you can not only find the pylon, but potentially find the proxy building as well, which makes a lot of sense. Drogo is going to switch things up, because Drogo is a big fan of the 6-8 adept openings, but I have to admit, twice in this league at this point, I think one time against Ben's Protoss, which is Hurricane, yes, and then earlier today against Showtime, he accidentally let a Shade finish up that went on top of the ramp, got force-fielded in, lost adepts, and that's just not something you can afford. So maybe he's done with the adepts, and he's like, you know what, Stalkers have always been my friend, I'm going back to Stalker openings.
I feel like soccer openings are a lot just more safer in general, personally, but I do want to point out that Deer found the proxy pylon, so without scouting, he now kind of knows what's been going on. The adepts do engage the first stalker. 2-on-1's fine, but 2-on-2 is a lot less fine.
Yep, I think the Stalkers will actually get a kill here. That's a guaranteed kill. One of the adepts, let's go, Drogo. Can you do the first blood in your dramatic fairground voice, please, one time?
First blood.
Thank you, mate. This really makes me feel like I'm 14 again, and I'm loving it.
Hang on. First blood.
Now, Drogo is also going to save his pylon. Obviously, he doesn't want to end up losing a pylon to a probe, which is unlikely. You know, funny story, Riff, before this game kicks off. A very long time ago, the year was 2010, I went to Amsterdam to compete in a StarCraft tournament. And yeah, you know, the things that happened in Amsterdam, they were happening there too. I was terribly distracted. I lost my 2 proxy gateways that were powered by 1 pylon to a probe. I have never recovered ever since. And this was the lower bracket final, by the way. Yes, lower bracket final, lost a pylon powering 2 gateways to a probe. The year was 2010 and nobody was good at StarCraft.
So nothing's changed, is what you're telling me.
Well, I like to think that I got a little bit better. I feel like I should notice it right now.
You are so good. I can't even take shots like this. It's the ultimate punching up. Like Roddy, for those who don't know, he like not like casts just about everything. He plays in just about everything too.
Well, Drogo is opening up with the Dark Shrine. I appreciate the love, matey, but I've been struggling a bit. Anyway, let's talk about these 2 nerds, because these adepts, they're basically doing something that Drogo has been doing a lot. So I feel that if anybody knows how to deal with all these adepts, it should be my boy Drogo.
Well, Drogo's got a Dark Shrine, which I'm not exactly terrified of. There's a Robo already up. We'll probably see observers, but it's something that can always throw a good Protoss player off balance, I feel. But I also just quickly note that Deer, again, at the start of this league, he says PvP was his weakest and he hates playing it. And then he played like every match except for 1 versus Dream is PvP. I feel like this guy's got to be a god by now, right? Like he's had practice against the best players in PvP through this tournament.
Well, if that is true, then I feel like I should be a god in PvP because I play it 17 times a day on the ladder, and I've never felt worse in a matchup. So you know what? I'm not too worried about the amount of practice that he's got in PvP. Now, one of the downsides of opening up at 8 adepts is obviously you don't have gas for a sentry, and that means that your scouting in general is a bit worse. Deer does have his first observer to the other side of the map, and he is actually going to send it into the main base, and he will spot the Dark Shrine. So I guess lucky break for you, boy.
That's a little funny spot for the shield battery too. What are your thoughts on that?
The one of Drogo?
Yeah, right in the naturals. Like it feels so exposed. Most of the time we see it like right up against the Nexus or back behind the ramp, right? Like,
yeah, I don't know. Maybe this wants to defend in an aggressive manner with Stalkers pretty far forward. I'm okay with it.
man, Deer's not doing well with these adepts, by the way. He just keeps bleeding them off. I'm not loving it, but like it's not devastating either. It's only 3 adepts that have died. But I'm just sitting here like, stop giving away units, man. Just build a sentry. Hallucinate scout or something.
All right. I have the feeling that your boy is going to be very aggressive. And I'm going to say it's almost an all-in with that War Prism on the way and all these gateways will still being on 2 bases. Drogo on the other end seems like he has the macro-oriented approach. Just wants to get as many stalkers out as possible and try to get a strong 3-base economy. The most important thing here for Drogo is that he cannot make any mistakes with these stalkers that are going out. Like, delaying the push is awesome, but please don't bleed out 4 or 5 stalkers like what happened against Hurricane, because he needs those units at home defensively real soon.
That being said, though, if he does defend well, he's going to be way ahead on this third. That's going to be a big advantage going forward if we're talking macro. But yeah, for Deer, he just put down his 6th gateway. This finished just transforming in right now. If he starts pushing with this, it could be problematic. I mean, he's got Immortals up. He's got, granted, not his own great stalker count, but he's on his way to blink stalkers to match this. But man, there's a lot of stalkers out of Drogo, and I think like with finesse, I've watched Parting tear people apart with stalkers. I have to imagine Drogo's right there.
Yep, but I don't think that he's really looking for devastating damage here. He just wants to make
No.
sure he can keep this army at home. Yep, activate a barrier, just scare him a little bit. Exactly. Call an ambulance for this nerd, Drogo, because you're about to swarm him with 1,000,000 zealots. Am I right, Riff?
The Zealots could be a problem. There's really an odd amount of buffer for these two immortals, right? Like these are obviously the centerpiece of Deer's army, but Deer's a little out of position. God, I see this happen too much. Drogo blinks away, Deer chases. I'm a little stressed, Roddy, because I've watched Deer throw away a lot of games with Blink Stalkers. So I know he's in a good spot, but I'm like, don't mess this up, man.
Careful, Drogo. Another forward blink. That is -2 stalkers. He is buying time, and that economic lead that he had should be kicking in by now. He actually made a few more. Oh my goodness, he went up to 58 probes. He's getting extra gateways at this point. It's 6 against 8 gateways. The thing is, Archons are great to break the force fields, but the Immortals is so powerful here for Deer. I don't like this.
Zealots are going to be good against Stalkers if they get to connect, but exactly. Deer's going to keep blinking. He's
Battery.
not going to let those Zealots connect.
It's all good. Power battery. That means that we are safe for like 25 seconds. How could I doubt the... Yes, the entire army can shoot at the Zealot. You won't even kill it. That's right. Come on, Drogo. Get a few more weapons. Drops a couple force fields down as well.
Drogo doesn't have detection, so he's just wasting damage into them. That's a fake Archon that went down just now. It's a lot of damage wasted on a fake unit.
Immortal, though. We have Big Daddy Immortal showing up now as well. The blink towards the right side.
He's target firing the hallucination! Yes! Things are looking good for Deer as he pushes through. I mean, he's got double the army supply. The real units obviously are still standing. The fake units have died. There's no battery overcharge number 2. The Immortal gets sniped. That's it. GG. Deer setting the path to victory. My man. Yes.
I'm actually not that big of a fan of Archons in those scenarios. And I know that sounds crazy. Like, I'm okay with having like one Archon to break force fields. But in a fight like that, Archons are not particularly great against big balls of Stalkers, because Archons have T-Rex arms, so they kind of shoot. They shoot slow. Stalkers can blink away. They don't deal bonus damage. I would have much preferred a lower gas count there, stay on 4 gases. Obviously, 58 probes is pushing it. Maybe like 55 was a better number, 53. And just like match him in the gateway count and swarm him with Zealot Stalker while getting an only Immortal or 2 out. Drogo got himself in a good spot there. Real shame he didn't close it out.
I'm actually just really happy for Deer because, like, I don't know how much you've seen of our other games, but like, he's been in so many situations like versus Mana and versus Parting where he's ahead and then like either move commands or just misclicks and just throws the game away, and it's been heart-wrenching. So going into this knowing how much was on the line, like, I'm just so glad he came through when it matters most.
Well, I'm glad you're glad. I'm not at all.
I know, I'm sorry. I shouldn't gloat too much.
Nah,
Like,
it's
this
fine.
is a very personal thing for me, Roddy.
Yeah, I understand. It's a big moment for you, but all right. We're moving on. 1-0 for Call an Ambulance, but not for us. Next up, though, 2 of the heavy hitters on each other's teams, right?
Yeah.
Rogue against Raynor. We're looking at a runner-up of the Global Finals against the man who was able to win the Global Finals and also the only guy to ever win the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice twice.
I would like to highlight, by the way, we have Rogue, like GSL champion in this lobby, and he's not the barcode between 2 players. How do you feel about barcodes, Roddy?
Is Raynor a barcode? Because I don't see it. I just see him as Raynor.
Oh, wait, I just see him. Well, you probably have one of your friends list, I guess. I see him as
Yeah. I mean, that's just the difference, between me and you. I actually have my players on the friend list, so all I see is a guy called Raynor. It looks beautiful. How I do feel about barcodes, though, is that barcodes are bad. Barcodes are.
You've had a very verbal history with it.
Absolutely.
Raynor's the perfect no-brainer for you guys to be using.
What's really funny is that, sorry to interrupt you, but Raynor sent me a screenshot yesterday or like 2 days ago from his Protoss, and that they got very high MMR, but it was under a barcode. He's like, I know it's a barcode, but still, you didn't believe in my Protoss. I was like, no, I do believe in your Protoss. I was like, back then I didn't really believe in your Protoss because it wasn't that good yet. But I'm sure after a couple 100 games and you clearly leveled up again as a player, I was like, I believe in your barcode. He's like, I just have to barcode because, Vanya's disrespecting me. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, the kid is disrespecting me. I'm like, wait, you're calling Vanya the kid? He's like, yeah, all he's doing is like proxy hatcheries and 12 pulls me every game, so I have to barcode. I'm like,
he's got this kind of ego that you don't hate, you know what I mean?
I know, it's adorable. He actually, he just wrote in the team chat before, right? After Sola lost that one game against Uthermal, he wrote in our Discord, Sola was pretty upset about the game. And Raynor's like, don't worry, we just need 1 win. And I was like, what do you mean we just need 1 win? He's like, oh no, Roddy, you know what I mean. We just need one win because I will win the rest of it. Don't worry. And I was like, oh yes.
Nice.
And then after the match, he said like, well, guys, that kind of sucks, of course, but don't worry. My goal is to win this entire war chest without dropping a map. And I was like, oh, I'm loving it. Let's go. Now just let's hope that that's not going to be his downfall. I was like, let's start off by beating that nerd that won IEM Katowice a couple times then, shall we?
Well, it's starting off on my player, so I guess I'll hop into the intros first. Spawning here to the bottom left, he's in the current season of GSL Finals. He's an absolute all-star player, and I have to believe in him. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Rogue.
And in the top right side, we look at the main base of the only undefeated player in the entire War Chest Team League so far. 9-0, wants to make it 10-0. The Italian Stallion, normally representing Clash. Right now, no brain, no pain, Rainer.
I'm jaded because I've seen those results, that 4-1 versus Serral, dude. And that makes me actually quiver in my boots, even though I have someone like Rogue on my team. I gotta respect it, man. Rainer's a really freaking good player.
Rainer is amazing at the moment. Rainer was amazing in 2019. Obviously, that was a fantastic year for him. And finishing as the runner-up of the Global Finals is an insane achievement for such a young player. 2020, he started off slow, and IEM Katowice was, of course, incredibly disappointing. We all expected a lot more of Rainer. We know that he can do so much better than he did in that tournament. But that feels like years ago, to be honest. I mean, everything feels like years ago because the world has changed so much since Katowice. But over the last few months, Rainer has been almost unstoppable, truly impressive. And at this point, I'm always confident. Whoever Rainer plays, it doesn't really matter who's on the other side. I will always pick Rainer.
So two very interesting facts going into this for everyone just to be aware of. Number one, when it comes to ZVZ, we should mention cross-server favoritism to Rainer on this one. Roddy got the coin flip. But secondly, Rogue versus Serral, who again, a player admirable like Rainer, Rogue chose to go super cheesy. He did like spine crawler rush, pull the drones, right? But he's actually playing a little bit more straightforward versus Rainer. And I wish I knew what their thought process on this one was.
I mean, you say straightforward, but he did still open up with the pool and send 6 Zerglings to the other side of the map a little bit quicker than you normally would, so...
But he didn't pull the boys and build spine crawlers, so...
Yeah, but he also didn't go hedge first, so I don't know how straightforward we can really call this, Rifkin.
Well, what's that old Artosis quote, right? Like, the cheesiest thing a cheeser can do is play standard, and I feel like for Rogue, that's kind of, like, applicable a little bit, because he's been a bit cheesy, but... yeah, these 6 Zerglings are certainly a headache. Rainer knows he can't engage this with just the 2. He's really tempted to pull the drones. You can see that kind of maneuvering.
No!
Ooh, Rogue catches 1. That's nice.
Yeah, that's a nice little victory there. The Lynx taking some damage as well, but they're not going down. Rogue is making a lot of additional Zerglings behind this. It is important. No, Rainer, stop building drones, please, Rainer. You've got 2 Overlords on the other side of the map. I hope Rainer is not reading this as some 2-base meta. He does drop the Baneling Nest. I'm starting to get a bit anxious here. Rogue is still at 16 workers. So much for the standard macro straight-up game. Yeah, hella standard in Platinum 3 NA server.
I mean, true, but also let's throw it out the window. This is one of those... I was kind of hoping we'd see something like this. I really, as much as I do respect Rogue as a player, I don't see him taking a 20-minute game with Rainer. Especially off server. But going for this kind of all-in, it's so dangerous even against players who know that it's coming. So it's a really smart move to go for. But he also realized, oh, I love these evo chambers.
Okay, well, the Queen does get kind of caught out, but a couple of Zerglings are here to save the day. So the initial fight is not bad. But that Baneling Nest is only now finishing up. I don't know if Rainer has Banelings. He's morphing 1 Baneling behind the Queens there. Morphing now a few more. This is getting dicey, but... Queens? Okay, the first Queen actually does fall. Oh no, a couple of the Banelings. Do get 1 Baneling finishes up.
Yeah, he doesn't know when it's going to finish, so he backs away. Oh, he's got to eat this, though. That Baneling's not going down. The drones are blocking for it so perfectly. Rogue runs in with a lot of Zerglings. For a moment, I thought he was going to eat it with every single one of them. He dodges the hit. That was Rainer's only Baneling. 2 more on the way.
Yeah, but Rainer does have a lot of additional Zerglings on the way. Obviously, still has a worker advantage. Don't lose the Queen. Save the Queen if you can, mate. Please save it. Fight with the drones. He doesn't fight with the drones. Rogue still has a ridiculous amount of Zerglings. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yet, though. He's still not done enough damage yet. He's going to.
Oh, my God,
saying, just yet. Come on, Rogue. Do it to him. The drones are pulled. This could be it.
Ay.
Even the Baneling hit, but Rogue was spread, so it wasn't that bad. There's still a lot of corpses on the ground, though.
But now all the drones are fighting. A lot of them are low on HP. All the queens have gone down already. The finished Evo chambers obviously of no use at this point. And I think this is it. Reiner's undefeated record is no more.
Oh, Rogue, you sexy, sexy beast. Yeah! We're in it! We're still in it! 2-0 for the opening! The Koreans are carrying my team for once. It feels so good. I don't know what this feels like. It feels so good. Ah. So I'm hamming it up a little bit, but I'm loving it because our life is very much on the line for this.
I know.
And to be honest, I really like. I know Reiner lost, but I just want to throw it like those Evo chambers for that extra wall, like super clutch. That was really cool. I don't think I've seen a Zerg player do that before.
No, it was cool, but I think what he needed is just a little bit of extra time to have that one transfuse available. I think if he would have been able to transfuse this one queen, it would have all been better. That first queen obviously got caught in an awkward spot. It was a good attempt, but it wasn't enough, and that's very unfortunate. Well, congrats, Riff. You are the first man to take down Reiner in this entire tournament. And this means that all of a sudden, my boys are in trouble, man. Damn.
We've lost the weirdest games to this team league that we should have won, and we've won the games we didn't expect to win, like versus Serral, for example, now versus Reiner. I have, if nothing else, the most exciting team in terms of like results. But
to be honest,
guys, they give me a heart attack every time, Roddy.
To be honest, my boys are getting a little wild as well. Like, we were doing absolutely fantastic 4-1, then today I'm like, okay, actually all 3 difficult matches, especially when I analyze the matchups. But I was like, if we can just take down Pig, then we are there. Then we are guaranteed top 2. We take down Pig's team in fantastic fashion, a 3-1 victory. Bonnie plays out of his mind against Dream. I'm like, that's it. We've kind of done it. Then weird things happen against a team that was already eliminated, the Grubba Dub-Dubs. Fast forward, we're down 0-2 versus you as well. And you know what? Maybe my boys, I think what it is with my boys, they just love to show how good they really are. And they're like, Roddy, if we make top 2 in this group, you're going to see less of us. Don't you want to cast an epic run in the playoffs? And I'm starting to get on board with that, actually. I'm starting to get on board with it.
What's really cool though is like win or lose today for me or anyone else, like there's so much cool story I feel that's been built up because you've got that extra layer of the caster bias in this tournament, right? Like we've all been cheering very much against each other and for our own guys the whole way through. I feel like because you're on the playoffs, you know, you already are. I'm maybe there, but you're gonna have a great time because the matches are just gonna get better because the story's already been laid out. Like this is probably my favorite event Blizzard's done in a long time.
No, I'm definitely with you on that one. I've been pumped since the very first DM I ever got about this. I mean, you're bringing this up at a really bad moment, mate. I'm just getting beat left, right, and center right now, okay? I'm hurting. I'm hurting.
But Roddy, you're in the playoffs. I like you couldn't mess it up if you tried, at least in that regard.
That is true. That is true. And that's obviously the most important thing. And we've been having an absolute ball. I can only echo everything that you just said. It's been so much fun. I was excited for the draft. I was happy when the draft was over. I've been having a great time, not just casting the matches, but like speculating about the matches with my team as well. It's a 10. Well, it's a 9 out of 10. There's always room for improvement, and we're gonna try to do whatever we can to make this even better. But yeah, if we don't see this again, that would be a massive missed opportunity because this has been so damn cool already, and we're not even done yet. You know, the real fun is just about to begin.
So this is another pick I was a little bit grimacing about because I think the first 2 players I reached out to before the draft even happened, I would think was Thermal and Solar, and I lost them both to you and Zombie Grub. But I also remember when I reached out to Solar, I was like, hey, dude, I was very polite. I was like, would you like to possibly be on my team? And if so, would you like to coordinate it? His answer was no. He told me no, Roddy. That was his one-word answer. And I said, what? And he says, I want to be on Serral or Reiner's team. So I know Solar got his wish through this stupid pick, dude. I'm very salty about it.
Well, that worked out perfectly. And that's what I respect about Solar. A man of loyalty and a man who knows what he wants. Yeah. I mean, you can't possibly hate him for that. You reach out to him and he's just like, no. He could sugarcoat it, but he's like, no, I'm not going to. Don't you dare pick me, Rifkin. If you do pick me, I'll never play one of your events again. Well, at that point, you're out of options, right?
Well, that's why this match to me matters more than any other match of the team league, because I need Solar to eat it.
Well, I can't even blame you for that. I would probably feel the same way. If I would reach out to anyone, I just don't have... I would like to say I know how that feels, Riff, but I don't know how that feels, because every player I reached out to, it's like, yes, I would love to be in your team. People reached out to me to be on the team, Rifkin.
Well, oh heavens, Roddy, we're off to a good start. So let me quickly introduce this guy. Big brain, lots of pain though. To the bottom left, he is the pink Zerg player. Whoops, Lambo.
Wow, you're cursing at your own players. That's pretty. I don't know what to say about
He's
that.
so f***ing good.
In the bottom right side of Golden Wall, we look in the main base of the Korean who didn't want to be on Rifkin's team. Want to be on No Brain, No Pain. It's Solar.
Who's also doing a really cheesy opening in his own
Oh
right.
my God.
So he goes straight for the gold, and Lambo goes straight for pool. Did Lambo just read this so perfectly? Because Lambo's
Yes,
actually one of the
mate.
smartest players I've ever met.
This is incredibly bad for Solar. Like,
Yes.
next level incredibly bad. If I was a pro gamer right now or Wydra, I'd be GG, it's over. But I don't see how you win this if you're Solar. Solar needs to... What? He needs to call down additional queens. Is that possible?
I think so. Zerg do drop pods, right? So it makes sense. But unfortunately, you'd still need a spawning pool for it, and that's going to be really late. Lambo's already gunning over here. And
What the hell's
at this
happening?
point, Lambo doesn't know it's a gold, but he's going to be very happy to
Oh
find
my
one.
god. No!
Oh, the drone transfer! Yes!
No.
Let's go!
What on earth has happened in this team league in the last 6 or 7 matches?
Turns around immediately!
Oh my god. What a disaster. What
This
a
is a lot of lost
disaster.
mining that was meant to be made up with the gold base income. This is devastating for Solar in terms of like the money game, but he's so late to getting Lings out. I mean, he can hold obviously with drone stacking, but for Lambo, he cut a lot of workers. He's got to make this work.
Well, yeah, I'm with Wardy. You're like drone stacking. He's about to have 6 banelings in his mineral line. I don't know if drone stacking is going to save you there. I don't see a way. Please show me a way,
Where
Solar.
are the banelings? Oh, they're way back out here by the natural. Oh, this is so smart to morph him back here, but he still gets caught by Solar.
I mean, gets caught by 2 links. 2 links is not going to be enough. Okay, banelings finish
Oh,
up.
got both of them finished? Are you kidding? That was so clutch.
What is this run of bad luck? What am I watching? This cannot be.
was
Can
like a
somebody
fair
pinch me?
player.
Did I fall asleep? Did I end up in a food coma? How did this just happen?
Oh, what a hit, 2. Round 2 looking better than the first. Let's go with these banelings. Lambo, do it to him. Zone him out. Don't get greedy. Oh, yes. Yes. Lambo. Germany.
I think they would normally say Deutschland, Riff. I thought I'd help you out with that chant, but... Or just
Doesn't have the same
Schland.
syllables, man. It doesn't work as good.
No, you can just go Schland. They're like that. Well, hats off to Lambo. Lambo is a big brain player. He often has very good builds prepared. I know that he's been struggling a lot playing international matches. But that's about as much of a builder to win as you're ever going to have. I'm pretty sure you could have won with that build against Solar.
Well, that's the biggest compliment, Roddy. Thank you for that.
Wow, I cannot believe on the epic downswing that my team is all of a sudden on. Everything looked so good after our first match today against Piggy and his boys. I was ready to get a little ego, a little overconfident. And this just shows that you can never celebrate too early.
I'm celebrating early, dude. I'm fool.
Yeah, you know what? I'll hats off to you, Rifkin. Congratulations for making it into the playoffs. I was definitely not planning on giving it to you or making it this easy, but you earned it fair and square. So congrats.
You know what?
And
I
I'll see you in the
didn't.
playoffs.
Real talk, my players did, right? Like, they're the ones who do the homework. They're the ones who prepare the builds. Lambo, like, super big brain in that one. So, like, if anything, like, I give all the props to the players and take none myself, dude. This has been an awesome.
Obviously.
showing from them.
But, I mean, since you're the captain, it also means that you will be casting again in the playoffs. So I just said congratulations in that regard. To you and your boys. It wasn't just to you, Rifkin.
More 3 a.m. wake up calls. Let's go.
Well, we will still play our final match. And this can obviously have a big implication for me. I don't think that No Brain No Pain is necessarily never going to make top 2. It still kind of comes down to Benny and the boys. What a name. Benny and the boys will have 2 more matches today. They have such a good team and they play 2 pretty beatable opponents. Well, most likely, we will make the playoffs. I'm in the same boat as you, Riff. Center of the pack. top 3 to top 6.
You know what I really like though, when you do look at those scores, like even someone's team like Pig, who started off like with a really high start over everyone else, there wasn't really a lot of breakaways. And when you look at the overall scores, there's just so many good players in StarCraft, Roddy.
Well, we had a breakaway.
Yeah,
we were on top of the group for like the last 4 play days, pretty much. So I felt that we had a little breakaway, but right now
there's no like 7-0, right? Is what I'm saying.
No.
Like, everyone's had a couple of losses. They've had to lick a couple of wounds, but
it should have been a 7-1 to be totally honest. But okay.
you know what? I can argue that too if you watch the way a couple of our ace matches were thrown.
No, obviously everybody has a story. Everybody had their close moments, and I definitely had Lady Luck on my side with the boys once or twice in the earlier stages, but it's all good. Group stages are here to get comfortable. You know, we tried a couple things, didn't work out. We'll save it all. We'll come out guns blazing in the playoffs, which we will now both be guaranteed in. That's really sad for Nate, by the way. Nate felt that like one of the sickest things ever had to happen for his team not to make the playoffs. And here we are. Nate, which means Maru, SOS, Hero Marine, and Supernova are eliminated from the tournament. Oh. Okay, actually they can still go in if Fear Dragon wins. Who does Fear Dragon have to beat? Loses.
Fear Dragon loses, yeah. We were in the same boat too, where we needed Fear Dragon to lose to, I think it's Benny and the boys.
Yeah, so maybe Nate will actually still make it. Yes, that's correct. I mean, to be honest, Fear Dragon, I know people meme about his team, but those guys are in shape. Those guys are playing very well. I actually think Fear Dragon has a decent shot against Benny and the boys, but we will see. For now, this match is just basically for the map score, and to finish things off, I think that we're on your player, Riff, so take it away.
He's so glad to not have to play another ace match. To the top left side of the map, he was my first pick, my favorite Terran right now. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Clem. Woo!
And in the bottom right side, my poor boy, sick and tired of TVTs, and he got another one. But we'll spice it up in the playoffs. Don't you guys think that it becomes predictable? Because in the playoffs, that's all that matters. No pain, no pain. No brain, no pain. It's all Bonnie. Man, I can't even speak anymore. I'm so upset. I've lost like 6 out of the last 7 games I've seen. Like, oh no.
No, it's okay. You were just embracing the no brain part of your team name. You were on point.
I know. I'm just I'm living it. I'm living my team name right now. I'm honestly a bit flustered, Riff.
That's you know what? I've done so much with you over time. I don't think I've seen you properly flustered before. That's a strange experience for me.
Yeah. Well, not flustered as in like, oh my goodness, it's the end of the world. It's just this really caught me by surprise. Like after 5 minutes into Solar versus Geothermal, it definitely looked like we were heading towards an undisputed on top of the group finish, rank 1. And now here, all of a sudden, we are. Couple pauses later, Solar Uthermal, then we lost that Clan War. We lose this one too. Oh well, we just gotta keep it together, you know. It's all good. It's still a group stage. This is not the ultimate match that matters. But
no, but it's still a good measure of skill. And plus, for StarCraft fans of both Clem and Bunny, they get a little bit of extra out of this. I think this was gonna be a little bit extra spicy too, because Clem is just like Deer, someone who's been complaining a lot about TVT, but then out of nowhere beats Innovation and loses to Hero Marine. I can see why he hates his TVT, I guess.
Yeah. No, the weird thing about Bunny was that I mentioned this earlier today a couple times when I was casting it. He played mech twice. He played mech against Gabe, and that really didn't look like a competitive game, which I also said earlier today. Gabe often does this to his opponents. Gabe is the absolute master and king of winning relatively one-sided, boring games just because of his great macro and I think great game sense overall. The game that Bunny had against Time wasn't that pretty. And then earlier today, all of a sudden, he surprised us. Amazing game on Golden Wall. Did almost throw it, but still took out Dream. That gave me hope. But the next one already went a bit worse again against Innovation on this map. And here we are again, another TVT. Poor Bunny. I hope that he gets a different matchup in the playoffs.
Dream's actually really solid, too. Like, I think a lot of people, like, no pun intended with this, but a lot of people sleep on Dream. The first time I think I went to Korea, we were casting him in the Elima League Finals, and he's just been like good since then. A scary dude.
All right, micro is important here. I hope for Bonnie that he's on point, because we all know that Clem is pretty much always on point when it comes to micro. Obviously, if they're fighting on Bonnie's side of the map, Bonnie could have a unit advantage. They're both doing the same thing. It is dangerous to chase like that, but hey, Bonnie picks up a kill. Not all that bad.
Yeah, for Clem, you see he's trying to angle a shot here with the Hellions. And he gets a real
Wow. Bonnie's micro was good too. That was sexy Reaper Hellion micro. Ay, ay, ay. Whew. Little turned on right now.
flustered to turn on. You're having a real wild night, dude.
I know. What can I say? A roller coaster of emotions, mate. Right now, I'll take anything at this point, Riff. If we can take down a Hellion or a Reaper, I'm feeling it.
Well, a lot of TVTs, of course, have this dance. It's very standard. What is always the question for the follow-up is what do the Raven situation look like? Because, I mean, for months, and literally months, it was 2 Ravens, then 3, and then people stopped using them and started going for Banshees again. Like, this matchup has not had a lot of balance tweaks to it and things that would directly affect this, and yet we constantly see the starport changing up priorities of what people are building. I think it was like even, versus like Innovation or something. We saw like a Viking come out too. Like, just, I don't know. TVT's all over the place nowadays, I feel.
It's definitely a wild matchup. And I mean, I think at this point, these two can freestyle it a little bit as well, right? Like, yes, you always want to get a win on the board. You want to pad your own stats a little bit. That's how a lot of these pro gamers will always look at matches like this. But Clem will already know, obviously, that his team has made it into the playoffs. Bonnie knows that we are also guaranteed in the playoffs. So I don't want to say you want to freestyle, but this is not necessarily where you want to use your sickest build of all time that you've been sitting on for a little while. As Bonnie is just going to run into that tank a little too ambitious, I would say.
Yeah, scraps a couple. I think the Cyclone got a lock on there too. Yeah. Oh, gets the other Cyclone. That's big.
Oh, mate. I feel like we're going to get clean sweeped over here.
Well, if he keeps this up, sure, but he does have an auto turret about to drop in Clem's main. This is always super annoying because you just have to lose mining to it. It doesn't last very long, but you're not going to be mining while it's there.
It would be somewhat poetic if we are the only team in the entire group stage to deliver a 4-0, but then also be on the receiving end of a 4-0. That'd be quite something. Bonnie is going up to 3 bases. Much later, of course, than Clem is. I mean, the thing is, something I'd like to banter a bit about, you know, the players on the opponent team. I can't say a bad word about Clem ever. This kid is amazing. He is so damn good. He's so fun to watch. He's been so exciting to follow in all these tournaments. And as good as I think that Bonnie is at the moment, I think Clem is just better.
You know, I've actually been struggling with that a little bit too, because all the shots fired definitely need to be at the casters, because you just can't actually disrespect these players. Everyone in this league is so impressive. But I do want to highlight Bunny's swap to Vikings a little bit quicker, which will be really good at sniping Clem's Ravens, theoretically. But 3 Ravens is a huge investment for Clem, so if he loses these to anything, that's going to hurt.
I just see potential. You need to have more faith in your boys. If I see Clem with 3 Ravens, I'm not like, wow, if he loses these, I'm like, how is he going to lose 3 Ravens without getting anything done?
I always see like a Raven with like a good 75 energy just go down for no good reason because they're so annoying to control with your tank. Because you got a stim, you got a siege, you got a medevac, and then you have to somehow find the time to use your Ravens. Like, I feel like I see these mishandled a lot more than like perfectly handled.
I mean, Rifkin, those things happen in the holdout challenge. They don't happen very often in the YHS Team League, okay?
Good old holdout challenge. Actually, fun fact, Clem's supposed to be the next guy, but we were waiting to see what the war chest was going to look like, so we might have to find a different player for it now since we're still in it.
I feel that everybody's going to die in 4 minutes to his Reapers.
I know, it's going to be terrifying, but...
okay, this is really weird, as both armies somehow avoided each other. I have the feeling that this TVT is going to come to a pretty explosive ending. Oh my goodness, Rifkin, he did not lose the 3 Ravens for anything.
No, the auditor was actually pretty dope where he placed it. Tanks are in such a prime position, the depots are raised, but where are you going to go? Oh, I guess across the map, apparently. Is this actually a base trade? Is that where this is heading?
Yes, but I have the feeling that Clem is already winning the base trade. At least Tim gets cancelled, that's nice, but... I mean, Bunny has... Okay, that's one little advantage, having Stim, but against this many Ravens, all the turrets are going to be incredibly effective against Marines without combat shield. And of course, Clem still has so many tanks, and I think that Clem can potentially stabilize in his main base. Bunny's gonna try to break him.
This does look like the holdout challenge, by the way. That missile turret was pretty clutch, by the way, forcing the Vikings to land, but it's almost better for Bunny because it's more DPS on the ground, right? And all these buildings are mechanical, so they take that annoying bonus damage the Vikings deal. And in this weird trade, Clem's already abandoning ship. Like, he might be able to hold this, maybe, but he's definitely already planning for like a swift escape.
Yep, 3 Ravens against 1, by the way. A few more auto turrets go down. Clem is going to pull all of his units. Think he can clean this up. I actually think that's a mistake, but the thing is, even if Clem...
It's worth it, but he doesn't get the Raven.
Yeah, but he gets everything else, and then don't forget that Clem still has an entire army on the other side of the map.
Look at that. Yeah, look at the army. 37 to 14. Oof.
Well, you're right. It does look like a holdout challenge. Buildings are flying everywhere at this point.
No one's tapping out to the last second, Roddy.
Well, I have the feeling that in a base trade scenario like this, Ravens are literally the best units you can possibly have because,
energy.
you know, they are regenerating energy. So that just means you're generating more auto turrets over time. 3 against 1 Raven seems very problematic for Bunny. GG gets called.
What the? I can't. What an upset today. My boys brought it so hard. I got no words for this, man.
Well, I am humbled. That's all I can say.
You are humble. Thank you, Roddy. God damn. I'm just gonna like for 1 second. Yeah, Clem, my man. Okay, sorry. Composure. No, but seriously, did not expect a 4. I don't think anybody would have expected a 4-0 from my guys today. Even I wouldn't have. Like a lot of us were planning, like, all right, you know what, with the server picks and all these things, like if anything, like Lambo might take the dive versus like Solar, so we'll give the other guys the server advantage through our coin flips. And no, they came out with a very stunning 4-0. So that's so cool. I'm so happy for them.
You and the guys really brought the heat, and we fumbled it today. Well done. Congratulations once again for making it into the playoffs with your squad. And we have a lot to discuss, and we still have a lot to work on. You know, obviously this was a sad ending of the group stage for me and the boys. We were on top for a while, and now we ended basically losing 7 out of the last 8 matches we played, or at least maps. But it's all good. We're still in the playoffs, and that is all that matters. Nobody's going to remember who won what in the group stage. What we will remember is who will come out on top in the playoffs, and I'm already looking forward to it, and I'm so excited.
Well, I hope you viewers like the Muslim, because there's a lot of the Muslims team coming up for the rest of the day. I think there's 2 best of 5s remaining, so we're gonna go to a break while we swap people over. Thank you to those who cheered for me, and we'll see you guys in the playoffs.
Welcome back to the War Chest Team League. This is going to be my final match. I am joined by my good friend and future dad, but not of my children this time around. It's Dimas.
When you said your future dad, it's like, I'm not adopting you, Cats,
No.
but I am going to be a father, yes. Like, I was like, wow, like I'm having one baby? Do I need two at the same time? But yeah, I'm looking forward to this clan war because your team has two incredibly strong players, but I feel like all the hopes are on both of those guys standing strong, you know, because if Sue wins, if Stats wins, and then you have a pretty solid ace picking between the two. And within regards to these lineups, I looked at them and I wasn't like, oh man, that's going to be an easy win or whatever. I think it's going to be really damn close. But, Cats, this time we're sending out Domru, one of my boys.
He's quite something, and his opponent is going to be Sue. I mean, this lobby, I am in love with it, quite honestly. Sue is one of the players that I worked with the most in my time as a player, with strategy and whatnot. And it was usually, you know, like me giving him or suggesting strategies, whereas DRG was my mentor. DRG was my Sabu. Yeah, so I wanted him on my team so badly, you know. You stole him from me. So yeah, this is a very emotionally charged match for me. And quite honestly, at this point we're eliminated, so I'm not sure who I'm rooting for at this point. Like, you know, my heart is split here.
Let's just hope for good games, you know. Like, this is like your child and your father.
Oh no. Overall, we're gonna win. I'm just saying in this lobby, man. Like overall, yeah. I mean, if you get eliminated today, that'll be more time for you to spend with your future child and planning about it. And I think that would be great for you. So.
I got some months yet, Cats. You know, it's not popping out next week or something. But
no, you just gotta start reading some books or something, right?
Oh, that is true. You know, the girlfriend, the missus, she's been giving me a whole list of stuff that I have to get through, and you know, in fact, this whole library behind me, that's all about taking care of the kid, you know. Oh, we're actually getting right on into the game as well. Tell you what, War Chest League, it does run fast. Anyhow, spawning in the bottom left-hand side as the blue Zerg, it is Domru.
And on the top right-hand side, it is my player, it is Sue.
I think this one's well, I looked at the lineups, right? I have no idea how good Domru is in ZVZ, because the only thing I had to go off was that, you know, ZVZ result against Rogue. But Rogue's a bit of a beast in ZVZ. But the thing is, Sue has never really been one of those guys that I've been like, man, he sucks at ZVZ. I feel he can go toe-to-toe with the best in their primes and stuff. Like, he was one of the first guys to take down Serral at Katowice. Like, that was a year ago kind of thing. But he was the one to do it. So I was a bit worried for Domru, honestly, going into this match.
Yeah, Sue is kind of a very dynamic CVC player. Well, he'll just throw random stuff at you from time to time. You know, he'll decide to make a lot of links and sometimes a lot of banes, sometimes seemingly out of nowhere. But obviously, he has a Sharky type sense for things like that, and he is the Korean CVC embodiment, I think. Whereas DRG, a little bit more of a structured player, I think, and a little bit more of a sniper, a planner, I want to say, in terms of like build orders and a little bit more methodical, I guess, less chaotic.
Yeah, I get where you're going at there for sure. I think they both share some similar traits, though. Like, they both tend to go for the mass as opposed to the technical armies. Like Domru, obviously, in his ZVTs that we've seen a lot of, where he's been really, really good. It's a lot of Mutiling Bane play, but he does it really well. It's not necessarily just bashing his head against one side at all. Sue is definitely more the bashing his head, but always manages to break it somehow. Like, he knows when he has to really force that. But they're both doing very respect builds against one another. Both opted for the hatch, gas, pool, so getting the speed around the same time. And yeah, no. Oh, actually, Sue's keeping on a few extra guys on gas, so maybe an earlier Baneling Nest for him, but not too much deviation.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, so this is going to be a pretty standard opener. What is that martial art that uses your force against it? I mean, judo is kind of like that, but there's others. Is it Aikido or something?
Wait, which you said a martial force?
A martial art.
A martial art. A martial art that uses
your own force against you primarily.
I think that's judo, isn't it?
Judo is kind of like that to a good degree, yeah. But there's one that I'm thinking, well, I can't think of it. So, well, I was gonna say DRG is a little bit more like that, and Su is kind of just like a boxer, but without much technique. He just kind of punches you as hard as he can, as often as he can. He's, the best at it, I think.
Jiu-jitsu.
He's flawless behind it, I think.
Okay, you've got me like having flashbacks. I remember when I was like 15 or 16 or something, I was going through like that watching UFC phase, and all that jazz. And I was like, oh, there's this guy called Hoist Gracie that's freaking owning. And it was the jiu-jitsu that I think he used their weight and stuff against them. Okay, so here, I hear that I'm cutting out for you a little bit. Hopefully not on the broadcast too much, but we have a lair going down for Domru very, very quick as well.
You're cutting out for me a little bit. 1 sec.
No problem. You just keep talking, cats.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Am I cutting out for you now, or it's good?
No, it's perfect.
Oh, lovely. Okay, so I was just pointing out that Domru's going for a pretty darn quick lair here. Just one Evo at the front. The Baneliness now making his Roach Warren. Su opting for the +1 range, obviously. And his lair's significantly slower. Who do you favor this for right now?
Very difficult to say. They're doing different things. Domru here has the option to go into Muta. He's now taking the gases, so that's very likely what we're going to see. The Evo Chamber, the Roach Warren, probably just safety here. So it's going to come down to whether if Su can smell it coming, or if he will just do one of his like big aggressions out of nowhere, and then he can definitely find the way to punish it. There's the spider.
Yeah, I'm just looking at where are Su's scouts right now, because it looks like Domru is definitely the one that's a bit more active on the map and trying to get that information. Su just sending out like one ling down to the bottom of the map. Well, that guy's on a little bit of a journey, but so far hasn't sensed anything. And if a Zerg does get away with, well, Aspire like unnoticed, it is pretty problematic if you're not responding properly.
Absolutely. I mean, the later this goes, as the game progresses, you asked 30 seconds ago. If you ask me in 30 seconds, and the same situation is where Su hasn't moved out and he isn't making units, I really like the position for Domru. He has already established a third base as well, which is something of a troublesome thing to do, and he has gotten away with making the bare minimum amount of units in this Muta opening. So yeah, it's looking really good.
Yeah, he's also committed to like the +1 melee, which I think's really, really cool. And now the Mutas are getting out onto the field too. And this is going to be a nice queen grab for Su, but if that's the most damage that Domru's taken so far, I mean, this feels good to me, cats. It feels good. But these Banelings, they can get some juicy damage done. I don't like it.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good for what it was, but it's still a very late response. If I were to take one of the positions here, yeah, 5 drones go down, the mining is disrupted a little bit, and that wasn't like an extra army that Su made, but I still like Domru's position a lot better, because that was such a late reaction at that point.
Yeah, like the pendulum's already swinging, right? But I do like some of the things that Su's doing. So he's thrown down a ton of spores, and he just hit that drone key real hard, like popped out a good 12 or so drones just there. So, and he also is getting the Hydralisk Den. So he's doing a lot of the right stuff. It's always a bit restricting, though, when you're against Mutas. Like, how do you take your fourth? What do you want to do? How do you want to be aggressive?
Yeah, right now is the most dangerous time as he is setting up those defenses. He needs spores to control this area where the queens are as well. He's going to need 1 or 2 spores in that area and more spores at the third. Like you said, I love that he just pressed the drone key, because that's what he's going to have is 3 base. I don't think he can take a 4th base at this point, but saturate your 3 base as fast as possible and either get to lurkers or to infestors or to something to deal with the banelings and try to move out, maybe take a 4th.
Yeah, this is a nice little pick damage. I mean, the spores are very decently placed, actually. This one could maybe be a little bit over to the left, but overall, Su isn't dead by any means. He's getting that very, very stocky ground army. I like also that he went for a second Evo to get armor upgrades, making the Hydras even better against the Mutas.
Yeah. And Hydras are good at this point, but he really wants a lurker then if he's ever going to push out, because Hydras against Banelings are not a thing that are going to ever work, really. I mean, and Su is, rather DRG is making those Banelings. So, yeah, I really don't want to see Su move without something like Infestors or Lurkers.
Yeah, this has always been one of the coolest ZVZ kind of like little circle of deaths to me. Like the Hydras beat the Mutas, and then the Banelings definitely slaughter the Hydras. But then like Lurkers and Infestors, it used to be Infestors, right, with the instant fungals a long time ago. But yeah, we'll see how this goes, because Su not making a Lurker den at all so far. How does this make you feel?
I mean, I would rather see Lurkers over Infestors. Maybe he's planning to get Vipers or something like that, prioritizing or anticipating that maybe DRG will stay on Muta or something of the likes. And I mean, DRG has stayed on Muta so far, so you know, if he goes to that hive and gets Vipers, that could be a way back in. But yeah, I would really like there's the Lurker then. Thank you.
Okay, so Domrugu's Mutaflock is getting a lot bigger, actually. Like, what's it up to now? 18 mutas, still improving, still increasing. Su has a really huge bank to spend, by the way. Like, I guess he's just kind of wondering what to make exactly. Because you have to keep tabs on what composition you're up against, right? Whether it's going to be more Banelings, more mutas.
Yeah, I suppose he does have 20 larvae, I suppose. So yeah, I think it's an issue of being undecided right now. I mean, he's floating a lot of money, and he's gonna get attacked right now, which is the worst time to get attacked, right? At the same time, it's only slow Banelings, which is kind of surprising even on the side of DRG. And Su does a very good job there of trading. So yeah, weird champ.
Domru, I think he totally forgot Baneling speed there, right? By the way, this wall off that he's done here with these Evo chambers, really smart, because Ling Bane wants to get in every base it possibly can.
I completely agree. That's very good, very smart to just close off one of those entrances for it. And yeah, now he has only this triangle to control. He still doesn't have a fourth base though, and that's a luxury that DRG is now enjoying. So even if DRG continues to trade cost inefficiently, which, you know, he's bound to do if he's gonna smash himself against the Lurkers, he will have the extra money to spare. I think that what he's eventually gonna try to do is break this Evo chamber wall and then maybe suicide Banelings onto the hatchery, and then just try to keep that base count up.
This is very much like a mech versus Zerg. Like, or rather a Zerg versus mech approach. They're still slow Banelings. They finish now? Oh, that was like a few seconds too soon. Ugh.
Yeah. I'm happy with that. I mean, that was a big waste on the side of DRG. The idea was there, it was good, but the Evo Chamber was remade so quickly, and he wasn't anticipating that he would have to use the Banelings. Instead of pulling back the Muta to kill the Evo Chamber again, he just goes for it because he thinks the opportunity is right there and then. But like you said, a little bit, a tiny mistiming there will cost him a big chunk of army.
I just saw something really cool. So Domrugu's getting drop lords.
Yeah.
Oh, these Lings and Banelings, they're going to get murdered by these Lurkers, killing the wall again, but dropping into the main. Now the Mutas are in here too. This is kind of unusual. I mean, I like it, but it's weird.
It's extremely unusual, but it works because the Lurkers are such positional units and they're out of position, right? So now this is going to force Su to adapt a little bit. Now, it seems as though, as if, from my perspective, that Su would have already played DRG in similar positions just because of how he was metagaming, delaying the Lurker then and so. Yeah, he's too good. And, but yeah, I mean, I think that he just wants a Lurker at the main now. Just adapt to it.
I feel like Domrugu's edge is kind of slowly slipping away, right? Like, Su's done a really good job of not taking too much damage. I mean, 10 drones died, but what is that really in the grand scheme of things? And now every kind of attack that he's done... Oh, this is nice. Some decent grabs.
Yeah, a few Lurkers getting caught a little bit of position there, and the Mutaflock is big enough that if there aren't like spores adjacent to each other, then it's still gonna be troublesome. Like, those Muta can now start trading cost effectively against pretty much everything that's not AoE. So those Vipers are key, and they need to be in position.
Look at this resources lost tab, by the way, Cats. It's 13.6k versus 7.3k. So it just shows that Su's been trading twice as efficiently as Domru. And I guess that's kind of the way the game is meant to go when you go for these styles.
Yeah, but not anymore. I mean, like you said, now I'm liking Su's position more and more because Domru committed so much to keeping the economy down. Imagine if those Banelings connect onto the third of Su, then we have a 2 base against a 4 base, and then, you know, you can't recover if you're Su. But that wasn't the case. That was a huge investment, and I think that was a very, very clear turning point in this game where Su is kind of catching up with the better army comp, and at this point, I don't know what DRG does, because he just started like 1-1 upgrades.
Yeah, but okay, so often when I've watched CVZ, and this is often because I don't understand it fully, I've always felt that when people go from this Ling Bane Muta composition into Ultras when they already have Lurkers, it's kind of like not really that threatening, you know? But going for his own Lurkers while having like superior economy, even though they're worse upgraded, I'm scared about this army that's moving out across the map, though. That is a scary army. But can
It's
it take on the
huge.
Mutas?
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't been a lurker left at the base of Su. That, yeah, I really think a lurker. I mean, this has happened now for the 3rd time. So 1 lurker at the main would solve that.
That is,
But yeah,
the
this
Baneling's
is-
going down instantly. The parasitic bombs do land, and these Mutas are taking a ton of damage, and Domru supply, just like that, he lost everything, and Bloom and Ekats. That was, that was not pretty. That was not pretty for my boy.
It was a very, very strong start, but yeah, I mean, Su persevered. He defended for long enough, and yeah, you can try to make the lurkers, but it's a very difficult transition. Then you don't have upgrades. You're behind in terms of like getting to the hive for the range. You do have map control with the Muta, so I think if those lurkers get in a position where they're sieging Su and being annoying, maybe Su can't move out as easily. And yeah, but I mean, his army was just much bigger and of better quality at that point.
Yeah, like, I think, to be very fair to Domru, Su did such a good job of just defending everything. Like, if he didn't make these Evo Chamber wall-offs continuously and make all the right moves within regards to when to drone up and stuff. And
Even the delaying the lurker, then, I didn't like it at the time. But, I mean, if DRG is the type of player that will overmake Muta, and that's what you expect as Su, great, right? Get more Hydras instead first. So cool.
yeah. Yeah, I think he did everything right, honestly. And we have a really cool matchup next. It's going to be, in fact, it's going to be TY versus Sol, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when I was looking at the paper, you know, and I was looking at the lineups, I was thinking, okay, the first matchup, that's a bit of a rough one for us because Su's a bit of a beast when it comes to ZVZ. But I was looking at this one, I was like, I'm happy with TY going up against Sol because Sol, he's had a bit of a tough run this team league, and I did tell TY that Sol's very risky. Because every time I watch Sol play, he's the kind of guy that he is extremely good, but he will take risks that are totally unnecessary against players that he shouldn't be taking risks against, you know, which kind of levels him out a bit. Like, he can lose to far worse players than him. So he's one of these players that's still kind of figuring himself out a little bit, I feel.
Yeah, I would say that's accurate. I would say that he lacks in a lot of areas where other players thrive, and you know, you might look at it and be like, yeah, okay, like that's a thing that you shouldn't maybe be doing, or that should be an easier fix. But in spite of this phase of figuring himself out, he is a 7K player, and you know, that's, I think he's undeniably good at this game, and yeah, I just can't wait for him to consolidate into something that starts beating this type of player, the TY type of player. I think it's coming.
So European Terrans for a while, it's kind of like, they're good, but the European Zergs are better and stuff. And then, like, you know, Showtime was doing very well in the European scene. We had this era of European Protoss being good, but now with Clem shooting up, and I really feel he's kind of like pushed this arrow forward, right? Of like, even Hiromori and Euthermal have like started stepping up their games and stuff. So hopefully Sol can follow in their wake.
I would really like to see that more than anything. He puts in so much work, and yeah, I really would like to see that pay off. But he's gonna have a tough order here, as he is going up against one of the best Korean Terrans. But on my corner, it is the purple Terran player, So, looking for his first win.
And spawning over in the top left side, playing as the blue Terran, it is TY. Now, so I got to second pick in the league, and I picked TY as my player.
Mm-hmm.
He's 4-4 overall. Is that...
Yeah.
How have your star players done for you?
Stats has a positive record. I want to say Su with the last match now probably has a positive record as well, but they've dropped, like, you know, Su lost to Asrea and Stats lost to Clem, and you know, they've dropped matches that they were expected to win, I think, at least from my perspective. So for the most part, you know, yeah, they haven't been as reliable as other star matches. Maybe it's unfair to say for stats. But yeah, I mean, it's been rough. Obviously, we're last, so.
Yeah, it's just always nice looking at it because I can look at a team and I can be like, oh, that's a tough team, or like I look at the positives and the strengths. But when it's your own team and you're like supporting them, you see the weaknesses through and through, And
Yeah.
I've been looking at my team. It's well rounded. Like we've got a good Terran, a really good Terran, a really good Zerg, and a really good Protoss. But we don't necessarily have like a Serral or a Reyna for that ace match to like potentially just outright win anybody. We've got somebody that's like good in all of them, and when I've looked at that for ace matches, I'm always like, oh man, like I am kind of wishing I had a Reyna or a Serral, because it's tough, man. It is really tough.
Yeah, I mean, the rosters aren't too deep in that sense. And yeah, I mean, obviously, I wanted a roster of underdogs. I really was hoping that, Sort of and Soul could have picked up a few more wins. But yeah, I mean, they put in the work. I don't know what to say. I really like them. I really think that they deserve to be here, and I'm glad that I picked them.
Yeah, it's been a super fun team league, honestly. Like, I know that there was a little bit of the, what's it called? The controversy over like, oh, it's not real teams and stuff. But as soon as the first playday happened, everybody forgot all the negativity. And it's just been super good all the way through. Okay, so TY, like just to talk about this game a little bit. TY went for the Expo, like the Reaper expand with 1 gas. And Soul went for the double gas build. But TY's the one doing a proxy against that kind of opening. So that surprises me. And I think that's something that you don't often see on the European server. So it could definitely catch Soul off guard.
Is that a Hellion drop? Is this
It's most likely going to be a Hellion drop, yeah.
Okay.
And if we look at Soul's position, like Soul is definitely a guy that likes to go with the, I'm going to play...
He might
is he going to scout it?
He might scout it.
That is... Oi, okay.
Oi,
so
come on!
That was good for us. That was good for us. Soul's the kind of player that likes to be aggressive to kind of make it so he doesn't have to be defensive. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And Benny, I have to say also, okay, like I've repeated this for Soul, but it is also true that he faced the toughest opponents through and through. I mean, now he's facing TY. Before he got Raynor, Innovation, Serral, Trap. Like those are his opponents in this league, So I mean, yeah, he's not doing too hot, but yeah, he's gotta get a win. Maybe this is it.
I mean, this is going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tall order. Wait, he didn't get a medevac, right? He got a Liberator. So this Liberator is going to arrive far earlier than what Soul's going to expect. He's got a better ground army, but I mean, the Cyclone's out, so that does deal with the Hellions pretty well. But we'll see how this Micro Clash goes.
Yeah, it's the Liberator that I'm worried about.
Yeah, because he kind of wants this Cyclone to be out and about, and this Liberator is now arriving, and it's in the main dealing damage.
Yeah, very well done by TY there. And yeah, exactly. He's baiting the Cyclone forward, right? He's like, okay, I'm okay trading and taking some Hellion losses because the Liberator is the key piece here. And as long as your Cyclone is not in the main, then you have no answer for it. So very, very nice moves by TY there.
Yeah, like getting 5 SCVs now, it's definitely a bit of a lead. The Liberator, it does survive, so it can come back and deal damage afterwards. One advantage that Soul does have is he has an earlier Raven, and we all know how good Ravens are in this matchup.
Yeah, that is a very good point. I guess the defensive matrix is so key.
Okay, look at the production tab. So TY is making a second starport. I don't know if that's whether he's like... So I think he's going to do like a 2-base all-in with this, actually, where he's going to have like... He's going to switch this over to the reactor, pump out Vikings as well as tanks and stuff. Although, honestly, I'm not sure. Maybe he was just expecting the starport to die.
Yeah, this is a really strange starport. It's going to be Vikings. Have you ever seen something like this, like with 2 starports off of 1 base, an all-in of this sort?
So I saw TY do an all... Okay, so now he's switching the reactor. I've kind of seen it. He did something like this against Uthermal on Submarine. Now, it didn't go well for him. I will point that out. It didn't go well for him at all. But I'm nervous now because this is a tough one to find out. Like, Soul went for a very greedy third. Also, is he producing Vikings?
Oh, what's going on in the main? Something happened in the main. Something good. I think it was just a turret. 4 SCVs actually dying from the side of TY.
Okay, So Sol actually, he did this greedy thing. He didn't continue making Vikings. He's using the starport to just build more reactors to get faster Marines out, which against this is not what you want to. And look, he's switching it again. So he has no idea what he's up against here, and this is his greed kind of like shining through, which this is probably going to catch him off guard.
I see. So yeah, you did say you did some foreshadowing here. You said the man is greedy and to abuse that basically. Was that your advice?
A little bit,
on
yeah.
Benny and the boys.
I
So
will
there
not
is communication between Benny and the boys.
We're tight knit,
it's a
mate.
lie. It's a lie that there's no communication.
We're tight knit. That's Roddy's fake news. That's his slander campaign, you know.
Fake news.
Fake news, mate. Fake news. Okay, so this is where it gets very problematic for Sol. So he doesn't have air control at all, and TY is producing not just 2 Vikings at a time, but 3. Oh, that SCV at the front there. What a beautiful interference matrix by TY, and the SCVs are pulled. The turrets do come in. 1 tank does fall for TY, as does 1 for Sol, but this is just, there's so much blue Terran right now. Oh, he does actually take out some of the tanks, but his supply is really low.
Yeah, and that is with TY with a bank as well. So it's not like Sol has a lot of bank to convert into supply. It's the other way around. So it's going to get even more out of control. The Vikings are going to land in the main, and they are kind of uncontested at this point. So it is looking very, very good for the former GSL champion.
But TY is very much all in with this. Like, he had to deal a lot of damage. So I'm not going to, like, if Sol does manage to hold this in some miraculous fashion, you know, he's going to have upgrades going. Like, he is on 3 CCs. We see TY's now being kind of greedy behind this, but this air control, it's so hard to stop.
Yeah, do you make a Thor at that point, maybe, or?
I think you
You
there's
tap
not
out?
much you can do. The one, you know, when we're like, oh yeah, there's always a chance for a comeback. The one nice thing for Sol is the fact that his starport's all the way over to the right. So he potentially could sneak out medevacs to the right kind of side, you know? But look at this. Like, he has to worry about every spot here. And oh my gosh, that's quite a few Liberators showing up as well. Oh, nice tanks on the high ground by Sol, though. He's done a good job with those.
Yeah, he definitely sieged those.
He definitely did siege those cats.
I appreciate it, Benny.
I'm being nice.
So
I'm being nice.
So magnanimous in victory, yeah. Nice job with the tanks, though. In that, it's a
bloodbath. Yeah, it's a bloodbath. You know, GG Sol. That was a really rough one. But like what you said about the players that he played, he's played pretty much the ace player of every team.
Yeah. Except for our last match where he got Ragnarok, still a very, very difficult opponent. But yeah, I'd
almost class the Ragnarok as a bit of a ZVT. Like, that's feels like his specialty, you know? Like, he's just a fast player. So that's also a rough one.
Definitely.
Tied up now, though. And what is our next match? Son. Sword of Hurricane. Oh, okay.
That sounds like a rock band almost.
It does, actually does. Okay, so this one's going to be on NA as well. And was this the central server for this one? Got to give you every advantage we can at this point, Cats. Tied up, but...
I mean, we just played with disadvantage, so didn't even bring it up. Gotta give you every advantage we can now. That's all right, Benny.
You know, you gotta have a little bit of light banter, So yeah, when I was looking at the lineups, even though Hurricane's like, you know, we don't hear too much about him, I still class Hurricane as the favorite when it comes to going up against Sort of. Sort of beat somebody. Who did he beat?
He's beating a lot of people, Ben. In the league, Supernova.
Okay. So his 1 wins against Supernova, which, you know, was maybe one of the more memey picks of it. So going up against Hurricane, different caliber of player. We can say that.
I guess you could argue that, yeah. But I think a victory is due here for Sword Off, and I think, yeah. I mean, if we're gonna beat anyone, it's gotta be your team at this point. It's the last team that we're facing. We're going for the dignity win. That's the hashtag today, okay? Please in chat, hashtag dignity win. That's what we're going for.
Faith.
That's what we're gonna get. Yeah.
Yeah, I like this faith, even though misplaced. I like it, Cats. I like
It's
it.
not misplaced, okay? You've been a critic of Soul and Sort of, and you're just rubbing it in how poorly they did here. So I need for one of them to step it
You
up.
know, not only is it a battle on the game, Cats, it's a battle between the commentators. You know what I'm saying?
absolutely,
Like,
man.
I'm building up morale. So when you go back to that Discord chat, it's going to be like, oh, I'm sorry, lads. I'm sorry. He had me on the commentary.
All right, so spawning on the right hand side of the map. It is the man looking for redemption. It is Sort of.
And spawning over in the bottom left-hand side of Golden Wall with a beautiful, beautiful blue Nexus, it is Hurricane. For this clan war, did you do any counter picking, or did you have any a lineup that you really kind of wanted to go for?
No, we were already out. So the only request was Stats didn't want to play any Circ players because of the GSL finals. So we just tried to make sure that Stats didn't get a Circ. We just picked him on. That was the priority, was to put him on non-Circ maps, and then everyone else around that.
That's fairly nice versus my team. I only have one Zerg.
Yeah, that was easy against you.
That was definitely a mistake on my part. I definitely should have picked a few more of them. Just because they're pretty good, you know? Some of the Zergs are performing very well in this tournament. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, some of the Zergs. What you mean, Raynor and Serral?
Raynor, Serral, Solar as well has been performing very well.
He just dropped the map to who did he just lose to? He just lost.
Lambo.
Yeah, he just lost to Lambo last. So not so great. I mean, Lambo's a great player, obviously.
I mean, it took a Zerg to take him down, is what I'm saying, Cats. You know?
Touche.
So are you just talking about that match that just went 4-0, by the way, against No Brain No Pain?
Yes, Ben. You can use this match as your platform to shed talk Roddy. I'll try in the spirit of Roddy, bring up how little communication exists between you and the so-called boys.
Yeah, Roddy's team, it was the first in the league to get a 4-0. But it's also the first in the league to not only 4-0 a team, but also 0-4. So round of applause for No Brain No Pain, bringing it today. Tell ya.
Yeah, that was so unlikely too. But that was crazy.
It was crazy. Okay, so this build by sort of a super early 3-hatch build. Is this... this isn't super normal, but I think it's pretty okay against Stargate openings, right? Or is that something that's very worrisome here?
No, nothing like that. It's pretty standard openings, I think, on either side. So, is this gonna be, I guess, Oracle? I don't know. It's kind of a weird tucked in Stargate. I guess most of the time it pretty much has to be an Oracle opening these days. So, yeah.
Yeah, my picking for Hurricane on Golden Wall, lots of my players give me maps that they kind of like they give me their top 2 that they want to pick, and I'll just kind of mix them around. And I was like, okay, I haven't really put Hurricane on Golden Wall yet, and I know he's pretty decent in PvPs and PvZs. He wasn't doing the best necessarily against Terran, but he has played against really good Terran so far in Team League. Phoenix straight away. In fact, yeah, Phoenix straight away. How do you feel about that?
I think it's more consistent with the position of the Stargate, right? Because if it's Oracle, you wanted to hit earlier, maybe even proxy it. I really like, by the way, the Overlord that sort of has by his main base, because it would scout for very annoying star perk proxies. But yeah, Phoenix is kind of cool, honestly, because you can wall off this front and start taking the back, and yeah, there's a lot of airspace, and I mean, it's Phoenix into Oracle though, so this is kind of old school. I'm not sure how much I like this.
Yeah, this is super old school. In the Twilight Council with the 3 extra gates afterwards, is this potentially going to be Oracle Phoenix into Archon drops stuff?
I mean, it could be charge slots. It could be Archons. It could be anything at this point. The gases are now being taken at the natural, so that's going to be a little bit more of a tell that we are going to see additional tech coming about. It's going to be the Adept Glaives.
Okay, that's a tricky build to deal with, honestly. And whenever you are playing cross-server, even if it's a cross-server advantage, these kind of things you have to be so precise and exact about. So I think it's much harder to defend against this than it is to kind of initiate it. But nice defense of this Oracle so far.
Yeah, it's been pretty good for sort of. I mean, this build is disguised. Hurricane is a very good snaky Protoss, as Protoss often has to be. So it's up to sort of to really spot what's going on. He's gonna spot 2 Adepts, 3 Adepts. That's already huge. That's a huge tell. And he is making a Roach Warren, I think, promptly enough. He still has 3 drones in production, but now I think we're gonna see mostly Circlings to prepare for the first shading, and then Roaches for the follow-up. This is the DRG approach to defending.
Okay, so I mean, it's definitely not an all-in by any means by Hurricane, right? It's like going to be some pressure going on the map and stuff. Maybe like gets out the Warp Prism and deals a bit of damage, but okay, that's quite a lot of Adepts. But he's taking the third behind the Minerals, so it's a very, very safe third. It's one that he doesn't have to worry about, doesn't have to leave like a few Adepts at home or anything like that. Takes down the Phoenix with the Spore Crawler.
Yeah, this is not a very counter-attacky map or anything like that. No, do not attack your Crypto more. Okay. So here's the first shade. I don't think it's going to go through. Oh, it actually goes through, somewhat surprisingly, on top of 3 roaches, some Circlings. Very nice trap. I'm not sure if it needed to be focused down, but it's actually done so in perfect time. And yeah, the Adepts are not actually going to find too much damage at the moment.
Okay. So the Gal getting over to the third base, but only 3 drones went down so far. These Adepts in the main base, though, they could get a bit damage done, but then
nice.
They are now being microed. So that's not bad, but so far, really good for Sort of, actually. He had an insane drone count before this hit, so losing 7 isn't even that big of a deal at all.
Yeah, just 6 workers, 7 workers going down. That's excellent. And you know what? Like, Ben, I normally make 2 spines, and that's something that we've talked about. Sort of usually makes 1 spine. Here he got away without making any spines. So me, by making 2 spines, I would have taken as much damage as he did already. So this is, you know, this is a brilliant defense so far. Oh, don't want to jinx it, though.
Don't want to jinx it at all. I mean, there are still some Adepts, but he's got enough Zerglings back at home to deal with it, which is, I think this is just about the perfect amount to deal with it. Although 2 Adepts, if they get into your drone line, they are going to start dealing quite a bit of damage, and that's what they get doing.
Yeah.
Oh. And back at home.
Immortals.
Oi.
Yeah, you do not want to walk up that ramp. I mean, if there was a third, then this move out is completely justified. But the third, I mean, there is a third. It's just not anywhere that this move out justifies it, right? You can never go up that ramp. So yeah, a very nice turnaround, I guess, for Hurricane, getting a few drones and a few roaches.
Okay, and we've seen this from Protosses as well. They like to go straight into Blink to have this kind of like Sentry Stalker-ish army, like composition with just a couple of Mortals mixed in. And I like that so far against what Sword of has, but we do see Sword of's going for melee upgrades, Banelings as well. So going for that very, very traditional like Roach, Ravager, Baneling composition.
Yeah, I think this might be Hurricane playing the map. I would love to see him, for example, use the middle of the map with Blink, because then you can jump onto whichever side is not being looked at. Maybe that's too next level, but I mean, he's going Blink, and that's a feature of the map, so I would love to see him use it. You see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying.
Oh, he does have a lot of sentries too, though.
Yeah, he certainly does. And it's a good number of Immortals as well, 3. Warp Prism is coming. His bank is pretty large with this. Oh, he can... So, Sort of actually mined out the minerals so he can get behind and deal damage to the third. That's nice for him, but it's also good for Hurricane to spot.
Yes. At the same time, it's a little bit less bad if Hurricane used those minerals for the Blink that we were talking about, because now Sort of can actually go on the other side. But yeah, this army is looking very scary for Hurricane, and I'm not sure if Sort of has enough here. Even if he holds with his Banelings, it's such an expensive army comp that he's working with.
Yeah, Hurricane behind all this, he's taken a 4th actually. So this is very much that move out to try and keep his opponent honest. But the thing is, I don't really think Sort of really minds too much just making units from this point on.
Yeah, this is a really nice move, shoving off that group of links as he gains the space on the map. He's going to test the third of Hurricane, but it's going to be dejected. I would love for him to just check for that 4th. He will.
Does meet up with a few Adepts, a couple of Zealots. Getting through this little tight gap is a little bit annoying for the Zerg player, but Hurricane, he does know where the attack is coming by the looks of it. Yeah. What's happening in the natural? Oh, Baneling's got in?
Very, very nice for Sort of. He now knows where the army is, but Hurricane might be concerned about the front now that Sort of is threatening it. So he moves his army, and now he's completely out of position. This base stands no chance. It's a matter of if he can get in position in time to defend the third. It looks like he will be able to.
Yeah, that's still a lot of Zerg, though. Has to be worried about that. The Oracle is tickling the Ravagers at the back there. The Vials, they are landing on quite a few of the units. And the Sentries, they are getting blown up. And that is so many Banes.
That is a lot of Banelings. They're still not getting through. The force fields are very good. So are the Vials in response. Good response time. These Banelings are connecting. No, the shield battery overcharged. No! I hate him.
Keeps Hurricane alive for now, but I think Swordov's actually going to be very happy with that amount of damage that he dealt. Even though he traded inefficiently, it still denied the 4th.
Yeah, and he's taking a 5th behind that, and not just any 5th, it's the gold base. He's situating himself perfectly here to shut you up for once and for all, Benny.
We got more matches after this, mate. We got more matches after this, all right?
It don't matter.
So Hurricane, he's trying to get Storm going here. But, you know, it's only just started. +2 is almost finishing for him. He does have... He can obviously make Archons and stuff, but sort of... Yeah, he's in his comfort zone right now, you know? He doesn't have to worry about counterattacks. He just has to keep on doing the attacking.
Yeah, I mean, the only trouble that he's going to have is that he's going to be attacking onto a choke. I would love to see something like Drop, for example, play being employed here to try and break through it with some of those Banelings instead of just getting stuck behind... Oh, there's actually no force fields. We good. We good.
Oh. These Banelings are kind of like not making up their minds, though. They are just kind of running through, not really blowing up much, getting on all the probes. The High Templars, they all survive, and Storm's about to finish in 10 seconds. 10 seconds, no!
Nah, I'm gonna go ahead and say no on that, Benny. And yeah, it looks like sort of, man. He's gonna sort of destroy Hurricane.
He sort of did.
Yeah.
Came in like a wrecking ball. Survived the Hurricane.
Like a hurricane? Is that rocking like a hurricane? Something like
that? Basically. Now these Sentries, the saddest Sentries of all time. I mean, I would hype it up, but no. Well played by Sword of this game. He did lose 19 drones to this War Prism.
Why are you gonna bring that up even? Like, what's that? Like, yeah. Okay.
My man is going down with a fight. All right, that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted people to know. Like we're just following Wardy's camera here. You know, it's just looking at my boy dying. But I wanted those people out there to know that Hurricane, he was fighting. He was fighting.
Yeah. Hurricane killed. It did kill 19 drones on the way out. More than sort of lost 19 drones. How about that, Benny?
Oh, you know, all right. I'll concede. Oh, what server are we on now? I did move over to Korea, but I don't think I
think we stay here, yeah.
Freaking A, I keep moving all the time.
That's okay, Benny. You're shaking. It's understandable.
I'm shaking with fury, you know. With fury. But this last match is a good one. And I know you're feeling smug right now, Cats, being,
very.
2-1 up, but... Now it's my time for my lad, Zest.
And Benny, I just want to win this so that I can see the next match and see you sweat for it, you know? And then, you know, I still hope that you make it through. But if you lose twice today, are you really out of it? Nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll be out.
I got a person right now. Oh, man. Benny, you've got to... Oof. Is your relationship with the boys going to survive that?
I mean, me and my boys... We'll survive anything, honestly. We'll survive anything. We've been through thick and thin together. But if it is Fear Dragon that actually ultimately knocks me out, that would be a wounder, man. That'll be a wounder. I won't hear the end of it.
Yeah, it's kind of
But now
it would be kind of poetic if you were to be eliminated today by my team and Fear Dragons. I feel like.
But you have to beat this guy, Cats. He is one handsome fella, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He's been around since the beginning of time as well. Well, beginning of Kesper time. Actually, these guys were teammates. We haven't even spoke about that. Stats and Zest.
Yeah.
Back from the KT days.
They are quite possibly the two most recognizable Protoss players. I think most iconic of the remaining Protoss Brotherhood.
Yeah, and very different ways about playing the game as well, which makes it kind of interesting. Stats being the more methodical, you know, defensive kind of Protoss. Zest was very much the, I'd say slightly more, I'm going to kill you Protoss, is the response or the approach that he takes to the game.
Yeah, so I think I see them both as similarly actually macro-y Protosses, but I don't know. Do you feel like Zest is a little bit trickier then?
So I'm gonna, you know about the Zest Bank, yeah?
Yeah.
So I don't really think about him as like when he's been on my team here, and it's been like Zest, you're on 2 bases, you got 2k minerals, let's go, let's use it, and you know it's still going up and stuff. I can't really be like, oh yeah, he's there, but he has exceptional micro. Like I will say that he's very clean. His PvP is also very solid, and I think when I think about good Zest matchups, I do think about his PvP actually.
Yeah, that is, I think, very fair to say. He was very much on the rise before this team league. I don't think he's done too hot here. But yeah, we'll see if he can bring it back. I am guessing it's not going to be the case. But you go ahead and hype him up.
So, spawning the bottom left-hand side, one of the most handsome men to ever grace the StarCraft 2 scene, it is Zest.
And on the top right-hand side, quite the most photogenic man to have ever played StarCraft, it is Stats.
Oh, we're going there, eh? We're just talking about looks here, eh? I see where you're going.
I'm just saying, you know, like my Stats emote is pretty good. I've seen that, and if I may give a shout out to, since this is a community-based thing, GGE Mini has such a great Stats emote. It has such a funny, great laugh, and yeah, it's infectious.
Oh, 1 second. I'm hearing.
All right.
Okay, so very similar openings by both these guys. No weird kind of, gateway first. By the way, what is Stats' wall here?
Yeah, you're hating already, huh? It's a wall, Benny. It is what it is. Wardy, have you seen this wall before? Can you tell us with the camera whether you have seen it before? He has seen it before. It's a wall, Ben.
Okay,
I'm not sure
okay.
what it does, though. No clue.
Sorry, I'm struggling to hear a little bit. I've got really loud music from the feed here, so I can't hear you that well, Kat. I'm gonna wait for Wardy to fix it.
Oh, all right. I understand. Let me. Maybe I can fix that actually.
Aha! Done. Nice. Okay. Whew, fix. I can hear again. Team. Okay. So in true PvP, especially Korean PvP fashion, we do have proxy pylons and stuff going on around the map. Oh my gosh! And Stats immediately scout Zest. I am not a happy boy.
Oh, I see. I think when I unmute myself, the sound goes through. Now, do you hear? Is it? Are you getting the loud music again, or are we good?
No.
Okay, we're good. Nice.
Yeah, we're great. So Stats immediately scouts this Stargate of Zest.
Mm-hmm.
I am sad.
Yes.
Stats on the other side hasn't really chosen his tech yet, which makes me think he's probably going to go for a Nexus, but he is producing a lot of Stalkers straight away, knowing that there's probably going to be an Oracle popping out.
Yeah, I mean, there's not that many options here, really. So I really obviously like this position for Stats. He's going to be making 2 Stalkers, like you said, and maybe just stay defensive and drop that Nexus. I really like your plan here, Ben.
I like it too. Okay, so the first little engagement goes better for Stats, actually, because he gets both shots on the same Stalker, which is unfortunate, although it's fairly even between them. That is the micro that I'm talking about, Zest. Even though you're in a worse position, you get it done.
Yeah, but look at the bank. Look at the bank. He's floating 50 more minerals at all times, so...
Planned. And he gets an earlier Nexus. I tell you.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, really. It's the Nexus gets dropped first on the side of Stats, or on the side of Zest, who is the player going for the proxy that got scouted. So I'm a little bit concerned. I like the corners that he's cutting, but yeah, I mean, I want to see Stats punish it somehow.
So Stats was like, okay, I'm going to go put down a Nexus. But then he was like, no, I'm not going to. I'm going to go and block like the wall off. So maybe he was thinking about the potential of Adepts crossing the map. But we can see that there is no Adept in sight whatsoever.
Yeah, but this is already 4 Stalkers poking. I mean, Zest will have a shield battery. So that is rather nice. Oh, it's on the high ground, though. We cool. This is good.
Yeah, and that is definitely a respectable number of Stalkers that Stats has. And Zest is already on the back foot, massively so. Stats even warping in 3 offensive sentries here as well, so he's very confident.
Hashtag dignity win, my friends in chat. It's looking likely. It looks like it's happening.
Don't tell me this is how it's going to happen, you know, Cats. Like, first I hear this loud music, then I lose to the bottom team of all teams, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, if that's the trash talk you're talking right now, I'm okay with it, Benny. Because after this, my brother in arms, Fear Dragon, is gonna kick you out of here, Benny and the boys.
You know, it's much easier to talk trash when you're behind a little bit, because when I was talking trash when I was ahead, I felt bad. I started feeling bad, you know?
Yeah.
I was like, I could see Zombie Grub on the camera, like her head like waning and like feeling sad, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry, Zombie Grub.
Yeah, but this is dignity win for me, and quite honestly, I think if we take this one, it makes the next match so much more interesting for everyone watching. And I think if StarCraft wins, we're all happy. So right now, what I'm saying is cheer for Stats. He is basically StarCraft.
Yeah, okay, so let's analyze this. So Stats, he's got an Expo up. He is slightly behind in probes, but Zest has a lot of probes on a base that doesn't really matter. In fact, he's going full Alpha Star here in his main base. Zest is the one that's kind of moving out a little bit, and he does have Blink finishing sooner. So maybe he can get some magic done with that. Oh, look at that hallucination of Stats, by the way. The Immortal at the front. Love it.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna need David Blaine driving those talkers if he's gonna make any
Double
magic
Nexus, Scats. Double Nexus. Zest is pulling out freaking true Zest godlike macro here.
I mean, there's two ways you could look at that, right? Like, he also has the money to drop a double Nexus, Benny, so...
He's playing to his strengths, mate. He's playing to his strengths. His flawless, or concentrated macro here. It's just shining on the map. So he's dropping down a Forge. So he's going to go for upgrades as well, just playing a true macro game. You know, he's just ahead of the curve, really.
I love how you're staying so hopeful here. It's not looking good for your boy at all. And yeah, I'm not sure what to say. I'll just enjoy your slow death here, I think.
Enjoy it while you can. Enjoy it while you can. You know, every moment that passes here is a good moment for Zest, because Stats, he's going to come and find this. He's going to be like, holy crap, you're on 3 bases already? And Zest is like, yeah, homie.
It's going to be more like, Keg W, you're on 3 bases? Okay, homie. And
we'll
then,
see.
yeah, I mean, I don't expect this will, yeah. Going a war person about to arrive, so it's perfect timing. It's all planned, it's all done for, and yeah, I don't think you're holding, but
I mean, I don't either. But for the sake of things, you know, there's stasis traps here. We have 2 fully energied shield batteries as well, and the supplies are they're close, but Stats' army is definitely better. Also, he's going to have the Warp Prism in the mix. Zest, what units? Like, you've got an army coming at you. Do you know about this? Okay.
Yeah, he made 3 Hexa. You've been praising him for it.
I mean, I have been. Oh, that is an aggressive blink by Stats, and he's right getting into the thick of things. Also has the Observer, so we can actually see the stasis, but Photon overcharges can do pretty damn good on these batteries, but these Immortals are getting some darn juicy damage in.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good for Stats, and Dignity win is all in the cards here. Aggressive blink to aggressive defensive blink? I'm not sure what to call that one.
Just pick off the Warp Prism, and both the Immortals actually go down here, and the probes are all falling.
Yeah, I mean, when Wardy's doing the zoom, you know what's going on, Ben. Wardy's doing the zooming.
Zest Micro kicking in here, Zest Micro. All it takes
there's an overcharge, actually.
You know, Stats is going to blink on this stasis, and he's going to get screwed. You watch.
Yeah.
Oh, Zest Micro, he holds.
I mean, he technically holds, sure. But if we look at the worker disparity, I mean, it's not looking great still for him. There's a 3rd on the way for Stats. Wardy already did the zoom in, so I'm feeling like pretty confident here. Look at that.
You must be great at parties, Cats. You're just bringing me down. Like, I'm here. Okay. So the supplies are still close, but yeah, I mean, Stats is in a phenomenal position against my boy. He's got really good tech. He's got better tech on the way, better economy. The army-wise, 17 Stalkers to 10.
Yeah, but Zest is not really out on the map right now with those stalkers, so it's not particularly threatening. I think he's still very concerned about a follow-up attack, and he's being extremely defensive now. So he's basically betting on Stats over-committing and making it so that his comeback happens off of a defense. But Stats, being the smartest Protoss in this lobby, perhaps in the world, has already seen to it that he is transitioning very well economically.
I've been watching this warp prism at the bottom of the map, and I know that this is going to get up to no good. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so charge to start for Zest, and he's starting up some extra gases on the third base, kind of skipping them on the natural. So is he just going to go for some big gateway charge lot like Blink all in, do you think? I don't feel he can really play the catch-up game here and go for the exact same army comp that Stats is going for.
Yeah, it's very difficult, and Stats is already making the disruptors. I think that that's the unit that has the most variety or the most variance, I should say, in maybe in the entire game, but certainly in this matchup, right, where it can certainly do nothing or it can turn a game around in an instant. So I think that's the kind of volatility that Zest is looking for, but instead it's Stats that's kind of securing it with it, I think.
Zest getting more gases now. Like, he got the ones that is natural as well. It's going for like pretty, well, they're both equal on upgrades, getting the same ones coming along. It's just the disruptors, man. They are such value units coming out for Stats. And he's taking his fourth base behind this, and why not? You're pretty darn far ahead.
Yeah, it's looking very good. Let's see, he's walking out. I'm a little bit scared out on the map right now. Like, defensively, I think he's in a very good position, but charge lots out on the open, and this is an open map, and that's kind of, I think, what Zest is going to be transitioning towards could be very, very scary for Stats. Actually, Zest is still stalkering pretty heavily. Yeah,
he's like, you know what? I got that charge upgrade, but I'm just going to keep on making stalkers. Because why not? Yeah. Why the hell not?
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, I don't see him catching up in the same game, right? Just mirroring a player with a better head start. But it's not necessarily that he knows that this was the case, because from his perspective, he kept his third. So in a way, you could think, if you're Zest, that your third was earlier, right? And it's technically true.
Right. Okay, he actually is going for his own disruptors here. This wall off by Zest was a cute idea, and I guess it does delay an attack, but losing 2 gateways kind of sucks. Oh, this disruptor. Zest is catching up in supply, man. Oh, but this disruptor.
Jinxed. Yeah. You were saying?
You know, this was unfair. You know, Zest had a mirror right next to his computer. He caught a glimpse of himself, and he was way too handsome, distracted himself.
Yeah.
Barraging. I knew that present that you gave Zest, a mirror, would be his downfall. Booby trap.
When did you give him this present?
I mean, you sent it, obviously, or Stats. Somebody. There was definitely some barracking going on.
Quite
some foul play.
All right, so Zest is gonna move into the natural base, or rather, Stats is gonna move into the natural base of. Huge disrupt that almost gave me a heart attack. If that connected, that would have been the game turned around. Nice.
I think that went about as good as it could go for Zest. Like, he is kind of defending this. Yeah,
that was actually kind of weird. Stats left all of the disruptors in the back to kind of like cover for the flank, but he wasn't really paying attention enough to where only one of those connects well, and then all the disruptors go down. So resetting the count there, and that's kind of scary. That's kind of the key units that we were talking about, and for the first time, I'm a little bit concerned in this game, Ben.
I'm glad you're feeling. I'm feeling extreme concern right now because, you know, the supply Stats is still very far ahead. He also has DT tech available now, and, you know, that's when games spiral out of control. This Zealot warp in at the bottom as well. That warp prism finally coming into play here. It's a nice warp in.
Yeah, so it's going to be Stats using the charge first. And now finding the room to go into the natural in spite of Zest actually holding that watchtower. Nice. I see the corpses of some stalkers.
Did you see that blink? That blink happened like 2 seconds after they got hit. That mirror again, man. It was distracting him, dude.
Yeah, well, it's the mirror, and the disruptors pop out, but they're not going to be able to do enough. Stats now with a commanding lead, a very strong position in this game, and in the third natural. or in the third base of his opponent. It's looking like the Dignity win is finally happening. And yeah, I couldn't have picked a better time and day to make this happen and complicate things for you further moving forward. Ben.
GG's cats. We don't need to talk about it. You know, like GG's well played. Like, you know,
You'll talk about it with Ravi. That's gonna be it for me. Ben will be back for perhaps the most exciting remaining match here, as it will determine his fate. Does it all who else is at stake here? Is it actually Fear Drug? Oh wow, the loser is out for the next one. I couldn't be more excited. I'm glad we could participate in a little bit of that. And yeah, that's it for me. So have a wonderful rest of the league, everyone, and bye bye. Thank you, Wardy.
Take care, matey. Take care. It's been a pleasure.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the War Chest Team League. We have one last match. This is the final match of the group stages. Somehow, some way, we still have a few teams, 4 different teams that are still up for contention on whether or not they're going to be able to advance out, if they're advancing out in first place or second place, or if they just get knocked out and don't go to the playoffs. And 2 of those teams are actually Benny and the boys and 4 Shades of Protoss. Ben, how you feeling about this?
You know, Ravi, I spoke to my boys here, you know. I put their pictures here. I spoke to them and I was like, lads, you know, if we end up losing against Katz's team, like, they're not through, like, it doesn't matter. And they're like, oh, will it make it more interesting? And I'm like, yeah, it will. We'll make it way more interesting. So they're like, all right, we'll go easy on Katz's team. And then we're going to give it all to Fear Dragon. So I just had my beautiful babe come over here and make me a victory White Russian ready for us entering the playoffs. And, I'm looking forward to this one, Ravi.
Oh, a little bit ironic since you only have Koreans on your team, but I am very much excited for this. I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be totally truthful on this. I'm a little bit worried, Ben, because, you know, I try, and I can finally say this because I'm all through all of, like, the group stage matches. Now I can, like, reveal how I've been doing a lot of, like, the map picks and stuff, and I've tried to do, like, some research. I look at each player's ladder history and look at their win rates for particular maps. I look at the maps that they've picked for previous things of the team league. I go back to ESL Pro Tour matches, go look at the little screenshot of the map vetoes and stuff, and I start writing down all the notes on what maps people prefer. So I do a lot of research on this. And I was just so wrong about the picks for your team. I completely botched it. So I'm a little worried. This is not exactly the lineups that I wanted, but you know what? I still believe in my Protoss boys.
So I will not beat around the bush here, Fear Dragon. I was like, okay, given that it's 4 Protosses, you guys need to tell me your best, like, VSP maps.
Yeah.
Now, I also thought, okay, it's very obvious that we've been sending out TY on either Golden Wall or Submarine, especially Submarine. And I was like, who's your best player? It's going to be Trap. So I was like, okay, I'm going to avoid that, and I'm probably going to put Hurricane on there because we haven't done that the whole season. Because, you know, but this comes down to the wire.
That got me. You sent that Hurricane on, like, only 2 maps. He felt like the fill-in. And I was convinced TY, every time Submarine was available, TY came out on her Submarine. Oh, God. The bait and switch, man. And the final hour, too. Ugh.
These things happen, mate. These things happen. Anyhow, spawning in the top left for Benny and the boys, playing as the blue Protoss, it is Zest.
And down in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, we have the yellow Protoss player from 4 Shades of Protoss. He is Team Liquid's Mana.
You know, blue and yellow go very well together. Like, I just thought about that. Very well together indeed. Oh, you can still hear me, right?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay, nice. I heard some Discord bumbling going on. But, okay, so we should definitely kind of reiterate what Wardy told us in the break within regards to results and stuff. Like, because this match means everything here. If whoever wins goes through for sure. If I lose 3-2, I'm still through. If I lose less than that, though, like 3-1, then I am out and the tank toppers are through.
Yeah, the easy way to think about this, by the way, guys, is that Ben, the Muslim, can still make it to second place. So he can still be in the top 2, which is a seed into the playoffs. So you don't actually have to play the first round. Or with a worst case scenario, he could actually get knocked out and not go to the playoffs at all. So he actually oscillates from one of the top 2 teams to one of the bottom 3. And for me, if I have to just straight up win the match, and if my team wins the match, we'll go to the playoffs. If we lose the match, we're not going to the playoffs. That's the quickest way we can boil it down.
It certainly is. It certainly is. I mean, what a whirlwind scenario. I gotta admit, when we were like 4-2, I was like, okay, that's definitely respectable. and I think we're through no matter what. And I was looking at these prediction tables, and I was like, oh yeah, like it's very unlikely that I'm going to lose like 0-4-0-4 or like 1-3-1-3 or something. But no, it's absolutely a possibility. And I'm up against the team that, you know, Rifkin had made quite a bit of fun of you for your team, but holy crap, have some of your players come alive, because Asrea, this has definitely been his breakout tournament, man. Like, what a performance by him.
I could not agree more. Asrea, I mean, and this is actually the one thing that I was a little bit excited about when I saw the lineup, because I'm like, you know, Asrea has taken out Maru, has taken out Innovation. He's facing TY today. Like, imagine if he beats Maru, Innovation, and TY. Like, that'd be insane just to put him on the map. But let's talk about this PvP, because we do actually have that proxy Stargate. Like, not super proxied, but from Zest, it is in the left-hand side of the map, trying to be hidden. And Mana did open up with 2 Stalkers, so I'm feeling good about that. He didn't go for like a double Adept opening or something. Didn't have the resources to try and deal with this.
Yeah, this one for Zest, I mean, he is getting up his Nexus around the same time, and he has committed to the tech already. Also going for his second tech of choice before Mana's picked one. Oh, where are these Adepts or Probes falling, actually?
It's actually in the center of the map. Mana was looking for the proxy, and he actually did find the Oracle. The Oracle wasted some energy killing off those 2 probes, but that gave Mana the opportunity to move his Stalkers back home, because he was out on the map with them. So now he can appropriately defend his mineral line. Nicely done.
Yeah, definitely nice movement by Mana, and it's very valuable getting off that scout. So he is committing to Twilight Council now, but Zest already had his Twilight Council started and done, and is starting Blink very, very early on. So interesting PvP choice by Zest.
Yeah, we'll see how that one shapes out. It looks like the Oracle's trying to dive in toward the main. Oh, Mana was just trying to prepare for the edges where the Oracle could have shown up, but he didn't expect it to actually move in behind the natural. Oh, now the Oracle's heading over to that natural. It's going to take a bit more chip damage, but I gotta say, that Oracle's already done pretty well for itself. Getting 4 or so probe kills is not bad.
It definitely isn't, And Zest, you know, like, everybody likes to think that he's just handsome and pure muscle and stuff, but no, he's actually pretty smart too. He knew exactly where to fly that Oracle to get damage done, and the damage was done. But the game, you know, these are just little battles that have gone in Zest's favor thus far. And honestly, when I'm looking at the resources tab and like the income tab, it's still absolutely neck and neck.
Yeah, this proxy pylon from Zest, I wonder if, is that just going to be purely for the, oh, you know, eventually I'll be able to do some reinforcements and maybe warp in some Adepts to try and harass you in case you decide to attack me? Or is this actually signaling that he is going to be ramping up with Blink finishing up and going to try and put on a bit more pressure? Because, yeah, okay, he's going to go for the third. I was going to say, like, there's no Robo or anything else here, so it really does feel like Zest is going to just stay, I guess, a bit further back.
This is valuable info for Mana. Getting these 2 Adepts in, and oh, are they actually going to get into the main base here too? They do, and it forces additional Stalker War pins. They will get some probes as well, so nice damage. That was the most random force field ever.
I will zone you away from going to the left-hand side where it will not matter at all. Ooh, and Mana actually finding the proxy gate. Nicely done. Kills off the pylon, forces a cancel on the gateway.
That almost might have been better to let the gateway finish, and then it would have been like a 250 mineral investment gone. But yeah, Mana's definitely going to be happy with that. His third is starting a little bit behind, but his forge was way done earlier. This Oracle trying to get more damage done again. Does get 1 pro, but nice movement by Mana.
Yeah, really, really happy with how Mana's playing right now. It seems like he's been on top of a lot of things. He's even going to be moving his Stalkers over to the correct location as he tries to establish the third. His Stalkers are going to be in position for this army from Zest moving across the map. The revelation does reveal that the Stalkers moved out, though, so Mana's got to be a bit careful about that Oracle. He's got that 1 Stalker back in his main.
He does, and what a spot to have your Oracle, right? Like, it's just so annoying. You can't do anything about it, because you don't want to commit to a Stargate just to deal with the Oracle right now.
Yeah, you know, sometimes, Ben, I've thought about this a lot. I'm like, you know what? If I had to trade, like, Shield Battery Overcharge or something for another ability, it would be to just like temporarily give a unit like +4 range. Like, oh my god, the number of drops and things that would finally be able to pick off that dead airspace or oracles. Oh, it just make my life so much easier.
I thought you were going to say like Nexus Overcharge or something. I was like, don't bring that back, Ravi. Don't at all.
Nexus Overcharge with the Tempest range. Yeah, wouldn't that be great?
It basically did have Tempest range. It was incredible. Okay, so they're both powering up a lot here. Zest's economy is definitely further ahead, and 7 gateways all at once with the Templar archives and stuff. Like, he's really going for a pure muscle army at this point.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty important to know. The other thing that I do think is worth mentioning is that Mana did have a pretty solid lead on those upgrades, and he's chrono boosting out +2 weapons. It's going to be like a solid minute and a half that he's going to have +2 weapons before Zest could actually even potentially. So +2 weapons is like the magic upgrade number in PvP. That is the upgrade where your stalkers and your immortals all start getting their big damage point breaks.
I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at Mana's gateway count, like it's going up to 6, but Zest, he's going quite a bit higher here, all the way up to 10, so he can reinforce faster. He's also getting that Zest bank he's quite famous for, over 1,000 minerals here. I'm a little bit worried for Mana, though. You know, shield battery overcharges and stuff are very good, and there is that one shield battery at the bottom part of his army, but yeah, it's going to be a lot of Zest marching up very soon for him.
Yeah, all right, this is going to definitely get a little bit dicey here just because of how many of these Zealots have been warped in, and Zealots do pretty well, honestly, Ben, versus a pure Stalker Immortal army. I'm not going to lie, like, you really do need things like the Force Fields and stuff to come into play. The sentries are on the right-hand side. These Stalkers, okay, nice Blink Stalker micro here from Mana, able to pick off a handful of these Zealots that try to go for the run-by. And at the same time, the Warp Prism is on the other side of the map for Zest. He's actually back at home at his 30. He doesn't have it here. Oh, he has 2 Warp Prisms. Never mind. Okay.
Okay, so a few probes are falling. Like, this is nicely positioned by both of them, actually. These Immortals all at the bottom here are getting some real good chunking damage there, taking out the Archon single-handedly. And Mana, he's doing a very nice job of doing this, but all the Immortals, they are in vulnerable positions now. One gets picked off, the other is saved by Mana. Mana's doing this very well.
Yeah, those charge lots are coming in large numbers. Will the shield battery overcharge be enough? It's about to expire, and I feel like these Zealots are really starting to make a lot of damage happen over here. Cannon's going to go down, but I think that finally Zest is starting to run out of these reinforcements. Is going to have to back off. Mana goes for the aggressive blink forward, takes out an Archon. Is going to have to back off again, but this War Prism micro keeping these Immortals alive is going to be so clutch over here.
Another wave of Zealots are coming in, and they're dealing good damage and soaking up a lot of damage from those Immortals. What the hell? A Colossus came out of nowhere here? War Prism micro, and then blinking back. That was a very, very chaotic fight, but the thing is, Mana survived, and that's a big deal.
Absolutely, and I actually think the Colossus, and with double Colossus production now coming on out, this is actually a really, really nice thing for Mana, because the one thing I was really worried about, the one thing that I think was making that fight so much more complicated for Mana was how many charge lots were involved, and Mana just had a Stalker Immortal army. He managed to still defend all of that, and now he has Colossus, which are going to be one of the big answers to all of those Zealots. So I actually really like where this game is headed for Mana.
Yeah, it's an interesting mix, right? Like, you have 2 very different styles clashing. Like, Zest is going for the more macro-centric approach, where he's expanding more and then going for a slog of units, whereas Mana's definitely teched up the tree, gone for the Colossus, now going for the Disruptors as well. That production tab's so funny, seeing like Immortals and Disruptors made at the same time. Mana's army is very scary.
War Prism at the natural expansion of Mana is going to drop on in, start sniping off a few probes over here. No, all the Colossus are here, saying, no, sorry, Zest, I have multiple Colossus. Your Zealots are going to do absolutely nothing here. But guess what, Ben? This is this dead air space on this map. Oh, get rid of it. Why?
I love it. I love it personally. Big fan. And Zest is up to 4 bases now, and he's actually increasing his probe lead. So he's had like 10 extra probes for a long time now, but now going even further on that. And he's caught up in tech. That's such a big deal. Now they're pretty much level on the upgrades as well, starting their 3-3 about the same time.
Yeah, man, I feel like this game is starting to, I don't want to say slip away from Mana, because I don't feel like he had this unbelievably massive lead or anything. I mean, we're starting to see some of those supplies going in favor of Zest. I feel like Zest is caught up a lot in tech outside of maybe having some Colossus, but he's got Disruptors coming out on his own. This does get a lot more complicated, and especially, man, just the 4th base is actually going to be allowing so much more gas income, the ability to replenish your army supply. I'm not even sure where should Mana be going from here.
So Mana has the position that he has traded very well, and he had more time to build up this like superior tech army. So he does have those 3 Colossus that Zest will never have. He has extra Immortals, the same amount of Disruptors and stuff. So, you know, it's not all out. It's not. We're not safe yet, Benny and the boys, at all. And Dark Shrines, like this PvP, is going to get scary very soon.
Oh, yes. And I'm so glad the cannons survived from the earlier defense. So Mana will be covered at that third base with his multiple cannons and definitely knows to respect the Dark Templar potential here. Oh, this actually gets really awkward right now because I think that Zest's army has a lot of Zealots that are up on the top right-hand side, but Mana's actually moving across the map at the same time as Zest. Is this going to turn into a base trade? Mana snipes off the Warp Prism. Oh, there's a second Warp Prism, but that's at least 1 down.
So Zest kind of knew where Mana was. I don't think Mana had any idea that Zest was on the map where he was. And Mana is going for that 4th base right now, and he is taking it out. And he will do it very quickly as well. Colossus for the probes, but Zest is attacking 2 bases at once here. So, the Disruptor does whiff there at the 4th base of Mana. So many probes going down for both of them. A nice recall by Mana, though, on top of all those Zealots. Is he going to lose a Colossus to the Zealots here? Oh, that's 1 down.
Oh my god, second Colossus taking a lot of damage as well, but Mana, yeah, he took out 4th base and lost to 4th base. Both of these players end up losing quite a few workers, and hey, Mana does manage to get the Warp Prism finally as well. So how many Warp Prisms has Zest made this game? He's got 3 Warp Prisms basically, and he's down to his final 1, but I think he probably won't be remaking those since he's pretty much just going hard on Disruptor play right now.
After all that's happened, it's 153 supply against 153 supply.
I know.
Now, that looks super close. But Zest, he has that Zest bank available, baby. He just warped in 10 Zealots and made 2 Disruptors, and he still has a Zest bank. That is how rich and good looking this guy is.
Okay, you know, Mana has got so many Disruptors. I still believe he's got the Disruptor lead as well, but it is going to come down to the control and the micro over here. We're starting to see that these armies are getting closer and closer together. Mana snipes off a probe that was sitting over at that forward location. Stalkers are poaching forward. The Observer also spots out the whole army. He sees all these Disruptors. He's going to blink back. Oh, that got really scary for a moment, but Mana's going to take slightly better trades here. Yeah.
Yeah, Mana definitely handled that well. Like, lost a few Stalkers. Zest, you have a lot of money, my dude. You can warp in anything at this point. 2k minerals, 2k gas.
Yeah, this is the typical Zest bank, man.
I told you, man, like, when having him on my team, I love it because I never feel like he's poor because he just has more money than anyone all the time. But I mean, he did work for it, right? He did have a superior lead. Oh my gosh, this is getting really...
Oh, beautiful connections at the same time. DT's moving into the right-hand side of Zest's 4th base. Oh, this is going to be such a big play right here. Oh, no, the cannons just finished. Oh, there was just like this slight moment where the cannons were not there, and I thought he might be able to snipe them off in time.
So one thing that I've been really happy with, and maybe...
Oh, no! Oh, Mana, you legend!
Oh, my gosh. So much damage being done. Zest is kind of falling apart a little bit here, but 6 of his own DTs are being warped in here, and he knows that Mana doesn't have an Observer here because he's got an Observer right above his army, and that...
Oh, no.
Oi, 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 oi! Is this... Oh, my God, this is... This is so cathartic.
Take out the DTs.
This is so beautiful. Is Fear Dragon losing to DTs? Oh, this is beautiful. No. I love it. I love it. Oh my God, give me more.
Not like this. No, he used all the Disruptors on the Archons and the Stalkers. The DTs are killing everything. Mana managed to defend back at home. He's going to get 1 DT. Actually, Zest kills his own DT there. Oh my God, Mana, you were in such a good spot.
Sipping on my White Russian, baby.
Oh my God. Okay, you know, it's not over. Mana still did manage to deny a 5th base. He still has some Disruptors back at home. He reset the Disruptor count of Zest. Like, he did go out killing things.
Yeah, it certainly did. I mean, it's as much as I'm joking around, as much as we're feeling like that was bad for Mana, it's just bad because it really leveled it out because he was definitely like... If he had an Observer with his army or anything, he would have probably won the game right there and then. But now the pendulum has swung and Zest is now in the driver's seat a little bit.
Okay, well, Mana's got 2 Observers of his own, and he's got Disruptors. They're going to be able to snag an Archon kill. Not a bad start over here. And if he actually kills off his opponent's Disruptor or Observer, remember, Mana also has a Dark Shrine. He can also warp in DTs of his own.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Playing with fire there.
That was too close, yeah. So Zest has this other army of like the Zealots and Immortals over to the left. What happened?
Still his own stalker.
He's giving Mana a chance, man. He's giving Mana a chance. We just like to make it exciting in the final match, you know, Benny and the boys.
Exactly.
Oi!
DT does get sniped off, but another DT on the left-hand side. Maybe gonna try and make some magic happen. There's a cannon inside the naturals. I don't know if it's gonna be able to get too much done just on its own, especially since, yeah, there's a cannon in every single mineral line.
Oh, that was last second for Mana. Like, oh, these
Mana's
disruptors, man, they
man.
make your heart race.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, like, no, normally we don't bring up like the servers and latency and everything, but both these players are playing on Central, so both of them actually are dealing with a bit of like latency. So it's a fun spot where both of them are like probably thinking that they're blinking out a little bit sooner, but it just takes a quarter of a second longer. So close calls, man.
I like that you bring up your player has an advantage, and Zest is playing as well as he is with the disadvantage, you know?
I mean, Central, isn't it between? Isn't it between, Ben?
Absolutely not. It is way closer to Europe, and I'll have you know, Zest is still playing phenomenal. And Zest going for that. Oh, my favorite upgrade, Shadow Stride. That is the upgrade of Benny and the boys.
This is the upgrade of Benny and the boys? All right, Ben, calm down. Calm down.
Well, by the way, it is interesting that they're both going for Plasma Shield upgrades at this point. Like, I feel that's kind of like a little bit hipster of both of them.
Yeah, I actually think it's oh my god, that got so close. I was gonna just say, like, it's at that point where usually one of the units that you're really trying to have tank damage is like the Archons. So I think it just usually makes sense to me. Like in the later stage of the game, you're trying not to be too stalker heavy. Although as I say that, Zest has a lot of stalkers right now. As does Mana.
Yeah, they both do, right? Like, the main damage dealer is definitely the Disruptors, and no amount of armor or Plasma Shield is going to stop them from dealing a lot of damage. These Disruptors, Mana is firing them awfully far back. Oi! Big connections by Zest, but they both lost so much supply. What the hell happened?
Yeah, I mean, Mana is actually losing a lot of units over at the bottom left-hand base, and he's using his Disruptors mostly over at that location, and at the same time, that means his third base is looking really, really vulnerable here.
It certainly is, but Zest is actually lowering supply here, so these fights, even though Zest is the one pushing, and he took out 2 bases, Mana's time is now, holy crap,
go.
10 DTs just warped in for Zest. Where? Left side. Dun, dun, dun.
Okay, so here is, as a master of someone who warps in DTs when I'm behind in supply, the real trick here is that, yes, you can move in, you can snipe off bases, but you either need to go for full-on base trade, or you need to be able to deal with the army eventually. And I feel like if Mana just goes right now, he can still actually start trading out base for base at pretty much the same pace and still recall back home to deal with the DTs.
Oh my god, these disruptors, oh my gosh. It's not
bad,
pretty.
not bad.
It's not pretty. Although, okay, so Zest is kind of, he's getting in a position where he wants to, like, get on top of this army. Mana's doing a very good job. Oh, the DTs come! They came! Oh, it's a meat grinder of Protoss.
Oh my god. That surround is really brutal because Mana still had a lot of his army supply coming in from his 3rd and 4th base, and it just wasn't quite there, so he had to end up recalling back home. I actually think if his whole army was there in time, he would have won that fight.
Luckily, we don't deal with ifs in StarCraft 2, Ravi. What we do deal in is Zest, and Zest is performing magnificently this game.
Oh god, okay. It's not over yet, because Mana is reestablishing that bottom left-hand base. He's got his other top right-hand base, that 3rd base still mining. Could use the other gas geyser maybe, but only about 600 gas left there. Ooh, Stalkers, careful. Nice. Just got the Disruptor.
Mana has been very good with the Disruptor versus Disruptor battles. I mean, it's just the DTs of Zest that have been dealing so much damage. And again, these DTs on the right side, I think they're going to get quite a bit of damage done. And wow, so many probes instantly falling here. Going for that. Oh no, thank goodness, those Disruptors.
So, okay. As, again, like the resident mass DTer, I will actually tell everyone, much to my chagrin, the solution to dealing with all these kind of DT run-bys is actually just to start creating more walls. Because even with Blink and everything, you can actually wall in your cannons behind like shield batteries or other cannons or gateways and stuff, and you just kill some of the DTs. The DTs are powerful because they do damage quickly. If you don't let them kill your cannons quickly, they actually die pretty fast.
Zest is, he's taking a few of these disruptor shots in the face. And he's just not bothered at all. Wow, okay, that is one brave stalker. Blinks ahead of the pack.
Oh no.
Disruptor shots, they are juicy by mana. Oh my gosh, so many disruptor shots
Where's
hitting
his
everywhere.
DTs? Or sorry, his observers. Mana doesn't have observers with his army again. Okay, it's fine. They're there, but they're actually being controlled with the disruptors, so all the stalkers are dying to the DTs.
Oh my god, this is the most chaotic fight. DTs fighting DTs in the mix here. Zest actually takes a lead despite losing everything to the disruptors. And GG, oh my god. Okay, I'll be honest, Ravi. That was one of the most crazy PvPs I've seen in quite some time.
Oh my god.
I was biting my lip until the very end, despite all the cocky talk.
I know, me too. Ben, at the very end, Mana had the observers there, and like the 7 or so DTs were just going ham on the stalkers. And God, I don't blame Mana, because usually, like, I know you know this as a like a StarCraft player, that usually if you have like a foreign detection with your army, you're just like, it's with my army, it's in the fight. You're not necessarily thinking about, is it at the left-hand side of the engagement or the right-hand side of the engagement? He had it, I think, control group with his disruptors or like following them. And the disruptors are on the left-hand side. All the DTs are on the far right, and they were just barely out of range of Mana's observers. Oh my god. Oh.
Fear Dragon, take it in, because it's going to be a rough day for you, okay? Like, it won't get any easier than this. The next match, we have one of only 2 players in the league, I think, to yet take a map, going up against Domru. One of the best Zergs, a top 4 GSL finalist. Oh.
I mean, okay, let's not undersell the power of Neeb here, okay? This guy is, he may not have won any of the maps here, but he's still sitting around like 7K in MMR and EU. He's still doing absolutely well in a lot of other events and everything. Like, he's still a really, really top-notch player, right? So I think that he's going to be fine handling, washed up old Domru who just came back to StarCraft and was like, oh, let me give this a shot again. So I don't know, Ben. I think Neeb's going to be fine here.
Ravi, in the wise words of a fellow crack caster, starts with zombie, ends in grub, if ladder mattered, okay? While Neeb's there grinding ladder, getting 7K MMR, do you know what Domru's doing? He's getting 7K MMR on Korea while getting top 4 in GSL, okay? And he's winning maps for Benny and the boys, for his crew. Over here, we are tight-knit, and now it's coming down to Domru versus Neeb.
Okay, but Ben, before I intro my player, I just want to ask you, so you got top 4, why not top 2?
Well, Rogue's real good, man.
So you're saying he does lose quite a few games. All right, we're going to be starting up here in the top right-hand side. On top of the yellow Protoss player from Ting Esports and 4 Shades of Protoss, he is the Thunder Shaft.
And spawning over in the bottom left-hand side, currently 1-0 up for Benny and the boys, it is Domru. So, okay, within regards to your picking and stuff, having Neeb on Everdream, I suppose he wanted Domru? Because I've put him on Everdream a few times.
I'm not going to lie. Neeb was, I think, I'm... This is where I'm real for a second, and I'm not going into trash talk mode. I think Neeb has not felt great about how the war chest stuff has gone, and I think he's been a little bit down on himself about it. So he's kind of been like, look, just send me out wherever. Like, I'm fine with anything. If you need to sack me, like, for a really good player, like, it's fine. So he's been very flexible. And I feel bad too, because like the lineup, when we say he hasn't won a map yet in the War Chest Team League, it's like, okay, I'm sorry, Neeb. You had to play Serral. I think he was the player that played Rainer, maybe. He played all of like the top players, like the players that you look at and you're like, oh, this is like the ace player for the team. And then Neeb is like, oh yeah, I haven't won. I'm like, but you played like 8 of the best players in the world, or like 7 of the best players in the world.
That's the thing. Like, I know we're all memeing and joking around and stuff, but all the teams were actually really damn good. And the fact that it's as close as it is, like, if I win this clan war like 4-0, for example, then I'm second in the league. If I lose it 0 or let's say 1 and 3, I'm actually out. Like I'm in the bottom 3. So that's how close all the teams are. Like it's ridiculous. The competition is so fierce.
My favorite way of thinking about it is that no team like could go without losing 3 other series to like other teams, and oftentimes to teams, most of those like teams that are going like 5 and 3 have lost to teams that are potentially going to get knocked out or have been knocked out. It's like that's actually crazy to me. Yeah. I looked at my lineup and I still think, well, all the lineups are pretty solid, but I looked at mine and I was like, okay, we've got at least one player of each race that are all, you know, arguably top 5 of their race. I think you could very easily say. But I've very much been like, holy crap, when we've ran into a team with a super damn solid ace, though, for example, like Warpigs with Serral or like a Raynor kind of thing, it's always so incredibly rough when they get to play a second game. Whereas I feel that even though my team's well-rounded, that ace power isn't necessarily always there. No, I'm definitely with you, man. It's having the power of the ace player, I think, is so strong to just be able to rely on them to pick up 2 of the 3 wins that you need to win a best of 5. It absolutely makes a big difference. Ooh, nice snipe off on that creep tumor there, Neeb, with the adept. You might actually get a second creep tumor here and shade out of here alive with the adept. Okay, not a bad start. Denies a lot of creep spread there.
Yeah, and he's going for the adept opening behind all this too, which, I mean, this is a very nice opening, and if there's any unit I would say is very... Oh, okay, he does get it. If there is any unit that is absolutely Neeb's trademark unit, it's the Adept for me. He's always been so damn good with it.
Yeah, I feel like he did come up in the era of the Resonating Glaive Adept too, right? Like, that was 2017 in a nutshell. I think one of the most iconic games that just, like, rings in my mind was Nathaniel's on the main stage casting Neeb, and it's just... Nathaniel just kind of uses the phrase like he's playing like a Zerg and he's just swarming in with the depths. So I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what it feels like.
Okay, so Domru is getting the Roach Warren at a pretty decent time as well, and he started making quite a few battle units. He does have Overlords in decent position, so he can kind of see what's going on, but this War Prism is getting awfully close. Does the Overlord see it? It at least sees the Warp in, right? It does. Okay, so that's at least some signal that he's coming.
Yeah, all right, a decent number of Lings are out, but Resident Glaives is actually not just yet finished. It's getting close, but he's going to have to buy a little bit of time here. The first shade, oh, you probably don't want to... Oh, he's going to actually let that finish. That's a nice spot, but yeah, it's definitely a lot of Lings, and he doesn't quite have that second round of reinforcements. Still waiting for Resident Glaives, another 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean... That Resonating Glaives being as quote-unquote late as it is, but if he gets on this ramp, this could be a really gnarly position, but the Roaches do pop just in time, so he doesn't go for it. And back at home, he got the Observer out, dealt with the Overlord. I think Domru did see that, so maybe he kind of realized it wasn't a super committal afterwards, because Domru, he's even getting Spore Crawlers here, ready for like what's coming next, as opposed to just the now.
Yeah, I know a lot of Zerg players are just expecting like a DT follow-up or something over here, but oh my god, the big surround! A lot of the Adepts are going to end up falling over here. The Stalkers also came forward. So, I mean, just having the Stalkers here also makes us a lot more committed. He's going to lose every Adept without killing any drones.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
That defense by Domru was more like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, you know? Like, he just pounced on the army, cleaned it out, wiped it up. And he doesn't see any third Nexus on the way either. Now he feels safe to do whatever he pleases, getting loads of drones, getting Lair Tech. Oh, it's a good start for Domru.
Yeah, to contextualize this, by the way, for those of you watching that aren't familiar with PvZ, like with the way that those trades went, it actually would have been better if Neeb had just had one of those shades finish and killed like 4 or 5 drones going out. Because, oh, those trades just really going to throw him back. And his third base, honestly, like, if he doesn't have the Warp Prism alive to try and do some counter damage and keep Domru at home, there's no way this third base would even be able to get up because he has so few units right now.
Yeah, like, he has to deal quite a bit of damage. Domru sending out Lings here and there, so he did get to see the Warp Prism, and he does already have, like, a couple of Queens in his main base and a lot of Lings to greet whatever's in it. And Neeb, you know, he's kind of hoping here. He's got to try and deal damage where he can because he has to slow down Domru. Oh, picking off a Roach here and there. That's decent. Didn't get the... By the way, that is a very wandery queen here, just kind of wandering along this base.
I think that's one of those moments where it's on like the bottom side of the map, and you say throw down a creep tumor, and you assume it's gonna walk on creep, and it walks off. It walks on the opposite side of the cliff and goes to the side without creep.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta say, Neeb has done a good job of at least denying creep spread, so that's like one thing that's going well. And hey, the Immortals are gonna maybe snag a roach or two there. That's not bad.
I think one of the worrisome things for Neeb is his army tech. It's not there, right? Like his best unit is Immortal, and granted, that's a really, really damn good unit, but I don't see super gas for like Archons or Storm on the way or anything like that. It's just a rough spot. Whoa! Spire dropping down for Domru, and also getting ranged upgrades as opposed to melee. Definitely unusual play by Domru.
Yeah, well, Ben, I've heard a few things that some Zerg players have been finding like a tiny bit of success with that Spire play versus Protoss. So,
tiny bit,
yeah. I feel like I've seen like one, maybe two games at least in the last month, at least 2 games in the last month where Zerg players with a big Spire tech switch when they're ahead just. It seems like some Protoss players maybe have a little bit of trouble dealing with it.
Yeah, and I mean, this wave, this attack here, this is a scary army going up against Neeb, and that's a lot of Ravagers.
Oh, Neeb doesn't... Okay, he picks up some of the sentries and dodges out of a couple of the Crucibles. The Force Field is actually doing quite a bit over here, keeping a lot of these Immortals alive, but the War Prism misses the pickup on one of the Immortals, misses the pickup on another one of the Immortals. He's now going to be able to push back, but yeah, I feel like Neeb's army is looking a lot smaller than it was a few seconds ago.
Yeah, but as is Domru's actually. Like, once the Zergling meat shield went away and it was just those Ravagers, like, I want Domru to get back and stabilize a little bit. But the thing is, Neeb's actually equal in supply now with a superior economy. Domru wanted that to do way more than it did, so Neeb's actually taken the lead with that bad attack.
I agree with you, and if there wasn't a Spire follow-up, I would be wholly in your side. But I'm really worried right now because Neeb just traded out a lot of his supply of units that probably would have been able to help a little bit with dealing with a Spire, such as, the Stalkers and even just like High Templars and stuff just got turned into Archons. It's just, he just worked in a bunch of like more Immortals and Zealots. This is like all of the units that he doesn't need to deal with the Mutas.
Yeah, like, Domru's done a good job of kind of committing to something and making it look more than it was. But, okay, Neeb does see the Mutas, but sacrifices the Warp Prism for it, and that's already a hefty flock. And Blink starts now, but it's only just begun.
Okay, at least he now knows about the Mutas, so he can get up the defenses, but yeah, he's going to warp in a bunch of Stalkers in the main base. I actually really like that, and that's the angle that DRG's going for. But God, like you were saying, Ben, that is a lot of Mutas, and I don't actually... This is that very, very frustrating point as a Protoss player where you're like, oh, actually, the Stalkers don't win the fight versus the Mutas. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Yeah, not even close. And that plus range upgrade that Domru's getting, it's level 2. Ooh, those Archons get some juicy shots off, but no blink still. Like, this was very nicely planned, and Domru, look at that army on the bottom side. That is a lot of Roaches and Ravagers, although that is one of the scariest armies to go up against with Roach Ravager, 6 Immortals.
Yeah, especially with the shield battery overcharge. I don't know if I would have liked the overcharge more on that army, or if it's more useful for the dealing with the Mutas, because you're waiting around for Blink to finish up is a big part of this, right? So I guess it's okay. It looks like the Mutas did end up backing off, but it seems like the whole army might try and hit on one side, and this is one of the dangers here for Neeb as well, because his army is now split up between the main and the third. He's eventually going to have a flank, but it's going to take a bit of time to actually get all the units in position.
I tell you what, though, these Archons are always getting juicy shots, but the Cyber Core goes down, so Stalkers can't actually be warped in anymore. That's a big deal. But Neeb's army is incredibly strong against the ground army of Domru.
Yeah, a lot of Stalkers poaching forward, looking for the kills. Potentially a blink forward could have killed off a few Mutas there. Maybe it was on cooldown for a bit, so eventually does get that. 11 more Mutas on the way, Ben. Okay, DRG is just hard committing to the Mutas. And I understand where Neeb is coming from, because it's so difficult in these situations where you feel like you're low econ to actually afford a Stargate. But when it gets to this count, like, Blink Stalkers eventually just don't work because it's the slow and painful death, right? It's where, okay, cool, I'm surviving, but you're also not doing anything to your opponent as they continue to just get up more bases and more of an economy.
Storm is definitely a decent choice, but yeah, his minerals are drying up in all his bases, and he does see the Mute Flock is increasing rapidly here. He's going up for +3 weapons, and Storm is kind of halfway done. He's a little bit supply blocked here and has been for a while, which is definitely sad for him, but he's done a good job of playing the defensive game. And if Domru, starts headbutting too hard, Neeb's army is going to be incredibly cost efficient against what he has.
Yeah, Stalkers blink forward, killing off a few of these mutas. Hey, these are not terrible trades. He loses 1 or 2 Stalkers, but does take some of those mutas out. Storm, like you said, is finally going to be finishing on up. I guess the play here is just to max out and then try and make something happen. But finally, it looks like Neeb is able to afford the 2 extra Stargates and get up a longer-term solution to the muta play.
I'm a bit scared for Domru here. Like in the last clan war that I had against, for Domru against Su, he kind of got very, very stuck on this. Like, he's great with mutas, but if players survive the mutas, it feels like the next step in transition is a little bit difficult. Like here, he's actually going for spine crawlers defensively, so he's almost prepping for that counterattack that he thinks is going to happen, because Neeb, he's going to have to do some crazy 3-base all-in, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's like the really, really tough part about like the way that Neeb had to end up defending in this situation. And I say like had to because I think, yeah, there's no real way to like actually get up the Stargates and push out earlier on because, yeah, the mutas would have just picked him apart. But now he's got such a late response, and it's just, when do you move out, Ben? When do you move out? The mutas will dive in, start sniping off pylons, start sniping off tech, start sniping off your economy, and you're 100% all in then.
Yeah, no cancel. He's getting a lot of cannons as well. He's putting most of them at his 3rd base, which is the healthiest of his 3 bases. So that's a nice move. Trying to send out zealots here, there, and everywhere. But this
that actually really stings.
Yeah, like any loss here is a painful one. Look at Domru, by the way. He's actually producing, is this macro hatches? 2 extra macro hatches in his base because he's got almost 4k minerals and he just spent a lot of his gas. 2k gas left over.
Yeah, he's also actually getting up a lot of spine crawlers at that low ground base as well. I think both of these players are somewhat just preparing for like the eventual potential base trade kind of situation here, / the all in. Because Neeb, I think he's getting up all the cans because he's like, I need to be able to move out versus the mutas. And he's got a few of those Phoenix out as well. Maybe he's hoping to try and catch some of the mutas off guard, but now it's going to be about the rest of the ground army as well. So this is it's going to be a tough fight, but you know what? I think Neeb, there are ways he can absolutely win this. I still have some faith in my boy.
He definitely can. I mean, we still have a lot of roaches on the field, like that little group of 14 at the bottom right there. So that's inefficient supply, right? Oh, it does look like Domru is looking to trade that out, which is kind of smart, but you kind of want to trade it out for something.
Yeah, I want Okay.
Oh my gosh, are we lagging?
Are we lagging in a replay?
Oh my gosh,
Morty's lagging! Oh no!
What is happening? Oh, really?
Okay, 14:53 is the timestamp that we're at, guys.
You can go over to Wardy B, right?
Okay. Okay. Gonna have some magic, guys. We're still live, right? Okay.
Sure,
we're still live, right? Okay. Sorry, guys. Yeah. We are, of course, going through some technical difficulties. Looks like Wardy has got some magic. He's going to be resolving it in a second. Thankfully, players are not affected because, again, this, for the context, the Muslim had the brilliant idea of drafting basically all Koreans. So it's really, really late, and we decided to actually play these games out just a little bit in advance. Don't worry, Ben and I don't know who wins or any of that stuff, but these are going to be replays just so that the Koreans could actually play at a reasonable time for themselves.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it also makes sense. Like a few of my games earlier, like Stats had to play in the GSL finals very soon, so didn't like that. That was also casted from a replay. But honestly, most of the games have been non-replayed. It just comes to this clan war, given it's very late for the Koreans. But we like to make things as playable as possible for the players. Okay, so Neeb is pushing ahead with a very strong army here. Whoa, 70 extra Zerglings coming out, adrenal glands. Domru's actually committing to upgrades here while being under this kind of much pressure. That seems crazy to me.
This is definitely going to get a bit dangerous for Domru. And remember, those Phoenix are also in the air. And as long as they either micro really, really well or have some of the backup support of those Stalkers, he can actually take on the mutas. Oh, Domru is just going to go across the map and try and trade out the mutas for economy and drive Neeb back, force Warpins back at home.
66 Banelings, and look at all these Banelings on Neeb's army! All the High Templars died! That was such a sick flank by Domru, and he takes out the 4th base of Neeb, so has he got any High Templars left? No, he took them all out, and he's still got so many Banes on the field. Neeb, he is charging in with a very low-tech army now, but that is so many Banelings, and the army is just melting. Too much Domru!
Oh my god, he's actually just dancing with his banelings. GG. Donrigu does take it. Oh my god, that just losing the High Templar. Oh, neat. Oh, it was totally a doable game. I actually thought he was getting into a good spot there, but man, so close.
That's what Domru does to you, Ravi. He makes you think you have a chance, then he snaps it away. This next match is one that I'm super looking forward to.
I'm definitely keen on this one because my boy Asrea has been knocking out Terran after Terran after Terran. He's taken out players like Maru, taking out players like Innovation. He takes out someone like TY. I just gotta say, this is more than just a breakout tournament over here for Asrea. I mean, this is just setting him up as arguably an absolute one of the top contenders for PvT right now. Because he's taking out all the best Terrans.
Yeah, not just Terrans. He's been doing well in every matchup. I checked out his map score. In this league, it's really difficult to have a good map score, but I think he's something like 5-2.
Yeah, I think he lost. And the fun part also is that I think one of his losses was unbelievably close quasi base trade down to final buildings and narrowly lost.
Yeah, he's been arguably your star player along with Trap. I mean, those two have been very, very good. Man has also been taking out some important victories here and there. But yeah, it's amazing to see. And some players, they play very good in solo leagues and stuff. Mm-hmm. And you have other players in whatever game it is, but they will play better when it's not just them they're playing for. And I feel that Asrea is definitely that guy that's come alive, given that it's not only pressure based on him and his results, but it's for the team as well. And by the way, guys, this one is live for sure. So yeah, TY's middle of the night. Yeah, I'll go up against this American, especially on match point.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I think that it's going to be good. Asrea had some time to rest on up. All of our matches, every single one of our matches, Ben, have been at anywhere between 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. for Asrea. So he's been able to play that well at the worst possible hours in the world. Right now, it's a casual 9:30 or almost 10 in the morning. This is going to be peak Asrea. You haven't even seen him in his final form.
I'm going to let you finish, Ravi, but this is what I think that this next game is going to go like. My boy, TY, looking happy, making hellions left, right, and center. Me and my boys, again, we're tight-knit, and we'll do anything for one another. We wanted this league to be interesting, and it's coming down to the wire here, Ravi.
Oh, man. And just a reminder of the stakes, guys. If Ben is able to just get a 3 or 4-0 here, I do believe you'll be in the top 2 potentially. But if you end up, if I end up actually reversing up over here, then if I end up reversing, then I can still advance out. But the map score is gonna matter.
You got a mountain to climb here, Ravi, and I'll let you introduce your fella that might start doing it.
All right, so we're going to be starting up here in the top right-hand side of the map on top of the player from Team Alpha X Esports. He is none other than Asrea.
And spawning over in the bottom left-hand side with 2, or is it 3 match points? 3 match points. Oh, that feels good saying that. It is TY.
3 match? You mean 2? You're 2-0 right now.
Yeah. So if we lose this one and we lose the next one, it's still match point.
Oh, gotcha. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, look at this is juicy. Now I know this young American lad has defeated Maru and Innovation, so he's defeated 2 of the 4 horsemen. But TY, he is the mastermind behind the 4 horsemen. Okay. And this kind of play, this is some cheeky play from my boy.
Well, okay, Asrea, he has scouted out the double gas. He's seen that the barracks isn't at home. And the next thing he's going to be waiting around for, why he's keeping this probe over here on TY's side of the map, is he's looking to see, does the factory come down back at home? Or does it get also proxied? So he's got to keep that probe alive. And right around now, if he scouts around the entrance of this base, he should realize, oh, the factory's still not there, because it's actually in the middle of the map.
Okay, I'm a bit worried because TY going for this build of all builds. This is ridiculous. Okay, so he's proxied his barracks pretty much in the middle of the map. So, I mean, you'd be looking at this being like, yeah, it's going to get scouted sooner or later, right? So he's made a marine, which is going to come back and deal with the probe. He's making a factory on the map as well. You pointed out that's why the probe's stuck around here, just to make sure if it's a proxy or not.
Is TY going to get a little supply block because the depot was still late? No, never mind. He doesn't get... I thought one more SCV or Tase on the SCV, and I actually thought he would supply block TY for a little bit, but no, barely finishes it in time.
No, this was super planned out. Oh, you know that picture that I showed before this game, Ravi? The Hellions go brr brr. Yeah, this might be my boy.
No.
This might be my boy.
Oh, God. Okay, well, there was an interesting style of a wall off there from Asrea. It's all up in his main base, though, and there's even a little gap, so he's got to plug that up, and he can deny one area where the Hellions can run in, and it's really just about the Hellions not being able to escape. Oh, this is going to actually make it so difficult. He's going to have to hold the ramp or something.
So he has confused the crap out of Asrea here. Like, Asrea has no idea what he's up against. Normally, when you play against a proxy factory being on the map, it's like the Marine tank all-in, right? But we see that that's not the case at all. TY is actually going to... I'd assume that he kind of resorts back to something a little bit standard. Oh, my... Okay. I take it all back. What's the armory? Oh, he's going to go...
He just wants to hide the Widowmine?
Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be Hellion drop into Widowmine drop. Like, this is super, super aggression.
He has to get damage done, by the way, guys, because he still does not have a command center or anything. Okay, Shield Battery's going to be able to keep the Sentry alive versus these Hellions. And a few probes are going down, but honestly, I think TY still needs more damage here.
Really good hold by Asrea so far. That was...
Great start.
Yeah, that was quite bad by TY. That was quite bad, honestly. But now the Widowmine shenanigans start. And, okay, is there a Robo Bay? Like, or is there a Robo? Not at all. Oh.
Okay, that's going to be a little bit tough. Oh, Astrea's going to find the medevac, so he at least knows about this. He can split up his probes. As long as you just split up your units, you can sack 1 or 2 probes in a little bit of mining time. It should be fine. Astrea, you saw the medevac! Oh my god. Okay, wow. That got really scary. I thought he was reacting really late, but he just knows better.
So his reaction definitely was a little bit late, but that Robo, I mean, it's only a third along the way, and these Widowmines, look, they're just creeping into the natural here.
Please tell me you saw that. Please tell me you saw that. All right, 3 probes. Oh, okay.
Okay, so he does see the factory in the middle of the map, but not having... Oh my god.
Oh, you can hallucinate something. He can... Oh, he doesn't have the energy. I was going to say he could hallucinate some probes and start sacking them.
That is true.
Oh
okay,
my god.
10 probes going down now. So this Widowmine's got extra shots off here. TY is in a decent position, but he had to deal a lot of damage, remember. So what's back at home for him? Just a few Marines. Where's the Raven, actually? Oh, hallucinated Colossus for high ground vision. That's cute.
Yeah, he's going to be able to maybe snag at least a supply depot over here. And the nice thing is he can also run the Colossus and actually set up the Widowmine as well.
The Widowmines, they're going to go off again in the main base of Asrea. Boom! Oh
god, no, not like this. He's still got he's still got an extra nexus. Like, he still can make this work.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can. But this is losing 16 probes to these Widowmines. That is not
lose
what
another 2 at the natural.
Oh, that's a Widowmine with 7 kills. He's seen things, him.
Oh god, he tried to run the Colossus up the ramp also to set off the Widowmine on the Marines. TY actually did manage to unburrow the Widowmine in reaction. Oh, God. Okay. All right. Asrea is already almost caught back up in workers. And again, it's still going to be technically 1 base versus 2 base until that command center lands on the low ground. I guess he's going to be able to do so safely because Asrea did have to pull back.
I love TY's approach to this game, though. It's just, I'm going to make every harass unit I possibly can. Like, we have a Liberator out here, too. So it's like a 7-waved harass build, right? Like, it's so hard to deal with for Asrea because the first one was okay, and then he was like, okay, I dealt with this really good, I'm going to have my stalkers out on the map. Then it was like, absolutely wrong. many Widow Mines come, and now there's going to be a Liberator harass and stuff too. Okay, he just cancelled a building in his base. What was that?
I do not know. I actually missed that, but well, we do have a drop that was trying to make its way on out. It looks like Asrea did manage to find it though with the Hallucinate Phoenix. Oh my god! Please, just actually, it's an empty medevac. Oh, he had to unload the Widow Mines early. I see. Yeah.
I feel like TY is kind of he gets a few of the units here. I feel like TY is just baiting something onto that medevac to try and kill it, and then the Widow Mines shoot it, because he's very smart with stuff like that. And is it going to happen? So
well, he's got the observer there, so he should be able to handle it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think TY saw the blur there, and he was like, okay, that's not going to happen. Oh, this warp
Three depths. Yeah, 3 depths going to be able to shade into the natural as well. There are some units going to be sitting over there, but that does mean TY, who was kind of starting to move out a little bit, is going to have to pull back, and it looks like he's just going to end up having to wait now probably for Stim to finish up before he tries to do any kind of aggression. So Asrea has a bit of breathing space.
But the Widow Mines are back, and they've already been a thorn in Astrea's side, and nice. If that burrowed again, that would have been real problematic for Astrea.
Oh my gosh, Astrea's got 3 observers in one location. That's just how annoying these Widow Mines have been. A Liberator also in the natural. 8 workers have died to the Widow Mines plus the Liberator. He's actually down in workers as a Protoss player. Oh, that's not a good spot, but okay, Astrea still has a little bit of time. He has a little bit of time before Stim and stuff finishes up.
Man, TY, what a legend he is, like this style, this play that he's put on. Also, this is going to be a follow-up push behind all this aggression. And what's the biggest tech that Astrea has? He's just started his Templar Archives. Bring in some SCVs as well to repair. I love that choice for TY. Oh, wait, no, they're going back. Okay, screw that. I love the choice that he's actually bringing them back home. I love it.
All right, Ben, calm down. Now, an important part of this for Astrea is going to be to find ways to buy time for the Temple Archives to finish up, for things like, more Zealots to actually get warped in. So he's going to either have to find this army in the center and use those Stalkers to blink back and harass, or he's going to have to make use of this Warp Prism, which is getting chased down right now by a Viking, and he's going to end up losing the Warp Prism. Oh, no. The Adepts are at least going to be able to maybe buy a little time. Oh, but the Adepts are actually shooting toward the third. The third isn't even landed yet.
These SCVs, by the way, they can't make up their mind. They're coming, they're going, they don't know what they want. So a third has started for TY. Okay, the third's only just started for Astrea as well. I wonder if that's like kind of slowed down this push a little bit, because he knows that there must be some tech that Astrea is going for behind all this. And we know that it's Storm, we know that it's High Templars, but TY does not know.
Astrea, you can't fight that right now.
Oh, it's a rough one for Astrea. I mean, this is a really scary army of TY.
I think he's got to cancel this, but Storm is getting closer and closer to finishing, and he is going to have at least 2 Storms available by the time the upgrade actually finishes researching. So maybe he can catch some of this army on the retreat. He could also go for like a feedback on the Raven as well with some of these High Templars, or even just warping in a fresh one for that. I think it's all about just taking a really good fight here for Astrea.
I mean, he needs to take an abnormally good fight, right? Because going up against these 4 tanks with his army, he doesn't have a quick pounce army.
Nice feedback.
That was a really good feedback, honestly. But these tanks, they're getting some real good shell damage, and he's finding a tough time to secure a 3rd base. Never mind like a 4th or getting on the map or anything like that.
All right, this is definitely getting really, really tough right now. Astrea does have the +1 armor upgrade, but even the longer that this goes on, we have ghosts and also +1 weapons coming out here for TY. So this is going to start negating a lot of the small advantages that Astrea did have. So he's got to find a way to take out this army, but there's just no way that's going to happen while the tanks are here. The sneaky 3rd base is cute, but it looks like TY caught onto it.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, that's a cute position to put your 3rd. Because, like, I mean, you can't put it anywhere else, but
yeah,
TY, he's all over where Astrea is. Nice tank grab.
If he actually decided to wait with those charge loss until charge came off of cooldown again, he could have maybe tried to come in for a flank, like as soon as the bio started making its way forward, come in with the Zealots from the back, take out the tanks, and then the High Templars can storm the bio. I could see something like that working, but yeah, he ends up running into the reinforcements, and now I think it might be a do or die moment here.
Oh, I guess everybody call off and does save 2 Zealots. Yeah, ain't looking good for you, Ravi.
Oh god, and this is like an elimination match for us right now. Oh, this is really tough.
You know, like Benny and the boys, we like to put on a show, all right, team. We wanted that intensity. We perform better under pressure. And here, TY with a beautiful position. What an EMP on the army! Oh my gosh! It's almost as if this guy gets paid to play video games, and yes, he does. Oh.
Oh, good lord. All right, there's one storm left. He's going to actually get an okay storm there, but there's nothing else left. Oh, the High Templars are out of energy, and they're also out of shields right now. They're still regenerating that. Anti-armor missile is also going to come out. Ay. Okay. Well, you know, Asrea, oh my god. That storm's going to buy him a little bit more breathing space. You know what? Ben, as good of a spot as this is for TY, as unbelievably good of a spot as this is for TY, I'm not counting my boy out Asrea until he's actually fully out of storms and army.
That'll make it taste even sweeter when we finally win. Okay, so TY, he's not able to like really kill this base right now, but he does have a really good setup, like kind of defensively, even though he's aggressively postured. I've really enjoyed the Raven and the Vikings, by the way, for sniping off the observers.
Yeah, sniping on the observers have been really annoying. Bell's getting filtered through. Widowmines do a little bit of friendly fire, but not quite enough. He does manage to get the tank with the Immortal. Nice focus fire there from Asrea, but at the end of the day, the Bioforce is going to be a little bit too overwhelming. GG gets called. Congratulations to Benny and the boys. They are going to get the 3-0.
Ravi, I'm not even sorry.
Man.
It was a rough one. I think a lot of the matchups didn't favor your team, honestly.
Yeah, this was the dread, like the super duper dreaded lineup that I was like, oh no, this is actually like all of the stuff that we didn't want to have happened. Like Asrea was saying, like, give me anyone but TY, like especially Don Rigu. Because another one of the facts is that every single game that Don Rigu has played where Ice and Chrome is available, you guys always fielded him on Ice and Chrome. So I was actually really convinced. Like when I was looking at the lineups, I looked at that and I was like, okay, TY has always come out on Submarine, so I think he's gonna come out on Submarine. DRG, every single time Ice and Chrome is available, he came out in Ice and Chrome. I was like, I think that's like starting with those two things. I think like then the others are just going to be PvPs. So like the only match that I even guessed correctly was Mana and Zest. Ugh.
Oh, these things happen, Ravi.
Yeah.
These things happen, and you know that's. So by the way, it's still important. Like even though 4 Shades of Protoss, I believe, is out now.
Yeah.
Benny and the boys is definitely in, but this last map, so this is Hurricane going up against Trap. If Benny and the boys can take it 4-0 at this point, then we are actually in second place in the league.
Yep. Man, you're going to be able to overtake Roddy potentially right there. So that is going to be something important. We'll see if Trap can deny you guys and, you know, do a little good by my boy Roddy. And also, you know, make sure that it's not another 4-0.
I mean,
man. It's definitely been a fun run. You know what? We got our ace player coming on out. All right, we got our boy Trap. All right, being fielded here versus Hurricane. So I think we got a pretty solid chance on this one.
I actually think you do as well. Hold on, who are we on first? In fact, this is for you, Ravi. This is for you.
Yeah. We're going to be starting down in the bottom right-hand side of the map. Top of the yellow Protoss player from Jin Air Green Wings, and our ace player for 4 Shades of Protoss. Give it up for Trap.
And spawning over in the top left, playing for Benny and the boys. We're already 1-3-0, but we're going for the 4. It is Hurricane. So I got to admit, given that I thought you were going to use Trap to try and snipe TY, on Submarine, I did kind of send out... You've seen Jurassic Park, yeah?
Yeah.
So this is a bit like that scene where the goat rises into the T-Rex chamber.
Yeah.
To coax him out. And you know what? Slightly different to the movie, the T-Rex came. Just freaking snapped him up and Trap's here.
Ay. All right. Well, you know... I'm I'm just gonna say that I think it's been a good run and everything, and I'm really proud of my players for doing as well as they have in spite of me and my draft. Very much so. They put in all the hard work and everything, and I'm hoping that we can at least finish strong here in this final game with our boy Trap. So PvP, it's not exactly the matchup that I would have been like, yes, this is the matchup to send Trap out for, especially since his PvZ has been looking so good lately, and his PvT has always been really good. But I think he's still got a pretty good PvP, so I think he's got a good shot here.
I'm not going to beat around the bush. I think Trap is one of the best Protosses in the world right now, and Hurricane definitely is the underdog here. But Hurricane has looked very good in quite a few of his PvPs so far. Going double Adept against double Stalker, it looks like Hurricane wants to be the aggressor, and Trap kind of wants to just go with something very all-round here.
Yeah, it looks like it. Just getting up the double Stalker is going to be very, very nice for getting the basic defenses up, so you can deal with, say, Stalker pressure, you can deal with Adept harassment, you can have a little bit better preparation versus, let's say, like a proxy Stargate or something. So yeah, Trap's going for a nice middle-of-the-road thing. Submarine is just such a small map, so I think it makes sense to try and play a little bit more conservative because there's just not a lot of time it takes to move across the map and come kill you.
So Trap's opting for the Robo, which is, that's very safe and standard, and yet again. I really... Trap for me is the personification of, like, a safe and standard play, Like, I don't often see something really, real wild from him, and I think that's a smart choice in this situation.
Oh, man, I actually thought for a second Trap was going to do something really clever. He brought the probe across the map, and I actually thought for a moment, like, he was going to use the probe to... like how the when you have, like, Reaper versus Reaper fights, you pull one SCV and you try and get a little bit, like, one extra hit off to get the HP advantage. I thought he was going to do that with his double Stalker versus Hurricane, but I think the high ground wall off ended up denying it.
These Adepts are... Oh, my boy, Hurricane. Getting away with those two Adepts. So his Nexus has started up a lot faster. The one advantage that Trap certainly has is that his Immortal is going to be out quite a bit sooner because they have both opted for the same tech here.
Well, now you have to move down the ramp at an awkward spot. Potentially might end up... Okay, look, the Hurricane's not going to actually even bother going down to the low ground right now. Just going to lose some of the shields and wait for the extra warp in. And yeah, Nexus should be fine.
Look at Hurricane's gateway positioning at the bottom, by the way. Like, he's looking to pile on some aggression with this, which, I mean, that's quite a ballsy location to put your gateway.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be more vulnerable if this ever gets to, like, a third base or something. But I mean, I actually like it just for, exactly this, like, double Adept weapons. I actually don't even think when you go for these kind of proxy gates, you have to go for some kind of all-in. It's not like, oh, proxy gate, there must be a big attack coming. In PvP, it's just so good to warp into Adepts and walk them in. Like, it's just so unbelievably valuable to do.
Trap very quick with his response, though, to putting down that extra shield battery. So what does Trap have? He has an Immortal, a Warp Prism on the way.
Okay, Trap, let's go. He snipes off 2 of the Adepts. Might be able to push back the 3rd one. The Nexus is still lower on hit points, and oh man, the Sentries are going to make their way over here as well. Going to be able to force field off the ramp. He's still continuing to warp in that shield battery back at home, so he's not going to let the Adepts in. That is a beautiful start here for Trap.
It certainly is. Picks off the Nexus. He's going for the gateway as well. He has the Warp Prism, which Hurricane doesn't just yet. Oh, this is not a good position for Hurricane.
Yeah, okay, a couple of force fields being thrown down. Warp Prism picks him on up. Oh, beautifully microed here for Trap. And here's where the game gets played. He just gets to deny and deny and deny the natural expansion for as long as possible. And it's all just about making sure you don't overstay your welcome. The Warp Prism is now here, but it can only pick up a few units at a time, so you can't just unload everything. And oh man, even supply blocking Hurricane is great.
Yeah, I like Trap is just, he's a master. Like, he didn't do anything super fancy. He just did everything as good as you can, like it was very textbook play. Didn't take any damage from the Adepts, and if you're even slightly a worse player, you would do. But now he's scouting, making sure that he knows what's up. Hurricane's in a real bad spot here.
Okay, 2 more Adepts going to be coming on into Trap's natural. At the same time, Hurricane tries to poke down. Oh, the Adepts do manage to make their way in. Trap is not reacting. He's warping in a few Adepts back at home. He's actually pulling back a lot of his army supply. Oh, but the Adepts are actually getting a lot of probe kills right now. Okay.
Keep microing them, Hurricane. Keep microing them. Okay. Getting 5 probes is nice. That's juicy.
Okay, Trap is definitely at a bit of a worker deficit now. He's gonna lose even more. Oh, are you kidding me?
Okay, there is a really important upgrade coming out there, Resonating Glaives for Trap, which, if he does survive until that happens, then he's going to have much better adepts. But Hurricane, he's marching out. He's not planning on taking a Nexus by the looks of it. He's just pummeling out an army here very quickly.
Okay, please tell me this fight doesn't happen before Resonating Glaives finishes. Well, he's still going to be able to potentially stack a few units. No, the Force Fields go out, but the War Prism does manage to save him. Hurricane can actually have wasted a lot of the energy there for Trap, so his Force Field energy isn't going to be as high. Guardian Shield is also probably not going to be available, which would have also been a nice little touch, acting as like a +2 armor upgrade. Hurricane's going to use the Warp Prism on the other side of the map, so I mean, that's going to be really dangerous here for Trap because he's got to warp in defensively, but that also means there's going to be less micro potential back at home for Hurricane.
Lots of sentries for Hurricane though, so he can definitely buy time. And those Immortals, they are dealing with pylons, slow warping.
Oh my god.
Nice, actually.
It's just, yeah, two gateways are down right now.
Okay, getting up this ramp, though, is going to be really difficult for Trap, right? I mean, he does have a full Warp Prism to do quite a bit of magic with.
I think you just got to shade in. I think you just got to shade in, right? And just start picking up the rest of the units.
We'll see what happens, because right now, oh my god, Hurricane, he's ahead in supply. Hurricane, are you going to do this, lad? Are you going to do this?
God, he warped into depth on the other side. Oh, Trap, he's all in right now. He has to win with this. And the Immortals are going to be so important. He's focus firing down his opponent's Immortals. He's trying to take out the Stalkers. He is making a lot of progress over here, but this is turning into a full-on base trade.
It super is. Hurricane's actually so far ahead in supply, pulling the probes. I mean, this Resonating Glaives, okay, his Immortal does go down. Trap saves both of his in his base, but the shield battery is up. Does he have overcharge available? An Immortal does pop out. Hurricane, are you doing this, lad? Are you doing this?
Oh my god, no, not like this.
Oh my god, the sacrificial goat actually ate the T-Rex. He's recalling back home. But he lost the Nexus anyway. And he lost his Immortal. Oh my god, Hurricane, you are a legend, mate. Oh my gosh.
I'm done. I'm done with this, Ben. I'm all over it. Oh my god, the number of ways that it looked like Hurricane should have lost all of that. And somehow he still manages to win this. Oh my god.
I tell you, Benny and the boys, tight-knit bunch. When we're playing together, nothing can stop us.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, I'm just saying that, you know, if my team had all been able to watch all these games live, I'm sure they would have actually demolished your team, Ben. But you know what? It's okay. You guys played really, really well, and I'm going to commend you. GG. Benny and the boys is going in, and with a 4-0, we're going to be in a fantastic spot to make their way into the playoffs. I believe in second place, if we have the numbers correct.
I think so too. I think so too. Oh my gosh. Hurricane coming in freaking big there.
Oh, God. Well, you know, Ben, I got nothing but positive words for you, man. You guys played really, really well. Nicely done. I think that we're going to have the bracket up in stream in just a little bit to show you guys how everything turned out. This is not only the last day, but that was the last match of the group stages. The playoffs have been settled, and we'll get the chance to maybe take a look, see how everything is breaking on down. I can tell you guys right now the teams that at least advance on. So if we have like all the numbers and everything correct, which I believe we should, it should be the Dread Knights in first place, Benny and the boys in second place, No Brain No Pain in third place. Fourth place is going to be Call an Ambulance, but not for us. Fifth place should be War Pigs, and the Tank Toppers will be in sixth place, just edging out the win over Four Shades of Protoss. Oh,
1 second, Robbie.
Dubs and Sword of Soul Korea. At least I beat them. That's the important thing.
I'm sorting out my I'm sorting out my t-shirt here, Ravi. Do you see this?
Oh my god. Did you tape their faces onto your shirt?
This is me and my lads, you know. 4-0 and Ravi, not only to save our skins in the team league, but also to finish top 2. Oh my days. Oh, lads. Oh. Tight-knit bunch, I tell you. Finishing above No Brain, No Pain feels damn good. All right, well, you know, well played. All I'm saying is maybe
maybe we should revisit giving Void Rays back that Flux Vein. You know, I feel like if we had that Flux Vein upgrade back that the recent balance patch took out, maybe we would have won some more of those games, all right? Maybe we a few more buffs. Protoss. That's all I'm saying. I'm just kidding. No, really, really well played to your players. And of course, big shout out to my players who tolerate, they were not complicit in my decision to draft 4 Protoss players. And they really, really did me proud. I think that they still walked away with a really, really solid map score overall. Like 4-4, I think is gosh darn good. And this whole thing like we were talking about was so unbelievably close. To give you guys an idea, my team did not make it out because they were at the bottom of like a 4-way tie at 4-4 for series score. Like that's absolutely nuts.
I think also my team
you had a 3-way tie for 5-3.
Yes. It's and also like I think Nathanis's team actually goes through now as well. Mm-hmm. Oh, I mean, it was so close, man. Like this whole league has been so close. I know Katz's team suffered miserably, but
you know what?
Team did defeat Benny and the boys, which finished second, which just goes to show that even the worst team wasn't that bad.
Yeah, absolutely. And like there's that example. The Dread Knights lost to 4 Shades of Protoss. So, and then I believe the Grubba Lubba Dub Dubs, did they defeat Roddy's team?
Yes.
I'm trying to remember who Roddy's team lost to.
Grubba Lub Dub Dubs, and he lost to Rifkin's team. Who else did he lose to initially? I know he 4-0'd your team, like my team did.
Yeah. So, like, to give you guys context again, the top 3 teams that all went 5-3, all of them ended up losing to one of the teams that got knocked out. Every one of the teams that were in the top 3 got knocked or lost the series to one of the teams that got knocked out. So really well done. But we got the brackets up there on screen, guys. You guys can see that it is going to be Holland Ambulance versus the War Pigs is the first match. Team No Brain, No Pain versus the Tank Toppers in the second match. And we got the Dread Knights and Benny and the boys sit pretty in the semifinals.
You know, I think this was pretty predictable, you know, Benny and the boys finishing top 2 here. Okay. Dread Knights randomly making it up there, you know. I think they've also played a darn good war chess league. Mm-hmm. Oh, honestly, I'm so stoked. Like, I was so nervous. I'm so sweaty right now. But yeah, I'm very proud of my boys. I think they all played damn well. And the fact that Hurricane came through in the last couple of our clan wars, I've been calling him the little goat that gets sacrificed to T-Rex. But man, he came through in these PvPs. I'm so proud of my lads.
Well, I'm going to wish you best of luck. And of course, these matches are going to be happening on Sunday, by the way, guys, at the same time as usual. I do want to also make a quick mention because, you know, we don't get to talk about this enough. And this is finally the time that we're like, okay, placements are being decided. We can finally start really discussing in unambiguous terms that, like, the amount of prize money for this event is actually absurd. And even just the teams that have already been eliminated, according to Liquipedia, which is usually pretty correct, but we'll just say, like, it's 7th through 9th place. You still get $4,800 for your team spread out. So all the players are getting that. And on top of that, we had all the players are like that. Your team making it to 3rd, 4th place is already guaranteed $8,800. Like, really, really good prize money available for these games, guys. And that's on top of all of the like individual win a series kind of group stage winnings and everything. So really, really awesome event. Thank you guys so much. And thanks to Wardy and also Blizzard for putting all this on.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. The amount of sick games that we've had these past few weeks and the amount of banter between the casters, like this has been an event like we've never had it before, right? Despite times being a little bit weird in the world, we still come together. We still do what we absolutely love. And we've got to see some absolutely magnificent StarCraft. And also, names have been made. Like some of the players that we knew that were really damn good came alive this tournament. Super darn hard. Serral's, Reyna's, Clem's carrying teams single-handedly. Asrea out of nowhere, taking down the Marus of the world, Innovations, the top Terrans, besides TY obviously. But yeah, like it's been a phenomenal tournament. Absolutely stoked to be a part of it. And it's only going to continue as we get onto the top 6.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Be sure to follow this channel here on the YouTube to see the grand finals and the semifinals and the quarterfinals and the playoffs that's going to be happening in just 2 days' time. Thank you all so much for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your day and happy StarCrafting.